Middle East tensions very much back in focus after what was hopefully a restful long weekend for everybody here. 3-day weekend, and now we come back and big drop here in oil, spike up here in the market in spite of some news that might not seem too positive in terms of suggesting a quick end to this conflict in the Middle East. You know, the U.S. announced defensive or self-defense strikes here on Iran, according to Central Command. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson speaking out, saying that the U.S. has violated the ceasefire and that Iran will not hesitate to defend themselves. So this back and forth very much is going to continue. But as mentioned here, S&P 500 gapping up in a major way, USO gapping down. You're seeing a lot of strength in names like Micron in the tech space. They also got a massive 3 times price increase here from UBS, going from 535 to 1625. Space sector, or space, if you will, very much still in watch here as we await that SpaceX IPO. And some European names as well, like BP and RACE, making big moves. We'll talk about all of that later. But in the meantime, again, hope everyone had a very restful long weekend. And good morning, Sharif. Happy belated birthday. How was your long weekend?
Appreciate it, Dara. It was fantastic, nice and restful. A lot of R&R. And some sun yesterday. Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about this morning. A marked variance here between the price of Brent crude and WTI. Something to watch out for there. Could be an interesting play for arb traders. We got Micron ripping through that $800 area, up already 7%. A lot of positive notes on this one as well. And race. Ferrari unveiling their first ever fully electric vehicle, designed by the former Apple designer Johnny Ives. They're down here almost 3% here to start the morning. As you mentioned, Adair, a lot of strength in these space names. The NASA ETF here up almost 8 4/5 to start the morning. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was seeing apparently somewhere Cantor Fitzgerald had a note on these. They seem to be weighing in on Rocket Lab every other week, so make of that what you will. If you find more, we'll certainly let you know. But again, the other European name I do want to mention, because this came out a little bit later in the morning, BP, British Petroleum, announcing the removal of Albert Manifold as chair and director. You can read more about that in our Trader TV Live watch list. But in the meantime, good morning and happy end of long weekend here to Sean and Neil. How are you guys this 3-day weekend? How are you doing this morning?
Doing good. Fun weekend. Bad weather Saturday, but the rest of it was fantastic. Yeah. I'll tell you that much. No complaints yesterday. The market's higher. Oil's down. Can't hate, man. The space names are going nuts. Apparently, Pony AI is going around, flying around here. Momentous will be in play. A lot of people already talking about that. And then 77% up. You've got Redwire gapping up here, 14 points. There's so much strength. And Micron, the chip story, still very much intact. Another 7 points. Remember, this sold off all afternoon on Friday, and then it just doesn't matter. So more fresh all-time highs here. The only people upset, I guess, are the shorts and Cleveland Cavaliers fans. That's about it.
Yeah, Cleveland really didn't show up there for the finals, did they? Yeah, they lost by 40.
Showing up on the court is about the only thing they did do.
Yeah, it's
they didn't do anything
not
else.
Great. Yeah, Marvell, again, starting to go upside, another 7% here. So these, yeah, as we mentioned just earlier there, I forget the Stream Deck going on. Stream Deck, there it is, guys. We get some bangs going. Yeah, there's Marvell. I mean, look at this daily chart. I mean, this is just 5 days ago. This was at 170. Now up to 208, and it looks like it wants to go higher. How about this name? We saw last week, we saw SoFi, some traders talking about, are we finally basing out now for SoFi? I have SoFi written down as the #1 trade idea here today. Finally starting to break through this $16 mark. And hopefully we can hold a bid, as Anthony Noto talking to Joe over the weekend and buying leaps, trying to talk about that with his own stock. So we'll see what Anthony Noto's up to here, putting some money back into SoFi, and hopefully that gets upside. But yeah, 4% there. SOFI continues to climb higher. Yeah, definitely a good day to check the portfolio out. That is for sure. But yeah, Knicks is going to be wild there. Apparently, courtside seats already going for $200 to $300 grand there for games 3 and games 4, and it will be the Western team that will have home court advantage this time around. And then, what about Apple? Is going to be another name that I have on watch, man. 311 for Apple. I mean, I don't know if there is going to be a stronger daily chart than what Apple looks like. We talked about Micron actually pulling back a little bit. Apple is now like how many days in a row? You get one little red day there, now it's just kicking even higher. Upgrade there at Bank of America today, talking all about the AI stack again and how there should be advantageous of what this next sort of round of AI investing is, right? So we like Apple there. Yeah, Rocket Lab, everything in the space sector started to go there. That NASA ETF is an interesting one as well. There, look, it's up another 5% here for RKLB. So, yeah, man, they're not all built the same today. It's going to be a Marvell, CoreWeave, a whole bunch of different names popping. Still think Microsoft probably needs to get invested in at some point at some of these levels there. We'll see if Joe's Copilot ever gets going. But this is going to be an interesting moment for Microsoft trying to get back higher. And then I think even NVIDIA was up today, right?
Yeah, up a point.
To some extent, yeah, 218 and change, up one and a bit percentage points here. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what's going down? Oh, USO was down 4%.
Only oil.
Was it 4%? Was it 3%? And then we got that other, we got another story that's starting to tick back up again here. That there was some more, not controversy, but I guess there was some more planes, some more bombings there, as they were worried about what's going on. Maybe some
offensive attacks.
Yeah, some more military, like the mines are getting dropped there in the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States reacted to that as well. So, yeah, I guess that ceasefire is sort of the word I'm looking for there, not existed right now. But, yeah, more stuff happening in the space today. Lots of different names going higher.
Yeah, even so, there's like multiple energy names going higher. NNE had a news story, but Oklo just moved precipitously to the upside, selected by the U.S. Department of Energy for advanced negotiations under surplus plutonium utilization program. So that just gapped and continues higher. NNE had a different nanonuclear on much lighter volume, is also up 10%. But I mean, sympathy, SMR is up like 5 points today, or almost 5 points today. So there's just so much movement. The only thing it doesn't seem like it's doing anything are the quantum names. Like, they're all flat after basically leading the way last week. There is supposed to be QNT, Quantinium, is filing for an IPO. So there's actually a quantum IPO. I don't know if it'll be this week, but QNT at some point this week. At some point in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get SpaceX. That, of course, is why all the space stocks have been absolutely flying around. Rocket Lab with a successful launch last week. So much to cover, so much to look at. Should be a fun one. Might be holiday shortened week, but I don't think we'll be shy of any action. After the bell, we get Marvell tomorrow. I think after the bell today, it's just like Zscaler. So there's few names to get to, but not too many when it comes to the earnings sphere. And so far, you can't really complain. Regardless of what you think of earnings, market's at all-time highs. And we'll certainly take that, won't we? And of course, happy belated birthday to Sharif, who celebrated.
Appreciate you, Neil. I appreciate you. It was a good weekend, nice and relaxing. Posted up by the Perrin swimming pool. It was a nice day in Markham. It wasn't a really good weekend, though, so you really couldn't use the weekend. But, hey, yesterday was nice. So we had the family over. We had some barbecue, and it was as R&R as I could get it there.
Couple housekeeping things quickly in terms of what to expect for today, and also a new catalyst here in WULF, a name that I know a lot of you guys like. Did it acquire an over 1 gigawatt Muskie data campus in Eastern Kentucky? Looks like this was announced right at 8 a.m. Expecting to support 500 megawatts starting in the second half of 2028, with another 500 targeted for second half of 2030. We also have comments coming from Kevin Hassett, who is White House economic advisor, as usual, pretty optimistic here about the economy, saying the stock market is celebrating, his words, because productivity is so high and that energy prices will drop once the Strait of Hormuz reopens. Now, that brings us, Sharif, to talk about some of these oil headlines. We mentioned some of these, but yeah, this self-defense strike here, according to the U.S., in Iran, specifically targeting, at least in part, these boats that are dropping mines.
They are, yes. That's exactly how they were characterized, as defensive in nature, targeting missile launch infrastructure and the Iranian naval mine threats, which are tied to kind of force protection in the region. The messaging, though, from the White House does remain quite positive, at least with initial reports indicating a deal could be near completion. We'll have to wait and see. It's typically been mixed messaging from different parties, with the American side a bit more optimistic and the Iranian side looking to tamp down the optimism, obviously, to keep the pressure on the administration. A lot of analysts feel that the time is on the Iranian side, even though their economy has been pressured pretty dramatically. About $500 million a day lost economic productivity is basically bleeding from that country. On the other side of the coin, though, the Americans, well, the Republicans specifically, are looking to maybe tie President Trump's hands within the next week or two vis-a-vis a war powers resolution in the House and the Senate. So we'll have to see exactly how much time President Trump has left and who blinks first.
It's also interesting here as well as, again, this is being characterized by the U.S. as a self-defense strike, and they even specified, or CENTCOM spokesperson rather, specifying that this strike, it's very important to note here, is not apparently a violation of the ceasefire, and they want to honor the ceasefire. Iran obviously doesn't agree, but really interesting that CENTCOM is saying that this is still part of the U.S. trying to honor the ceasefire. How do you guys feel here about oil, and even maybe some of these names that are trading higher here as oil pushes lower?
Well, you know, really, I think we've been pulling back. Basically, most of last week we were pulling back in oil futures prices, and even with a bit of a move to the upside here, if we do grind higher on USO, it'll be into prior support, and I think that gives you, like, if we end up with one of those days where we get a strong morning, look for in oil anyways, look for it to get back in to fill in that gap, and when it gets there, if there's nothing bad, let's just say, that's going to cause the push to higher, I'd look for that to give you some, dip buys and other things, short up top there in the it's like 139 to 140 range. So I mean, ultimately here, I think we've seen at least the last few sessions. It hasn't been. There's been no doom and gloom. There's been a couple of headlines here or there that have moved things, but nothing too crazy. And I think we're at this point where everyone's just sort of focused on, well, you got to get in line with the AI trade, and you got to get in line with the memory names. They're just absolutely flying here, and people are trying to play a little bit of catch up. And then you throw in the fact that we've had pretty good earnings. Like, you can say whatever you want about the price reaction by NVIDIA, but I think they sort of reiterated all of the strengths that you were looking for, and the hyperscalers didn't do anything to make you feel upset that we'd get continued spending. So from that standpoint, I think it's kind of an all systems go for the market. But if we do get that grind higher, I would look for the 139, 140 on USO to be a spot for a turnaround, and then look for some bids in stocks if we get the little dip buy. So yeah, I'll use it as the futures, kind of like as a futures here, but feeling pretty good. And I'm not terribly worried that a deal won't eventually happen. We haven't been that focused, some of the tech stocks, on it anyway, so not too much of a concern here.
Yeah, no, I'm not just talking about buying some suits for my kid here for graduation. Yeah, I was thinking about renting anyways. There's USO coming back in. I still think we go a lot lower if something gets settled. I just don't know when that is. It's still remaining relatively heightened at this point, and we just got some, just hearing in our ear, like, just more news about some of the situations happening right now in the Strait. I mean, is it going to be open? Is it not? I'm almost looking at gold here with the current rate environment. Here comes the story, probably. Yeah, there we go. So some sort of another explosion happening. I was thinking about gold. It really hasn't been doing anything for a long time. If anything, the 50 period is now starting to stream down a little bit. This is getting interesting for me at this $400 level. And of course, this is not per ounce. It doesn't mean it's 4,000 an ounce. It's like 45 something right now an ounce. But yeah, bouncing off the 200 period, this is looking a little bit more exciting to me than oil, just as a potential trade. If we're thinking about, what's going to happen with the money supply, what's happening with current rates. We talked about the bonds and the yields getting quite elevated. And if people are wondering, hey, are stocks going to be at risk here with some of the valuations, the PE of the market is obviously well extended. But the price earnings ratio doesn't really matter as long as earnings keep going. So that should be something that we're looking forward to. But yeah, I'm coming back in this 400 to 401 marker here for GLD. I think it might be worth starting to nibble in just a bit. Gold hasn't done much since, you're getting it all the way back to March levels. Still think it needs to be a little more elevated than where we are. If this VIX ever gets going, the NASDAQ is just on a straight, shot to the upside, up another 1% here today. So that's trying to hold back some gold, but I still think there's value in the portfolio, and even silver. Two of these names here, if I know we're looking to talk a little bit about oil, but I think silver and gold both at levels where you could pick up a little bit. If traders do start to get a little nervous about the equity positions, maybe there is some funneling through into silver and gold at some point here. So yeah, that's little something that I'm looking at, silver, gold, maybe nibble it into the portfolio. And I don't know if you saw Eli Lilly's up again, another couple points here today. Well, they've just fallen into, well, no. I guess when it was at 1080, it was a little different, but up almost 1% Eli Lilly. And look at this name, continuously going as well. There's some great names in this space. SMR, maybe it's a nuclear day today. We talked about energy, oil coming in. Where's all the love for oil names? You can look at XOM and CVX. Obviously, they're still, hovering, not near lows, but they're a little under their 50 period. But SMR today, Oklo on that news that Neil just shared. These are possibly the days today. We saw Quantum really get going on some investments last week. Maybe today is an SMR kind of day, or Oklo, or the news is with Oklo, Nano Nuclear. I know you have that one, that's up too. And then, yeah, we talked about also on Friday there, thinking about IBM and that it extended through. Talk about quantum names maybe not being looked at today. Maybe they're short. IBM just came in right into this 260 area and has fallen in now. So we busted through it during the, I don't know if it was a pre-market or, let me see, on Friday there for IBM. I think it just went down all day, I believe. Let me just zoom back out a little bit there. Yeah, so there it was. So up to 264, got really going there on Friday morning, and then kind of faded all day, down $10. So we'll have to wait to see if people, run to the gates here to buy IBM, or I think potentially selling this name off. Watch for like a 258 or so area sell for IBM. But yeah, just lots of actionable trades there today, including in the oil space for sure. We can go back over to the desk here as Randy has brought in us our bananas for the day. I wonder what breakfast is going to be there today. You already saw it? Oh, shakshuka again. Okay.
The one, that Junior Chef Showdown show.
Oh yeah.
One of the kids rocked the shakshuka, but But like he didn't like knock it out of the park. It was frustrating because I'm like, oh man, that looks so good.
And they didn't like it.
No, you know what the weird thing about that show is? Like, so if you ever watch any of these cooking shows, they're always on a timeline. So you have 40 minutes to do this or that. This one kid was always finishing early. But then it's like, then the criticism was always the same thing. You could have cooked it a little bit more. It's like steak could have gone more. Shakshuka, you could have let the tomatoes cook a little bit more.
But how old these kids are? Like what? 11,
these kids are
12 years old?
like 9 to 12 years old. Exactly. So at the end of the day, like, what are you gonna do? But like the guy's time management was on point. But then every single time, like, he could have cooked it 5 minutes longer, and the guy was done 10 minutes early. And anyways, that kid didn't end up winning it.
The kid will have to learn his lesson.
But I love that. You can't watch one of those shows if you're not like if I don't have food
hungry
in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Like, those kids were throwing down, but hopefully we do get the shakshuka because that's like delicious. One of my favorite breakfasts when we have it here. But let's throw it on back to the desk, and well, the market will be delicious and tasty as long as it continues to go higher.
Yes, for sure.
And it certainly will provide you a lot of different flavors depending on what you're looking at for today. And one flavor I want to focus on, if I'll just continue this analogy for a minute here, is semiconductors, because we have a couple different catalysts on a couple different semiconductor names, NVIDIA and Intel specifically. I mean, we'll talk about Micron, certainly going to be on the rundown. But in the meantime here, NVDA, Jensen Huang making some comments about China potentially being included in his CPU market opportunity projections.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a contradiction here, guys. Let's get through this. So Jensen, over the weekend, he was out in Taipei and he announced, look, NVIDIA's now got a $200 billion total addressable market for CPUs, not GPUs. And that's a traditional move away because this company basically dominates at GPUs. But here's the deal. We know that there is a shift now from, these just large language models giving you a straight answer into a more agentic AI. And that's where CPU comes in, as I've been talking about multiple times on the show. There's a resurgence in CPU demand, NVIDIA looking to take advantage of that. He did also say that he has $20 billion in concrete standalone orders for CPU for the next fiscal year, meaning basically he's captured, if you believe that $20 billion, about 10% of the global CPU market. And just right from the get-go, to take 10% like that. So that's actually quite interesting. But there's also a glaring contradiction, as I mentioned at the top. So NVIDIA's official financial guidance for the next quarter is about $91 billion in revenue. That excludes all China data center compute. However, that $200 billion number I just gave you with respect to CPUs does include China. So there's a bit of a contradiction there when we're actually talking about forecasting revenue, but it also leads to the implication that NVIDIA is actually building out compliant, kind of lower thresholds Vera, right? That's their CPU for the next Vera Rubin chip. He also, Jensen Huang, that is, revealed that the real bottleneck is now actually Beijing when it comes to the H200, because they're still trying to sell that there. As we mentioned multiple times, about 10 Chinese tech firms have gotten the nod from the Commerce Department to buy the H200. Jensen saying basically, look, the regulator in China is trying to buy time. They're trying to buy time for their own domestic alternatives, specifically Huawei, and they're basically blocking these pre-approved Chinese companies from going ahead and buying the H200. Last but not least, Adara, I want to mention here that NVIDIA's aggressive vertical integration is almost a death blow of sorts to the x86 architecture. And that x86 architecture is dominated by two companies, AMD and Intel. And as I mentioned at the top, taking $20 billion of the CPU yearly revenue is 10%. So there could be some competition here between a traditional GPU maker and some CPU makers.
Really interesting stuff there from Jensen, and thank you for breaking it down for us there. Another name here on watch, though, in the chip space is INTC. Now, Intel was, at least at one point here, up pre-market. Looks like we still are for Intel. But they got a downgrade here from Northland, from outperform to market perform. Interestingly enough, they also suspended price targets. They said that even if Intel can actually expand their data center business by 40% year over year in fiscal 2027, they think it's still going to be too expensive. So Northland saying no to Intel here, again, saying that their valuation is basically just too stretched. I mean, how do you guys feel about either INTC, NVIDIA, or the overall chip space this morning?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a crazy argument to say Intel's valuation is stretched, but then you could probably say that about a lot of names. If you're talking about the ability of NVIDIA to sort of do both here, CPUs, GPUs, we saw this with on the call with the big $200 billion opportunity, and it was weird that day that if you're giving the credit for that market continuing to be growth, that on that same day, AMD and Intel were down in the pre-market after NVIDIA earnings, and they both flew. So I'd like the strength that the NVIDIA report put a supercharge in those two names. Unfortunately, it just didn't do it to itself here for NVIDIA. It's basically been slow step down on NVIDIA since earnings, and I think you're getting closer, at least a little bit closer to that point. It was one and a half to 2 weeks, I think, the last couple of quarters where there was selling after the report, and eventually catches a bit of a bid. If you zoom it out a bit further, like the 210 level, like the big drop off here at the end of April kind of gave you a breakout level that's still been supported, and that's about 210, 211. So I think that'd be the spot that I'm looking post earnings for NVIDIA to catch a bid. And when you look at that on the daily chart, there's nothing that you're gonna hate about it. Like you just go all the way back, that's gonna be the prior October high. So I like the structure of it bouncing off of that level on NVIDIA. Don't know that we'll get there today. You're gonna go from 1% up to 3% down? Nah, I don't really think that's gonna happen on NVIDIA, but this week that's where I'm gonna like to buy. Intel, on the other hand, a little bit of a different story. I know you're gonna get a downgrade on Intel, and obviously downgrades are gonna be negative. Perfectly willing if it fails a break here, 122.5, like the Friday highs, the weekly highs, pop and fade if it's just a topping tail candle. Other than that, I'm looking for 118. Back to back in multiple closes off that level, and then support on Friday at the 118. So that gives a nice little base here for INTC. And valuation, schmaluation, right? Like, is it about valuation for Intel? Is it about valuation for AMD making fresh all-time highs here? No. I mean, it's about everyone chasing growth, and right now CPUs are hot, and both those names are getting the benefit from it.
Yeah, I would say for me on Intel, I mean, it's a 150 PE, so it's obviously going to be, well up there. It's taken the high road, and we just looked at IBM there, and regardless of these downgrades or upgrades or anything like that, I think you do have to be careful with some of the levels that you're approaching now. Like this 125 might be one of those sell areas. I mean, this is still Northland downgrade the stock from outperform to market perform. So if we still think there's some love in this market, you still got it. Data centers expecting it to slow a little bit in 2027. data center spending. I think that makes a little bit of sense as well. I mean, will this CapEx continue to blow out expectations? Maybe. And if it does, and Intel does have some high side. I mean, remember, Intel has, positive talk here with Apple as well. So as Apple continues to go higher, and we still see demand for those Mac Minis and everything like that, and however Intel's involved with Apple keeps on going higher, and so does Intel. So I like both of these names here today. I'm a little more cautious on the space just because of what's been happening right here now, and then even on a stock like an AMD or something when we talk about some of these names that continue to get bumped every single day. AMD's up another 3%. You see, I think it's just a wrong way to short these. I don't think the short is right. For any of these names. You saw Micron, Marvell, both of those names up 7%. So on a downgrade for Intel, I just don't think the story is over. So I'm going to be looking for a long here at some point in Intel. Still up 1%. Where we closed was just south of 120. Maybe we do get a dip buy on some negativity into 120. But hey, I'm a buyer of Intel. I don't think the story is going anywhere. Let's go see if the story's staying the same on the options side of things with Joe at the board.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from Friday, guys. No session yesterday. So we're going to be looking at a lot of names and a lot of deep in the money contracts here. We're going to kick things off with AMD at the top of our list, $485 mark. Just to be clear, guys, this is just where we're seeing the most amount of open interest and how we can base trades off of these specific levels. Now, guys, $485. Crazy here for AMD. That's going to be expiring on the 29th. Open interest, relatively cool. I expect that after the open, these numbers are going to have a pretty drastic uptick. All right, guys, open interest sitting 1,000 there, and then volume around 1,680 open and closed contracts at that $480 marker. Now, as for ARM, $11 in the money from where we're currently trading right now. That's going to be at that $300 strike price. Open interest at 4,200 contracts still open, and then we had 5,110 open and closed on Friday's session. Now, as for Marvell, yes, Sean, that's right. 205 continuing to climb here. We have 2,360 contracts still currently open at that level. Expect these numbers to change after the open, and then volume sitting around 3,310. Moving forward, a potential target for USO here, guys. We're going to be looking at USO at that $130 strike price on the put side. So there could be a potential floor there, but we can also see some form of a magnet effect with this open interest in USO going down all the way to 130. Now, as for the bid and the ask, relatively wide, guys, are sitting around a $14 spread or $24 spread there. But I want us to take a look at the contract itself. It's relatively choppy, right? This is going to be extremely difficult to navigate, especially if you're going the scalping route via options, all right? So we want to avoid this and just stick with the actual underlying itself. Now, as for the delta, guys, we're sitting around that $18 metric and $2 on your gamma side. If this does happen to get closer to in the money when you're at the open, you will see an increase in both of those Greeks. Now, as for the at the money IV, sitting around 83.7%. Let's keep an eye out for some of these levels here today, guys.
Oh, you make people happy with puts on on oil. I'll tell you that much. As long as we can continue that trend, I think we are looking good to go. If you know what, when I shouldn't say if, when eventually, like, we start to really break this upward trend, you could really see, and it'll probably take something more definitive in terms of a deal. Like if Iran comes around and says, okay, uranium stockpile, whatever, no straight toll. Those things happen, you break this trend, and then it's precipitously to the downside for USO. And then watch out. And we were just talking about some of the metals, and I know it's when you're talking about energy, it's not the same thing, but remember what that's going to do to the dollar if you get that pullback. That'll be strength for gold and silver. And what I like about SLV is it's been holding that line with a bit of a reverse head and shoulders support at 65. That can be a bit of a breakaway if and when that does happen, that 50-period break. We're just not there yet. Like, we're just waiting for the right headline, I think. And there's nothing wrong with being patient. The good news is, while you're patiently waiting for maybe that to give some weakness there, to give some strength to other places in the market, you've had plenty of other rallies and runners to go here, which is crazy. Like that Wolf apparently is going again. Oh,
That's a good one.
There's a lot of runners. Like Wolf just made it. Yeah, Wolf just made some fresh highs again. So like there's so much moving here. Like, you don't have to worry, but we are going to break down that 50 period on USO. It's more or less a matter of time. When that happens, I think you're going to get a secondary rally in the metals as the USD comes down.
Yeah, I was going to say, what about SOXL? I mean, I didn't even realize Joe was talking about all those calls in this space. Thanks for the Marvell shout out. But there goes SOXL. Like, this was 150 4 days ago. Now it's 210, up 10%. We saw all that call action, AMD, Marvell, NVIDIA, and Broadcom. You know, they're all getting bids. I mean, Micron, SanDisk, everything today catching a bid. So there goes SOXL up 10% and breaking. Like, wow, what an absolute monster. Talk about, like, you know, sitting here and just watching paint dry, not that at all for SOXL. That just has been an absolute monster. This was 50, and I know it's triple levered, it's very risky. I don't think it's an investment product, but if you're playing the momentum, oh my. This was 50, 40, let's call it what it is, man. This was $40 March 31st. Okay, you're at 209 right now, a 5-bagger in the space. So are we coming back in? I mean, you might have thought so right around there, but then the breakout happens today. So this to me is risk on all day, man. We want to buy some Apple, we want to buy some SoFi, I want to buy some SMR, and I want to buy pretty much, as I just said, I'm not shorting Intel into this kind of a move, even though it looks like it wants to pull back, wait for a little bit of a pull down. But yeah, let's trade the SOXL a little bit to the long side here today. Pick your poison with what name you want to get. I don't know if Marvell falls in today, but I think I really, really enjoy trading that name a little bit there. But then there it goes. The TQQs as well. If we like the SOXL, you know, the NASDAQ's going to be bumped up today as well. So there goes another 3.5% in this space. And look at the NASDAQ. It's just an absolute monster. And same kind of ways, right? This is triple levered, 38 up to $80. So we're really starting to go now. And I don't think there's anything slowing this down. We talked about where oil is potentially going. That might be coming down, which should be good for the market. Kevin Warsh is now in. That should be good for... Now, look, the data is not going to tell us that we're getting any sort of a rate cut anytime soon. But, you know, the Fed rate watch is now on. We've got 22 days. I'm going to have to refresh this. And we're not going to get a cut. We know that. But if anything, we have a 2% chance of a rate hike. But we're still staying put, right? So if we believe that this AI race is still early days, then it's a NASDAQ trade, it's a SOXL trade. And then also I was looking today at the US dollar, and although that hasn't been doing much, looked like it was starting to tick a little bit higher. We have a 99 handle on that. So we'd like to see it, you know, sort of reject in and around this $100 area to 101 to keep the dollar down for more tech run. And so we'll just see if that one wants to keep kicking out as well. Have not broke above. And, you know, if they raise the rates, I could see, you know, the dollar starting to go to the high side a little bit there as nervous hands come back into the market and they want to, you know, get back into the U.S. dollar. That could create, you know, U.S. dollar strength, which, you know, not necessarily the worst thing for some of these companies. Remember, they're also sitting on a boatload of cash. So, you know, raising of the rates doesn't necessarily hurt. I'm still looking for a story behind SoFi. I have SoFi written as a long on here. If we can get back into $16, this is going to be, you know, my number one trade idea here today, but SoFi up another 5. And I don't really see, I know I don't have crypto, it's supposed to be right here. I'm sorry I wasn't showing it. It's not really moving around too much there. So Robinhood only up 1.5. It's SoFi up 4.5, keeps going higher. And we saw Anthony Noto talking a little bit over the weekend on some podcasts, but he's always liked this stock. So, you know, we'll have to, yeah, he's one of those CEOs that has no problem saying that he's dropping in, you know, 25,000 shares here, there, whatever. Meanwhile, I'm trying to dip by 5 shares at a time. This guy's dropping, you know, much bigger numbers than that. $16 for SoFi. Let's see if it pulls back. So, anyways, that's what we're talking about. Ooh, a super chat already. Here we go.
JKL in the house.
Ooh, uncomfortable.
Feeling uncomfortable. Oh,
long.
Uncomfortable with the Microsoft long. Hey, it's
like
man, it's consolidating here on Microsoft. You get a little value, right? Beaten up a little bit. The software has been hated on so much, and it's better to go sideways and down. I get it. There's nobody that wouldn't be disappointed in Microsoft relative to what the rest of the market is seeing. But we've seen a bit of a theme here. Strength came first, when it came to all the names that got beaten up with this whole the whole Claude mess, and AI is going to destroy everybody, you saw it come back into the cybersecurity names, right? You saw CrowdStrike and Palo Alto and Fortinet have just been going absolutely ham. But in a broader sense, just looking at the IGV and the software ETF, that's also been breaking back out. So you have some movement back. The money's coming back over here. It just hasn't really flowed towards Microsoft yet. It's still in that consolidative phase. Another name that I keep putting into the same bucket, where it's just not really getting going yet, would be like Palantir, and Palantir is another example here. Like it's trying to, I didn't really draw that very well, connect it better. It's trying to break out the trend, get above the 50 itself. So I think Microsoft sits in that bucket of trying to continue the comeback. And if you're interested in what it did in Blue Ocean overnight, you could look. I'm not going to, that was an accident. So I think you just need to break out that 430. We saw last week when they had a positive headline, it went right into the 430 level, failed it pretty heavily, and just back into more sideways action. So you know where the selling is. It's in that 30 to 32 range. Once you chew through that, the stock is probably like a release valve is going to go on it. And then for your MSTR, I guess you're not uncomfortable with that short, because I feel like JKL, that's just been sitting here every single day last week. Resistance in the high 160s. On Friday, it finally fell apart and lost a bid. Well, Bitcoin does pretty much nothing off of these levels. You're just seeing continued weakness in MSTR, which, yeah, I can't see anything wrong if you're still sitting in that one to the south side. That looks pretty good. Microsoft, why not? I don't see why it can't get going. The rest of the IGV is starting to go, so Microsoft is going to have its turn potentially soon. The market's not going to go up forever without Microsoft eventually breaking out. You're starting to see some of the release come from some of the names that got beaten up the most. With this whole AI is going to ruin everything for software play. And some of the names have bounced back better than others, but if you're not making fresh lows, that's the first start. And I think Microsoft's already done that. That looks so good.
Let's talk about one name certainly not making fresh lows. I know you mentioned this, Neil, because it's kind of continued this trajectory to the upside. Broke this news here around 8 a.m. when it came out, but just a reminder here with WULF, there is some news here on TeraWulf. They have a 31% short float for one, but in terms of the actual catalyst announcement, they're acquiring a hyperscale, high-performance computing development facility here in eastern Kentucky. I believe they start to get power in that second half of 2028. Remainder should be coming online here second half of 2030. Let's talk here, though, about PONY, because Pony AI reported earnings before the bell here today, Sharif. Kind of mixed report, but outlook here kind of exciting.
The outlook is quite aggressive. We're going to have about 3,500 autonomous vehicles.
Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Looking to have about 3,500 autonomous vehicles in play on the road by the end of the year. They've got about 3,000 right now, and that would surpass, the 1,700 currently in operation. They also got a good move up here in their revenue, $34.3 million in Q1 revenue. That is up from $15.5 million last year. Oh, sorry, that's the total combined revenue. And the way they're bringing it in is they're actually a licensing business as well. $15.5 million under that business, but they also have their robotaxi fare, which brought in about 8.6. So licensing still bringing in more money from them on that top line than the actual robotaxi business are running. But with a business like this, especially very early on, you're burning through a lot of cash, and that's exactly what's happening here. About $50.5 million in cash burn. That is up from the 43 they spent last year. So investors need to be wary of that. But to combat the massive cash burn, they're also, I should say, projecting the total number of manufacturing costs, or the total manufacturing costs, I should say, to actually drop pretty aggressively, about 230,000 yuan per vehicle. Currently, that's about $38,850. That would be about 33% lower than what they're actually incurring right now. So let's see if they can kind of take advantage of some economies of scale there and get that price down.
Yeah, great look here for robotaxi play PONY. They're trying to break out this pre-market high of 1050. Sean, are you looking at this or any potential sympathy plays here for PONY?
It's interesting because they have that earnings report. It's only an 8% short flow. TeraWulf's actually a little more exciting because of the fact that you have a 30% short float on that one. But yeah, hey, if they like the earnings, a little bit of an earnings surprise there. It's trying to break through that. It does break through that $10 mark. Now through the 50-period moving average. I mean, you asked about in this space. I mean, there's a lot of different AI names that are starting to go. You know, when we play on earnings, obviously this is a little bit of an extended move. I don't think anyone was expecting 18%. If anything, maybe 18% the other way, as it's been getting hit. So there it goes. We always say when there's a gap, you play it right back into VWAP. So right there, $10 looks like a good area to think about holding for Pony. Have we been here before? Yeah, man. I mean, we've had some huge moves up and some big moves back down as well. But there's 10. So just trying to hold it right here. That's the sort of that wick bottom is 10. We've got 10 into here as well. Those are more like 10.50 to $11. So yeah, this looks like it wants to mature up through 11 and see if we can wind up holding here for Pony. So I'm going to try to think about a long. You know, generally I don't want to drop it until we get through the 200 period moving average. So that's sitting down here at $9.60. I don't think it's an all go until we actually get some sort of a base developing right here. It looks like we tried to break back down through 10 and a quarter. We did not. So I do like that upside there for Pony. And then, yeah, there goes TerraWolf. I mean, we've sort of indicated this name back in the low teens. And it was, I guess it was right back into here, $20. And then we finally came back. Yeah, this is where it was, actually. It was this break right here that I remember we had talked about. There was a nice gap fill, and then we kept on extending over, and TerraWolf came back in and gave us an opportunity to buy it down there at $20. Sometimes it's the sum of the parts, right? You don't always need to be in all these big, huge trades. Sometimes it's these smaller guys that extend out. And so, yeah, 26 break here on Wolf today with that kind of a short float. I like that opportunity. So time to get going. I put some money into Samsara IoT, but I like TerraWolf into here, breaking through that 26 mark, and we'll see if it can get going on a short float. So, yeah, this name to me looks a little more interesting because you have that top there at 26, plus it can get going, plus it has some decent volume here today. But Pony with a good level, still under 1 million shares. We'll see if it holds $10 there on Pony and on TerraWolf. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on Pony there. I know we're going to go to
Very
Joe.
genuine move, a genuine move on Pony, for sure.
It's riding higher up there?
It's definitely riding. It's definitely riding higher. No, I think Wolf does look better. Look, ultimately, Wolf's just, it's a better looking chart. I think maybe a little bit better of a story. But, you know, you could do worse than closing above the 50 and getting going here on Pony. Like, you just, like, starting today, and maybe it'll pick up on volume. Like, since I called it up, I haven't really seen much of any printing. Like, there's just, like, small prints going off. And when you look at a gapper that's up 18% at 842, usually expecting to see a little bit more activity. Even has, like, a couple cent worth of a spread. So I think between the two of them, I know Wolf isn't nearly up as much, but you are getting like a local breakout, which on trend looks like why not be heading toward the highs. So just maybe a little bit better of a look by Wolf, but it's not a huge difference. As a matter of fact, when I call this up, it has a 7-cent spread too. So both of them have a bit of a spread. You're going to want that to condense a little bit as we get a little bit closer to the open. But if you're a gapper trader, both above VWAP, both trending higher. So I know that puts it on the watch list, at least, of Sharif, for sure. So those ones do look good. Although I see somebody has matriculated their way over to the desk. And I wonder if that doesn't mean we're going to get some market upgrades and downgrades. Who could get downgraded on a morning like today?
How dare they?
I don't know.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some upgrades. We're going to start off with OKTA, Okta here, guys, up 2.1%, but going from a sell to a buy with a $127 price target. We also have MU on the list. You're up 6% more, closer to 7 here, guys. Going from a neutral to a buy by UBS Group, no specific target here, guys. And then Uber finally getting some positivity up under its belt with a buy rating up 0.5%. BTIG Research giving them the nod. And then Eli Lilly also holding its buy rating, guys. You're up 1.2%. Bank of America giving them the nod this morning. Now we're going to take a look at some downgrades. Futu Holdings still positive, 6% almost, but going from a buy to a neutral weight here, and a price target decrease almost slashed in half from $210.47 to $102.13, guys, by Goldman Sachs. And then we also have Kosan here, 1.5% to the top side, but going from a hold to reduce and a $3.20 price target all the way down from $5. HSBC giving them that downgrade. Now, Expand Energy going from an equal overweight to equal weight with a $110 price target. You're down 0.6%, a little bit more. And then we also have Semtech, positive here, guys, 5% to the top side, but going from an outperform to a market perform by Northland. That is your analyst actions here this morning.
Upgrade for Uber. Okay, you know what?
Finally.
I wasn't expecting that one, to be honest with you. Like their delivery, they're potentially raising their bid on Delivery Hero, which, I mean, is not really boding terribly well for them. If they got to go higher, the market's never, if the market already doesn't like a stock and you can kind of see what's going on here, then if you're going to make an acquisition and it's going to be at a higher cost than expected or higher than before, that's generally going to be seen as bad news. So I looked at Uber on that story and was saying, look at the support at 73, look at it break on Friday, look at the resistance at 73, short 73 on Uber. That's like the short idea that I came in with. Losing the 50-period moving average. So yes, it got an upgrade, but I look at the technical side, and then I look at this Delivery Hero story and see that as like a short-term weight on the back of Uber until at least they say, okay, we're not raising its bid. Maybe they decide to back away there. But if they do, I would expect the stock to go down. We've already seen that play out multiple times, right? If you just keep raising the bid on an acquisition, the market tends to just sort of punish you, especially whenever you're buying something when the market's at all-time highs. The perception that you're paying too much is just going to be out there regardless. So yeah, they got an upgrade, but that doesn't really matter too much to me today.
Yeah, I was looking at, I was always thinking about Lyft versus Uber. I mean, I was not super impressed with obviously the Uber prices, what's been happening over there. And you can see what's been happening to Lyft, starting to get going just a little bit off that $13 mark. And wasn't sure where Uber would bottom, but Lyft is at least giving us something. So right into here, $13 has been a good level to look at Lyft. So now it's trying to get going there. You don't have, like you said, that Delivery Hero and different things underneath of Lyft. It's almost more of a pure play into the autonomous side of things. So yeah, I think that this is maybe a little bit of a better play. Sorry, maybe not better, but a safer play as you have that bottom in and around $13 there for Lyft. So I do like that one. I thought maybe Alibaba and some of those Chinese names. Did I hear Alibaba was downgraded there? But let's see, flat here today. Yeah, Alibaba, just one of those. We saw Futu get hit there on regulation concerns. That's the big worry about Chinese names. And I was going to say the Chinese ETF here, FXI, had a move last week as well. So this might be the space to look at if you're trying to pick up some Chinese weakness, because then you're not picking individual names, and you maybe don't have to suffer through like that TIGR or that Futu. And that was, again, restrictions from the government coming through on some of those shipping companies. But good levels down here for $35, right? If you think that China is eventually going to get settled out. I think that's going to be next on the docket. I mean, obviously you have tariffs. Right now it's the war, and then we'll get back to that tariff talk after the war, if that is a thing. So I like FXI down here in and around that $35 mark. Feel like individual names. I do like Alibaba. We've seen some good numbers out of NEO lately, but they bounced off 5 and got to 7 or so almost, and then right back in again. Yeah, so here's 5. There's that breakout. Yeah, exactly up to 7, and now it's pulling back in. So this is coming into some interesting levels here. If you believe in some of the Chinese automakers potentially, having some sort of an impact here in Canada, I don't know. But until they onboard in the United States, which doesn't seem like it's happening, these names still continue to be, dip buys, I would say, until we break lower. So you're getting into that area one more time for NIO. So this could be an interesting level there for NEO as we get ready to see what sort of impact the Chinese EVs have as they approach North American and European markets. So NEO up 2.5% today is catching a nice little bid. And then, we talked a little bit about Tesla earlier, and, up to 430, trying to catch some bids. The rumor is, of course, that SpaceX and Tesla eventually merge, which gets people, all excited about potentially buying some SpaceX shares. And I wonder if people will switch out of Tesla and into SpaceX once that IPO happens. So we'll have to wait to see if this 440 winds up being that sort of area of resistance, which it's been. I guess it's been more like 450. So we'll see if we can get back up to there and climb a little bit higher. I don't think there's anything wrong with maybe dividing up your shares. If you you have 100 shares of Tesla. Let's just say if you have $5,000 in Tesla, you put 2,500 into the SpaceX IPO, sell your Tesla shares a couple days before, get into SpaceX, and then ride that up for a couple percentage points. You might get a little bit more alpha on that trade than you would sitting in Tesla. So I wonder if that's going to be something that traders are going to talk about.
I think so.
All right.
I think everyone seems to think that eventually down the line they're going to merge. And so as long as it's even out there, the idea that you can get a merger, and then throw in the fact that there's going to be plenty of people that just don't want to pony up whatever the crazy price ends up being. And who knows? I don't know where the SpaceX IPO is going to go. I'm making the assumption it's going to be a crazy price. I just feel like that's going to be par for the course. It'll be somewhat not untenable, but seen as overvalued by a lot, and kind of like this Cerebras, we'll probably look at it as like, oh my goodness, what is even going on here? But you'll have others that say, okay, well maybe if you get into Tesla, knowing that at some point, maybe at the end of the year, maybe next year, who knows, there could be a merger that can be some way to get exposure. And Tesla's quietly looking okay today. You look at the end of last week, it was pretty strong going into the close. It held on to 420 at the open. So, okay, well, I guess that's a good thing because that was always the psychological level for the stock. And kind of triple topped up here at 32. We're consolidating. This one's set for one of the cleaner, if it breaks 32, that's just kind of like a breakout trade, room to 36, and then room to 444 after that. So I like that consolidation you're seeing up here in Tesla. But I'd be of the mind that there will be buyers in that stock thinking that long-term they're going to get a little bit of SpaceX. Dave Z, Siamese, thank you for the super chat there, Dave. Good morning, Trade TV Live community. Personally, without naming it, one stock with a lot of options volume, get into calls at different levels than tilapia and chill.
I don't think, if you have tilapia, you might not be chilling, but you might be chilling
on
somewhere else. Maybe the
fish tacos.
The porcelain, fish tacos are delicious.
They weren't tilapia, but without naming it, one stock with a lot of options volume getting into calls.
And you can see if Joe, I don't know what he was talking about there.
I don't know, are we supposed to guess what stock we're talking about here?
I would say, I mean,
space related probably. If you're thinking something with a lot of volatility in it, it's got to be in the space today. Maybe some of the nuclear names. I don't know. We're just guessing here.
I was gonna say maybe even SoFi. Maybe I think that SoFi has some retail action, and I don't know if I haven't looked at the calls or the volume there on the bids and the asks of SoFi, but I think this name could get going. So I don't know which name you're talking about there, but it could be crypto related, could definitely be space related, energy related as far as nuclear names as well. But I think SoFi has some bids underneath of it, so that's gonna be my number one trade. I'm just working on the note. It's gonna be out momentarily. It's 8:52 right now. What name do you guys think David's potentially talking about there? Lots of call options, lots of volume and volatility. Anything coming to or even Joe, anyone got any ideas there? Let's go back to the big desk. Gadara, throw a name at us.
It's kind of a long shot, but I think it's Micron. I could, of course, totally be wrong, but I could totally see there being a lot of call volume. Again, not an options trader, but just Micron hype. What about you, Sharif?
I wasn't sure what we're talking about, so I can't comment.
Well, we'll talk now here about BP. I can say that for sure, because this individual, his name is Albert Manifold. He was just ousted here as the chair and director of the company, and he was only really here from July 2025, so not too long of a tenure. BP, not a name we talk about a lot, but Sharif, decent volume and big move down on this stock.
And a string of sudden management of removals, the last being September of 23, when the board removed the CEO at the time, Bernard Looney, for what they're calling a lack of transparency regarding workplace relationships. So in this specific instance, BC's board unanimously removed its chairman, Albert Manifold. The effect is immediately, and the reason is serious concerns. A little bit of digging here to find out what the serious concerns were. They refused here flat out to elaborate with the Wall Street Journal, who was the source of this article, basically relying on their umbrella phrase, unacceptable governance, oversight, and conduct issues. No more specificity other than that. but shares are down on that, of course. Now, he was, this individual here, Albert Manifold, he was put in to kind of reinvigorate the petrol business, the oil business, the fossil fuel business of BP, pardon me, where they had previously tried to, umbrella over into renewables. So this isn't about that, actually. It has nothing to do with the course of the company, as the CEO, who's still in her place, came out and said, look, no, we're still full steam ahead with respect to the reinvigoration of our fossil fuel business. So it looks like it's just isolated to him, Adara.
Yeah, interesting look here for BP. Do you guys think this is an Albert Manifold catalyst, or is this just, quick one-time drop and maybe we recover?
Well, you have to put it in the context of oil's dropping too. So, if it's more than a one-time drop, some of it's going to have to do with that as well. We already pointed to USO threatening to break some trend to the downside. You could look at, I could pull up like XOM or CVX, and you'd see maybe not a ton of weakness, better looking charts, but you're going to see a little bit of weakness pulling back in here. Like there's XOM probably pulling back to support its own, actually losing the 50 period. Didn't even realize that. So XOM is also losing the 50 period. So if there's some weakness there and more weakness fundamentally here, that actually looks not bad to maybe do some continuation there. But if you're trading an oil name, you gotta be focused in on oil futures, and right now they're a little bit flat with a bit of a gap down. So as long as the trend from last week continues, I don't see a reason why BP wouldn't sell off. Not the best look in the world for them, and you were already heading into weakness. So yeah, volume is pretty solid here on BP. Done 1.8 million shares. Maybe this, I don't know, if you're looking for a weakness play in energy, you could do a lot worse than them already having a negative story here in addition to it. We got Riley with a super chat. Thoughts on Nokia? Lots of talk about it lately, recent NVIDIA investment and an insider buy. Nokia's been very quietly. Maybe it's not that quietly, I don't know. It seems like it's been quietly here, because often there's just a bunch of other names that get talked about. And on Friday, it was an absolute flyer through, and chart speaks for itself. So it's making a fresh breakout today. I don't know what makes it stand out above a wealth of other breaks or strong stocks this morning, really. But you could do a heck of a lot worse than Nokia. If it can get, all it really needs to do is hold. I was about to say it needs to get above like 15.8, but it just needs to hold above there off the open, and then you're getting a double top breakout. For now, you guys can see what that topping tail wick looks like, right? Like we've basically had one little run here. Ignore this dark pool wick. You've had like one little run at the prior high, pull back. Now you're trying to chew through. So you do want to see the opening range hold through the top. But yeah, Nokia has been absolutely fine. Like, they've been trending up precipitously. Like this and BlackBerry have been two incredibly impressive charts that don't maybe get enough due.
Yeah, I mean, this has been part of the whole story here, right? I mean, yeah, there's been no deal for a very long time with Iran, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, as far as investments are concerned, I think President Trump has, talked about buying Intel, and I feel like if you've been following some of those trades, have been working well. Dell, Intel, to just name a few. But yeah, oil, I wouldn't really base anything on what you're hearing out of the White House right now. I mean, you got to get that deal signed if there is one, and the Strait of Hormuz back opened up. So I think the minute you start hearing about ships going through safely with safe passage, that both the Iranian side, the blockade, and the U.S. blockade are starting to let some ships go through without charging like an enormous tax on them or whatever, then that's maybe when you start to get going. But I feel like you're right. You don't need to. I mean, look at the SP 500, right? We talked about where the earnings are coming from, and they're still strong. So regardless of what the president is saying right now about Iran or anything really, about Warsh, about whatever, the market is giving you a different story now. So it's just like, this is 500 of the top companies. So they're, 400 of them are going to be isolated from, anything in Iran, most likely. I mean, I don't know, I'm throwing that number out, who knows. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of names that are going to continue to create business and create some wealth in your portfolio, and the S&P 500 continues to go out at all-time highs right now today, despite everything we're hearing out of the government and out of the White House on both sides, Canadian, everywhere. It might not be, there might be some trouble brewing underneath. We talked about the jobs and whatnot, but if you look at the TSX here in Canada, it's at all-time highs. So is the S&P 500, as is the NASDAQ, the IWM. Obviously, Bitcoin has a ways to go. We've seen gold and silver pull back, and oil still remaining quite high as well. So as long as you're invested in this market, I think you've been okay to trust, what's been happening out of the White House. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that, all these reports back and forth are always going to be accurate. So it's been a good time for your investments. If you're getting nervous about them, I think it's nothing wrong with getting out, getting into some cash. Rates aren't going lower right now. Get that 3 or 4% safety net if you were. Or what about a name like a Procter & Gamble that's going to pay you right now at 20 times earnings, give you a dividend of 3 or 4%. And, there's the earnings play right there that I'm talking about. If you think the PE is getting extended on the S&P 500 because some of these names, AI names, then pick a name that's sort of isolated from that trade and still trading at a good valuation. Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, both names that, I've been thinking about dipping into and still hold a piece in my portfolio. So I like both of these names to fight sort of that worry of, maybe higher oil for longer, what to do about this AI trade. There's a couple of good names. And even last week, Walmart had a teen on it, and close enough to it. It was 119 or 120 last week. And that might be worthy of something. I know the valuation's still high on Walmart, but, people still got to buy groceries. And if we are a little worried about the economy, do not more people trade down in their lifestyle? If we're living paycheck to paycheck, that should be a Walmart winner. So this is another name to potentially get into, as I did sell some Target last week at 2 weeks ago at 121, and that's still actually holding up as well. So still lots of stuff happening, lots of propaganda being thrown around by everybody, and that's where you want to try to separate the noise from the reality, right? And the S&P is still ticking out higher on great earnings. So I don't know what kind of earnings we have today or anything like that, but
Zscaler.
Zscaler, okay. So that's going to be an AI name as well. So we'll have to wait to see how that one reports. But all right, that's it. I mean, it's 9:01 right now. We got the watch list. You can go grab that watch list ASAP. The link is in description. We're going to have that rundown. Anybody that's a member currently gets Sharif's morning note as well. So if you're a member for $5 a month, you can go get that. It's 10, 15 pages of detailed explanation on some of the names that we're going to cover right about now at the big desk with Adara and Sharif.
745 3/4, guys, is where we close out on Friday on the SPY. We are markedly above that right now. In fact, we've taken out 750 for the first time ever, at least on a closing basis on the 4-hour chart here, up 750.93, so almost at 751. I don't think we're far enough away from 750 to say, hey, look, we're going to start using that $10 level as support. So what we're going to say is 745, Friday's closing print. We start selling off, people start taking profits. We're looking to that $45 area as support. If we really start catching a bid here, look, Adara, we're looking at 755 as resistance.
Lots to get into today on this rundown, so be sure to follow along by grabbing our Trader TV Live watch list. Now, as Sean mentioned, link in the description. You can also look at the URL code on your screen, guys. This comes straight into your inbox every single day. The markets are open. It has earnings on watch. It has news stories to follow. It has economic data. So check that out right there. Speaking of economic data, one thing that was on the morning watch list today was that Case-Shiller 20-year year-over-year price index coming in at 0.83% at 9 a.m. So a little bit lower here than the forecast of 0.9% and the prior print of 0.9%. We're going to get CB consumer confidence coming in at 10 a.m. Now that we've done that housekeeping, though, let's talk about USO, because big drop here in USO, even as this conflict really does seem to continue. Lots of back and forth here and lots of confusion as to potential deal.
Yeah, we'll have to find out how this all goes over, guys. A very headline-driven news story, so be on the lookout for that. Anything can change at a moment's notice. What we did see on the weekend, though, was the resumption of strikes, the U.S. characterizing those strikes as defensive in nature, targeting essentially the speedboats that are laying down mines, as well as other missile launch infrastructure is the way they described it there. Separately, of course, on Capitol Hill, we've been hearing a lot about Republicans running out of patience with this war, with President Trump basically trying to tie up the knot with the Democrats to invoke the War Powers Act and put that to President Trump. So we'll have to see if that gets enough votes to survive a veto.
And interesting, too, of course, Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson fighting back here, saying that the U.S. has violated the ceasefire and that Iran will respond and not hesitate to defend itself. USO, guys, or any market strength because of USO? What's on watch for you?
Well, I mean, if some sort of resolution isn't reached soon, Europe is already signaling a lot of trouble with supply. You know, in Asia, it's a concern as well. So, we're teetering here. The market might not seem to care too much about it in an overall sense because the tech names have been able to hold everything together for the overall market. But it can't go on forever. All of that being said, for right now, we are in a pullback. Like we're down 3.5 points, not up, despite the strike, right? Like if we push higher, we're pushing in the prior support, and that turns into a resistance spot, and you can get some kind of a bounce if the market decides that it wants to pull back here, which it hasn't so far today. But that's where I'm at for all. Barring something changing, the overall reaction has been nice relief. So if we do pound higher, it's got to get through 39.40 to make me a little bit more concerned, and that's just not where we're at. So yeah, we'll keep our ears to the ground, and maybe there's something that spikes and shocks us. But all last week we're more or less in a downtrend, and we get continuation here despite these defensive strikes over the weekend. You're still getting continuation to the downside. So I want to play any pops for weakness in USO and look for those spots to be adding to, dip buys on longs, which today you're looking at the chip space, and well, you can see it right there, literally chip space nuclear, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be lots to talk about here, but yeah, as far as USO is concerned, I think it's the same type of thing. I think we short this, underneath some of these levels right now. Here's your 50 period, the 200 period moving average on your 5-minute chart. It's been downside pressure right there. We'll see if we can get above this 144. That, to me, is an area. I don't have it. People asking what's on the sticky note. I just put it up right now there today. We're going to go over it all today. But SoFi long, Apple long. SMR is already in this area right now, so 1175. So let's see if it winds up holding on Oklo news. We talked about the government stepping in and getting into some nuclear right there. So I want to see if SMR holds. We can go over and trade Oklo for sure instead of SMR. I'm actually feeling like you should have put Oklo there. And then the TQs down there at 79, so you can go find that out. Link is in, I'll put it back, is in the chat right now. But yeah, for me, oil, I still think is a short. So we'll have to wait to see if it comes in. But yeah, why not just wait and be patient for this 140 area right there? Sorry, that's what I'm talking about, the 50 period. That's your 200 period there. I don't think we get up to 144, but that's been good sell area. So why not look now at 140? We sort of bounced off there a little bit last week. We'll see if it wants to hold that. You still got to go up $2 from here. But hey, on some sort of a story, right? Maybe there's some more fighting or whatever in the Gulf there, some more drones, some more mines being dropped, and that sort of drifts us a little bit higher, and then we look to fade in and around this 50-period moving average. I got to do it on some sort of technicals rather than just try to play the back and forth stories. There hasn't really been like a huge story in a long time that has spiked oil dramatically one way or the other. This is the close of the oil market there on Friday. It was giving us that big volume spike. But other than that, little stories like this started last Friday off the open, a little bit of a drift higher. So if we get something like that, 140 up to 143, that's $3 higher. I like that short if we can get $3 higher now into 140 again. So we'll have to wait. It's still a ways away, but if we can get up to 140, I think that's a short. And then we just wait for more news to get it energized a bit. But yeah, fading out right now, energy seems like a smart thing instead of trying to dip by. All the stories seem to be getting better, not worse. Fingers crossed.
Let's talk here about MU, a story that is certainly getting better, especially if you listen to UBS with a massive, more than $1,600 price target today.
Yeah, Timothy Crewy, or whatever his name is, raising the price target to a street high of $1,625. That implies a valuation, guys, of $1.8 trillion. And nobody was talking about this, but this stock is now on the door of $1 trillion market valuation. We're in the high 900s right now. Keep an eye out on that. They're projecting a multi-year EPS explosion here, saying that EPS for Micron is going to stay comfortably above $100 for the foreseeable future. In fact, guiding $155 EPS for 2027, $167 for 28, and then down $77 in 2029 as inventory pressures ease. Also, historic cash generation. They've generated over $400 million in free cash flow, or projected to, pardon me, between calendar years 27 to 29. That would be a first for that specific industry. And their long-term agreements. We often talked about these LTAs from Apple's perspective and how they helped Apple navigate the increase in RAM prices. But that, by the same token, is actually helping Micron lock in higher prices for long. In fact, they're saying 30% of their agreements right now are locked into these LTAs at just below market price for RAM, which is obviously very historically elevated. So what does that do? That creates a bit of a price floor for Micron for the foreseeable future, and that's why you're seeing this analyst guide about 3 to 4 years down the line.
Yeah, lots of strength across the board here for these DRAM and memory type plays. SNDK also at highs, guys, pre-market. WDC trading near highs as well. How do you guys feel about Micron and the like?
Well, Micron seems to want to break out. This is all, like, it's all green in this gap up. It feels like a dangerous chase, but if we go out back to the middle of the month, like this 816 level does, excuse me, provide you with an all-time high breakout for Micron. Up 8% going into that, though. Like, the first thought is, like, right away, look at the trend up into that. Like, I could see it doing like a false break and pull back. There was a lot of selling on Friday in this name going into the close. So I think that relieved some of the pressure, but I still feel like, is it really going to be as simple as giving you that clean of a top break on Micron? I'm tending to think no, and you're going to get a dip first. But the name of the chip plays already went over Intel. Kind of like them, like that support at the 118 level. So I feel like I'm going to be a buyer there looking for dips. You want to see this hold on to the 800. VWAP's nice, but you already had like a pre-market top there, a little consolidation on the way up at 800. I think that would be a good spot to hold up before you get that all-time high break on Micron. And everyone that keeps doubting this, or I don't know, you could throw SNDK. You always say this or SNDK and never really talk about like some of the other names, like WDC get some credit as well. Whether you're talking about Micron or SNDK, like it just always seems like it's a matter of time before they get back to the high. Pull back 20%, in a week and a half, you're right back into breakout territory for these memory chip names. It's just, they're not being stopped right now.
Look, we're the ones, talk about, I think we're just going to piggyback off that sentiment. We all made picks early in January about what we thought could run this year. No one picked Micron or SanDisk or WDC or anything like that. The name that I picked Marvell, Sharif picked Broadcom. Those names are obviously starting to go as well. But what I'm trying to piggyback on is the fact that no one ever believes that this name could keep on going higher. And even when it's down like this, hands up, did anyone even buy this dip? That was down to 700. Now you're up to 813 again. I just feel like it's a loved and hated name at the same time. Like, people just can't believe that this name keeps on going higher. And I feel like you always are not on board with it. And it just is an absolute monster. So I would say stop doubting this name, man. It just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. For me, we've actually made quite a decent trade with Marvell, and this name just keeps on ticking higher as well. And I don't think it's, I remember sitting here talking about this when we picked this back in January, all the way back, forget about January, let's talk about, early last year when we were talking about the guts and the brains of the operation are these GPUs, but you got to hook it all up, man. You got to get those photonics, you got to get the copper wiring, you got to get the data transfer, you got to get the custom ASICs. So there it goes, man. Marvell just kicking higher, and I think this is a dip buy anywhere near VWAP as well. So 207 to 208, there goes Marvell, an absolute monster of a name. And, you know, every time I hit the sell button, which hasn't been in a hell of a long time, thankfully, it seems to be wrong. You know, we sold some ARM. Oh, here's another one. We sold some ARM at 297. That's at 313. We just did this last week. And I'm actually putting some money to use today. I'm going to try to see if I can buy some more SoFi and buy some SMR today as well. But, you know, got out of some ARM. That's still going higher. And Marvell's that same story. So I don't know when we're eventually going to be tapping out of some of this, but wow, what a ride it's been for Marvell. You know, we're still long in this name, 60, 70 bucks, and it's at 211, and it's not like we made that trade very long ago. So Marvell just continues to impress, and I did not think we were getting this high, but I looked back at that January 12th where we all made our picks, and I was talking about the PE of Marvell was in the 20s and just looked pretty attractive. So now that we're in the 40s, you might want to think about potentially getting something out, but it just goes with that same story again. Doubt, doubt, doubt. Keeps on working. So Marvell, I don't know if I'm buying any dips on this one. Just going to try to let it run on that kind of valuation.
Well, if you're like us and are constantly trying to keep up with the markets, then Gemini Predictions lets you actually trade on what you think happens next. So if you think the markets dump after inflation data, you can express that view instead of just watching it happen. The app is super easy to use. We've been liking the automated oil markets, especially with all the volatility you've been seeing. To start trading now, head to Gemini.com/TraderTV or scan the QR code you see on the screen. I want to thank Gemini for sponsoring this portion of the show as we talk about things that are rocketing to the upside.
For that awesome transition there, Neil. Let's talk about some of these names. I mean, you said rocketing, so we'll start here with Rocket Lab as well. We know they had that launch really recently, which was successful there to the upside. But really, this whole sector, guys, including ASTS, LUNR, probably being helped in large part by the SpaceX IPO, which we're expecting later next month. June.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for an ETF name, there's an aptly one named NASA. It's been ripping up since inception in March. You also have Planet Labs, ticker PL. You also have Firefly, Lunar, LUNR. A lot of different names you can look at, guys. We also had the SpaceX, what was it called? Starship launch last week. You know, varying degrees of success. Many different engines didn't fire, but that was one of their premier tests for what they were testing for this time. You also had the successful splashdown in the ocean, but as probably you saw, it did explode. That's why we put these things to the test multiple times before we put humans on them. So we'll keep watching the momentum here, Adara, but good luck for all the names.
Indeed. Do you guys think these stocks are going to the moon today?
At least up and until the actual SpaceX IPO, just try to ride the wave and understand that maybe you get a bit of a top. Maybe we find a top on, we're still thinking the 12th, right? So maybe you find some kind of a top on the 12th, and whether it's because money comes from some others to go into SpaceX, or maybe it's just because the biggest IPO of all time in your sector can signal a bit of a sell event and an exuberance high that day or maybe the following day. It doesn't really matter. There'll be a few things that could give you a bit of a pullback. So you ride the wave going into it, and I think for now, there's a lot that you could be watching here. MNTS is a small capper that's going. You've got Redwire here. The thing I like about Redwire, it's trying to, it's at an inflection point, this $20 level, like this prior high with obvious room to still go higher. So it's at a point where it's like put up or shut up. So you had some selling and profit taking and then a bit of a trend break happening here. So it held a trend at 1965. Thought maybe we'd get one of those opening trend breaks like we saw in the quantum names, where they just slightly trend down and then break out right at 930. That was kind of the play, but it's already starting to go. So I might have to look for the dip into 1975 here. Whether you're looking at this, Momentous had been strong, but now it's it already did something I don't usually like as much, where it was the heavy uptrend that got broken. Whereas you got Redwire, which is trying to break out of a bit of a downtrend in the pre-market. So looking a little bit better and above VWAP, while MNTS has pulled back a little bit here. But yeah, I think you're riding this wave, at least up until up until that SpaceX, and maybe we turn before that, but I do think that's going to be a great ring the register event. If you could be any of these names, Rocket Lab, ASTS, the whole bunch.
Yeah, mark it down. June 12th is what we're thinking about for that one. So I think Tesla, maybe gets bought up until a couple days before, and then I was thinking maybe a switch, as we do get a lot of cult following there in the name for Elon, so from Tesla potentially into SpaceX. So let's see if Tesla has a couple more days to get through this 450 area, and then it might be a sell, and then we wait for SpaceX, and then potentially coming back in a little bit. But for today, up 1%, the market's up 1%. I like Tesla. Any kind of a drop down into, Friday's sort of closing area, 427 or so, I like that play for a long. So let's wait to see. Tesla always has those big aggressive moves. We talked about that off the open. So here it is on Friday, opens up at 421, gets all the way to 428, and fades right back into that open area again. So I'm just looking for patterns on Tesla. It doesn't have to have news. This just come back in, base out, and go. We've lost money doing that, trying to catch some of these bottoms because it's pretty aggressive. And next thing you know, it's down $3 or $4. So I'm going to go over to see what Joe likes to look at, and that's TSLL. So that's a little bit of a cheaper one. You don't have to risk too much on.
We had a super chat from Pack Rick.
Oh, TSLL.
Yeah, all one word here. Tesla call options. Tell today
plus a few days. Yeah, I think that's right.
TSLL.
Yeah. So, all right. So you can ask that to Joe. Joe will be here momentarily. He's not here right now. But, that's what I was saying. So I think that the next couple days you could get a little bit of a benefit here for Tesla shareholders. And TSLL, a little cheaper than Tesla. It's double the move. So we'll see if it gets going. Still trying to break above this $17 marker. I like the name, and I think you play dips. So $15.50 or so for Tesla. Why not take a shot there? That's what one looks like. That's what the other looks like. So double the action there on TSLL than TSLA. I think you might be onto something here. Let's wait for a move down for Tesla, 425 and change for that one there. And thank you so much for another super chat there coming from TikTok. So we want to make sure that everybody's watching us on TikTok, watching us on Instagram Live, watching us on X, watching us on something called YouTube. Make sure you're doing that as well. And if you are, hit the like and hit the subscribe, man. I mean, we talked about many different ideas today. I like the SMR. I like SoFi. Some low-value names there. Add TSLL to your list. Apple trying to go. I mean, if you guys, what are we going to? We have nuclear news coming up now. We only have 10 minutes to go. But Apple, like this chart is just like, come on, man. Take a bite out of your breakfast with an apple today. That just skyrocketing, man. The wife and I went to brunch yesterday. Nice little couple side pieces of fruit there. Had some apple. This is $2.90, trying to go higher there. We really like Apple in the next little while. Upgraded from B of A today. Plus the chip story is not stopping. Plus AI. I mean, these guys don't even have to put any money in CapEx-wise into AI. They've got a plan. You're going to see a WDC coming, I think it's mid-June or so, Adair? June 8th, did you say? Yeah, there it is. So early June they're coming. Big news coming from Apple. Get your Apple shares while they're still on sale, although it might not seem like it's on sale. Down 0.5% against the market today, up 0.6. Market's up 1.23. So getting a little bit of a haircut against the market today. I like Apple. I like Apple long. Let's go back over to the desk with the boys, or with Adair and Shreve.
Quickly want to touch here on DBX. Not too much volume on this, but the company did just announce that CEO Drew Houston is going to be stepping down after 19 years. So DBX potentially on watch, not too much volume. Certainly more volume and excitement here for both NNE and Oklo. They both had pre-market catalyst today, Sharif.
Yeah, NNE here. Acquisition, Adira. So they picked up Secure Transportation Services. So that company is basically specialized in both domestic and global nuclear logistics. It handles the security and the compliant movement of radioactive materials, one of the more, pressing issues with the resurgence of nuclear as a clean form of energy. And this push actually makes them vertically integrated, which allows Nano Nuclear to control its own fuel supply chain, as well as fast track, different global deployments of its next-gen micro reactors. That's what they're kind of really been pounding the table on. Total consideration for this acquisition, about $13 million, and that's going to be structured in a couple of ways. $6 million in cash or thereabouts, and about $7 million in restricted shares of Nano.
Well, I'll mention Oklo here as well. OKLO, interesting catalyst here, announcing that the U.S. Department of Energy has selected the company for advanced negotiations under the Surplus Plutonium Utilization Program. Now, this is also interesting because immediately prior to his, I guess, official confirmation here as the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright was on the board of directors at OKLO. That's, again, the Energy Secretary. So interesting look here for OKLO and NE. Both of these with catalysts. Are you looking at these or are you looking at some of these other nuclear names today, guys?
I like Oklo. I mean, Oklo, they all look pretty good. But if you talk about like where there's room to go, Oklo certainly is going to stand out a little bit, up 9%. It's not really at that high. 80 to 82 is the local top from just a couple weeks ago. But it's got that interesting gap up and then pull down look that's happening. So if it can't hold on to VWAP, like you could fill right back into the gap at 69. So you have to keep that in mind. But it's got that nice, you can call it a bull flag, but you know, that little downward trend going into the open after a gap up. We've seen this, I feel like, multiple times last week where you get a stock that puts in this gap, has the clean downtrend, and then just looking for a trend break right away off the open. That's kind of what I was going for with Redwire, but Oklo's got that same look on it. But it needs to break that trend and fire back into the upside. As I said, there's room to go higher when you look at that daily chart. So 9%. 9% seems like a lot. When you consider how volatile these have been in the past, easily can get into double digits.
2 games Sunday, practice yesterday. Shout out to the High Park team right here. This is my team of girls. There's Gia right here, fixing an earring, it looks like, or something right there. But shout out to the girls. We had a great time there. Red Sox game, girls game, then on Sunday, and then a practice last night. Get over here and you can find out what stocks we're trading, and this is on Instagram today. So there it is, man. There's the market context. There's the SoFi long. You can go find it. This is all also on Twitter with that. So go over, give us some love, follow us all on Twitter and on Instagram. There's SMR, 1175 area with Oklo news from the U.S. government. Should be an interesting, the space could be on one this week. Maybe it could be the one this week. Okay, good, or on one. Worth holding a piece to see. I'm actually looking to potentially buy. I have a bid down there in my own account to buy some SMR right around here, man, and I wrote down 1175. So it's going to come in quite nicely. I mean, it was at 1230 when we wrote this down. Now we're coming back into 1175. Watch out now for SMR. Oklo's where the story is, so that's probably a little safer. I'm not going to be getting into Oklo like immediately or SMR immediately right off the jump right now. You can see one's kind of coming back in and has a ways to go to the 200 period. So if Oklo does drift down into there, obviously SMR is not going to be a buy, where I wrote it down at 1175. But hey, man, still the 200 period moving average. So we did a pretty good guess where that might be. And if we're going to use a level to potentially be wrong at, why not 1150, which is where the closing price was down here on Friday. So we'll have to wait to get some SMR. I like it. We'll see if it goes. Let's just quickly have a quick jaunt over to these imbalances. RDW, we talked a little bit about that, Redwire earlier. Bitcoin with IBIT, a little bit of a sell there. BlackBerry, the Canadian name, continues to be bought up, and we're not really too sure why. MNTS, there's SMR, so SMR with a little bit of a bid coming in again. And no NASDAQ names really. Oh, there's Rigetti. So, last week's play was Quantum. We'll see if that still has some juice left to it. I thought we were down. Yeah, there it is. I think I was going to say, I thought we were down 1%. There's Rigetti down a little bit. So, there's NVIDIA. I just said there wasn't too many major names, and the biggest market cap of them all is right there. NVIDIA up 1.25% with a small buy imbalance. Already done almost 7.5 million shares today for NVIDIA. So, with 4 minutes to go, let's go get one more story here. It's race. Neil, I guess, bought that first electric Ferrari. Let's go find out if that helped the stock at all.
Yeah, I mean, certainly did not help the stock either pre-market right now in the U.S. listed, and of course its home Europe listing. Here is this new car. It's called Luce, which means light in Italian. It's going to go for about $640,000 USD. People do not like this car, Sharif.
It's a hideous car and a hideous design. And quite frankly, I'm a little buoyed by this because if this is the best Johnny Ive has to offer us in terms of his design, then OpenAI is in for serious trouble. Here's the bear case. Huge R&D spend, uncertain buyer appetite, potential brand dilution, especially if the customers reject that hideous concept. The bull case is, though, Ferrari's extending the brand into what they're calling the new ultra luxury category without really sacrificing price or power. But I was telling Neil off camera, my opinion on this is Ferrari's at a crossroads here. They were very good at creating internal combustion engines that go fast. That's not where we're going. We're going to electric. Everybody is fast in electric. Just look at some of these Chinese vehicles. So who does Ferrari want to be in this new phase of automobile design? So I think it's stupid, and I hope that they cancel it.
I mean, so far the market has spoken and they do not like it. How do you guys feel about RACE or maybe some of these other auto plays here today?
Well, it was going down before this, and it's going down after this, and I don't know. I don't actually think it looks that bad. I think the issue is there's a certain expectation, and this is not what people are used to. As Sharif said, what makes them stand out when you're going electric? I'm not really seeing it. Like, you look at some of the auto names, they're separating themselves here, and you've seen that with multiple charts. So I don't want to harp on them. I don't think there's many that will be trading this. And if you do happen to be trading, remember the primary listing is over in Europe. So at 11:30, that's going to close. At 11:30, that's going to close. Usually get a bit of a volume spike. There it is over in Milan. But yeah, these guys have been languishing. If you're looking for a completely unrelated auto name that looks a little bit stronger, maybe not today, but Ford's been on a bit of a breakout train. Back under, I guess it's back under that $15 level. Some size on the offer there. But yeah, Ford's actually pretty well set. What is going on with this chart? Why do I have such a, I don't know why it's showing the holiday. It's kind of useless. Usually you don't have a gap for the holiday. Shouldn't matter. Anyways, if it needs to break out the 15 level on Ford, like there is an auto name in an uptrend with a top break that's actually set that could happen this week. So I'd keep that on the radar if you happen to be looking for something for a break. I mean, Tesla is setting up for a bit of a breakout. We were looking at the chip names going into the open. Obviously, those imbalances came through. You saw some big ones on, well, Nokia is still there. Redwire is paired off a bit, now only 700,000, and BlackBerry still there. SMR is still there, 400,000. Virgin Galactic apparently is still kicking around there, 300. Oklo, 300,000 to the buy side as well. So mostly buy imbalances. And of course, I mentioned Ford, and then it ends up being a sell imbalance. But that looks a much better chart.
Yeah, we got out live on the show of some Ford at 1491 on Friday. So it's basically right where it is. Apple just dipped into our buy zone with only 15 seconds ago. Apple just came right into 309. So, you know, the market went for a little bit of a dip there. Look to get filled early on some of these plays if you're following it. But I'm going to give it just a couple breaths to make sure that these are the right levels. 3, 2, and 1. We want to thank everybody for joining us here on a holiday shortened week. You know, I hope everyone did have a great Memorial Day. Spend it with your loved ones, but now you're with us, and we love that you guys are here as well. So be part of the Trader TV Live family every single day at 8 a.m. as we go live, and watch out for these markets. Oh boy, Apple goes right into 309. It's what we wrote down, but like I said, hard to take a trade in the pre-market when the market is doing this. There it goes.
Tesla just broke.
Yeah, right up there to the upside. So bye Apple, right off at 309. We wrote that down, but we're not, again, just talking about that level, not willing to take it so far. There goes, bang, our number one trade idea so far today, SoFi, but see ya. And this is the problem, man. I mean, you know, you like the longs, and there it goes. SoFi was up 3% when we talked about it. Now it's up huge. I guess I didn't get my dip buy in my own account there on SoFi. The last time I bought this was 18, so we're getting a little more matured up right now on SoFi, Apple, SMR, and the Qs. So maybe it's the Qs, if anything, that's falling down a little bit here. I don't know. What you got? Anything?
Tesla broke that 432, but immediately came right back in. So on a Monday morning, got up to the 30, got up there, got like that buck, and then came right back in. So quick in and out, just grab the dollar. Look to see if it can make a continuation. Is this, what's with this
wow,
wick at
Apple.
440? Anyways, I'll clean up that chart. I don't know what that wick is about at 430. But on the other direction, as Tesla tries to pull back, yeah, well, Intel might actually want that 118 support. Intel just dropped $3 at the open, so that is falling like an absolute rock. Well, thank you very much, Randy. And Redwire as well. Redwire does not re-break that trend, but I wanted to look for a trend break, expected that you could see some selling off at the open. It's trending down despite that buy and bounce. I'm going to look for a trend break on Redwire and figure out what's going on with that Intel. But good thing we got out of that break on Tesla, because the market immediately comes right back in.
Yeah, good job there on taking that. You got to take $1 if you get it, especially off the open. You never know how far Tesla's going to go, so
Ferrari.
good trade there. Okay, so SoFi right now up 7, still going. We're gonna have to wait for it to calm down. We said where Apple potentially was gonna go. They came into 309, perfect level. It's exactly the level that we wrote down, but can't take it. Too aggressive. Marvell reports tomorrow, so I was just looking at the account. Man, oh man, I actually realized I actually have a bigger position now in Marvell than I do in Microsoft, and I've been buying Microsoft for 30 years, so might have to look at some of this Marvell position as wow. Now you're up 10%. I'm not going to show the, I don't want to upset Joe or anybody here early. I'm not going to show the standings. But there goes Marvell. No, we'll show it later, Joe. Don't worry about it, my guy. As the one stock that I do like, I love the CrowdStrike. Joe's got a banger of a pick there. And I think JP Morgan and some of the banks now will start to mature back up a little bit. I mean, they've been getting hit as a lot of, focus has been on tech and whatnot. So here we go, man, with JP Morgan up that 1%. I still like that play. I'm still waiting for Apple. So I'm bidding 309.50. If that can come back in, we'll see about getting along here for Apple. Market pulling. I wrote down the TQs at 79 right now, so that's well off of that level. And then the other name was, and I haven't gotten a trigger yet on SMR, again, like we wrote down 1175, it didn't quite get in there, the lowest it got, and everything got in there off the open, so I'm not gonna cry over spilt milk, but at least on here we got SoFi, we wrote down a long, that's much higher than when we wrote it, Apple same way, SMR, and the TQs are coming down, so the one trade that so far might fill for us is a short, is a long in the NASDAQ if we continue to pull back in. I'm hoping that Apple can fall, and maybe we'll get that bid that we're looking for there at 309.50. So I don't know, but thanks, Randy, for the coffee.
Yeah, I might have.
And I hope you guys are going crazy over here on some of these names. Is it Oklo right now? No. Oh, Oklo.
Micron.
Micron, yeah. Oh, I'm just saying Oklo right here was one of those nuclear names that we thought would get going, and it actually just now made a move off the lows. So it was SMR that actually took off instead of Oklo. So I was thinking I might have been on the wrong one, but it looks like SMR was the right one there. And then people still like all about Micron, man. I mean, you have
840.
840. Oh, Micron and Marvell, probably, and ARM. I mean, we've just been going crazy on these. Look at Marvell, man. Marvell up 10 as well. ARM, we sold some at 297 last week. Man. All right, well, that's going lower, but that hit 324 earlier today as well, man. I think
that hit 320?
Yeah, I guess so. You got to put some offers out there and yeah, get some fills. So there it goes, man. 310 now for ARM. Just waiting for Apple to come back.
Well, I just sold some then.
Nice, good. Waiting for Apple to come back in right here to the low side of 309. So
yeah, well, I didn't get the obviously
ARM. I like ARM.
Yeah, I mean ARM pulling back pretty heavy. Look, the market. I know you're seeing what's going on in Micron and in Marvell and some other things, but no, the Nasdaq's going the other way here. And falling pretty heavily. Like I look at this and it's like, okay, well, why are we seeing so much strength in the market? Well, I can tell you right now, it is not in all of the chip names. Intel continues to absolutely bleed. It's into the 118 level, but I don't want to catch that falling knife. Got to look for maybe some kind of a higher low that's going to have to play out. Tesla is still, they tried cleaning that candle up, but it just kind of came back. So you'll have to bear with the Tesla chart until we get close to the open. But because I want to look at right here, like it's still that 431.32 to look for some potential dips. But Intel is trying to catch a bit of a bid finally off of the open. Look at that. It's just so much selling for this to go green to red. Would love to see it put in a nice little higher low without all of this pressure underneath it. So Micron leading the way, but this market is looking rather unhealthy. And Oklo, it's trying to break that trend, but it's already failed once. So here's your little bit of a downtrend on OKLO. Now it's starting to go. Redwire doing something very, very similar. But Oklo's the one trying to get VWAP right now. Redwire just got through VWAP. If Oklo can close above, Oklo doesn't really matter. Just going to look for a bit of a breakup here. But got to be careful getting into longs. Heavier market than I was expecting, and oil's doing nothing. This is not because USO is going up that you're seeing some of that pullback. Like you're still holding exactly where we were before. Oil is not the story here. Maybe just some profit taking.
Yeah, it could be something. I mean, right now I'm just trying to find this market and see if it does have a bearing underneath it. But yeah, shout out over here to Steven. Yes, Steven. I do remember when we were celebrating Micron popping over $100. Now we can hopefully celebrate it popping over $300 the next level, but it just got over 200 right now. So we'll have to wait for Marvell. But yeah, thanks, Stephen, there for remembering that, and hopefully you're long with us over there as well. Kick it out back now to SoFi. Nice fall, right? And so the whole market's trying to come back in. You can see the Nasdaq still up 1%, but has now broken through VWAP. So SoFi is getting into the spot again. We wrote down 15.75 into $16. So you're getting a little closer into that. I think maybe we could put a bid now on SoFi just in case it does fall into some levels here, like just kind of like right away. Let's take a little bit here at 16, and then we'll see if we can get a little lower there into 15.75. We'll wait about taking that price and then see what we can do with SoFi. So that's coming in. I just put a bid right now at 16 flat. So something I'm willing to take there on SoFi. Coming into your 200 period moving average. I like that stock. And then also $16, sort of the high here from Friday. It got going early. Let's see if we can get it going a little bit later. And then I'm still waiting at 9.50 for Apple. I don't know, beggars can't be choosers, but I'm going to choose that price. Breaking now back through VWAP, coming back in. We'll probably get SoFi first, it looks like, by the way this is acting. But there we go. We just dropped down 40 cents. Here comes Apple. We're waiting for, okay, was there some news there? We're waiting for 50s. There it is. Now we have 50s on board right now on Apple. So we're long on a nice little dip buy. Get something out in the 80s if we can do it. So here it goes, man. Apple, bang, right there, just like that. A quick little 30 cents on AAPL. What's up, Dara?
Here. I'm just seeing some comments. Apparently, a lawmaker in Iran named Mahmoud Nabavian is saying that a potential Strait of Hormuz agreement that would reopen the waterway without Iranian sovereignty would be a pure loss, quote unquote, which I mean is very likely what the U.S. wants. But regardless, sounds like it might be a bit tough for Iran to agree with that. Again, Iran lawmaker questioning a potential Strait of Hormuz deal that would result in a lack of Iranian sovereignty, in their words, for the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Just quickly here, because we're out of half already, almost out of half of Apple. Apple right there goes $1 immediately for us. So there it goes, man. It's a big trade alert for us. We've hit our daily goal there with Apple already. One trade, we're in, we're out. If you want to take it, fine. I'm going to wait to see how much further we have to go. Like I said, man, we're out of half of Apple there. Big trade alert came in right into our level. We were talking about waiting for 309.50s. So obviously when it comes in, we're going to sit there and take it. And there it goes, man. We get that price, and boom shakalaka there for Apple. Nice little trading off of those levels. So yeah, you have to be very, very pleased with that move. And yeah, the damage is starting to be done now on Apple, but out of half with that most recent move. Well, look, when you can get the low of the day right back into VWAP and then right back again into the 200 period moving average, something that we're going to try to take advantage of every single time. Apple on the run here again.
Yeah, Apple doing the dance and love it to the upside. Oklo finally starting to go. There was a bunch of nuclear names that were running. SMR, Single was on Sympathy, Oklo and NNE both had actual news. NNE with an acquisition, Oklo Department of Justice. Department of Energy. But let's see if we can finally break this trend. It is tried on every single candle since the open to break the trend line down. It just hasn't been able to hold. So the first time it does, gonna get into the long on that bad boy. As Intel flying, now you're starting to pick up a little bit of steam. The market's back above VWAP. The longs are starting to come into play. I just want to see this one hold. It's the one I'm watching. Maybe NNE's going. Maybe SMR is going. Haven't really paid too much attention to them because it's Oklo, that I just prefer it a little bit more than the rest of them. And yes, I saw some discussion in the chat. Micron is well above the 800 level. I don't know why there was confusion over that, but maybe someone misspoke. Micron hit $850 and is at an all-time high, up 13%. Micron is doing just fine. The market might be down. Well, the market might have been pulling back, but Micron has been blasting almost the entire time here. So okay, now we're getting that trend break. I can quickly show that to you here. Your breaking trend on Oklo. For the first time, it's looking pretty good. I have to give it to about 71.5. There's room to 74 up top here on OKLO. As some of the small cappers have been a little volatile this morning and haven't shown as much strength as you would like. What? No, that's not the stop I want. I said 71.5. We'll have to jump right back into it after that little bit of a keystroke error. There we go. That's in a little bit better. All right, so locked and loaded. As long as we can hold on to the trend line, I'll give it to the prior bar. which is kind of like the current one right in here on the trend, and see how far this wants to get to the upside. Intel already went. Like, it was like, look at this candle. Just absolutely, completely, and utterly, absurdly insane, as you can see. So not much of a chase. I didn't want to be sitting on a falling knife, and you were chasing this one about $1.50 off the highs to try to even get into this. So we'll try to take the first out on Oklo in the 72.5 range, try to take about 60, 70 pennies, and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, good. Oklo, good strong name there. We're still looking at that SMR. There it is. There's another out for us. Now it's officially in that club. We're now over that dollar as Apple going higher, man. We've now coming up to 2 times our goal there for the day on just on the one trade. And again, watching out for the super chats. If you guys have anything, let us know. We would love to talk to you guys about anything you have. There goes SoFi coming back in. I actually lowered the amount of shares I'm taking here on this SoFi fill at 16. I'm gonna wait to come into the level that I thought, this 1575 right now, because again, not really acting properly there. So 3/4 of 1 unit right now on SoFi and waiting for 1575 to come into play. This name not acting the way we thought it would, and not when Apple's treating us the way it is, man. We might as well just keep on watching out for the more aggressive longs. Well, we just missed 311. We were waiting for 311 there, a little bit of a pullback. Look at this market, though, man. Just shot out of a cannon right now to the upside, 1.28%, hopefully led by Marvell. It was pulling back just a little bit into 212. What is the big dog doing? And then we're going to go over to Adara. 216, so NVIDIA holding fort right now. What is rallying this market? We'll figure it out, but right now we got to go over to Adara.
Yeah, no news on this I've seen, but I do want to flag for you guys. CBRS, Cerberus, however you want to call it, it is breaking new all-time lows. It smashed that 250. It is currently, as of right now, roughly $20 below its intraday high. So lots of weakness here for CBRS to make you guys aware of. I also want to do just a reminder here at 10 a.m. we are going to be getting CB consumer confidence. 92 is the forecast, 92.8 is the prior, and we are coming off of a record low University of Michigan confidence reading on Friday. Back to you.
That should be SSR from Friday on Cerberus. So at some point, I'm going to look for a bid. Remember, 185 is the issue price. If it gets anywhere near 185, I think that's got to be a spot that you look for a long. But Oklo does not hold on to that prior bar, so loses the prior bar, going to jump out of it. You got one close above the trend. We'll give it a couple more shots, but it'll be pretty clear. It has to break this downward trend to try to jump back into that bad boy. Intel, as I said, just completely gone. At this point. Maybe there's a VWAP retracement. Same thing with Redwire. The only name that I was looking short is, I don't want to be chasing Uber down here. Uber got an upgrade, but remember, they're also buying Delivery Hero. Well, sorry. They were thinking of increasing their offer for Delivery Hero. There is no firm deal. They're thinking of increasing their offer for Delivery Hero. That, to me, makes them a little bit weak if they have to do that. I'll play for VWAP, maybe the 71 area, but you couldn't get a 73 short if it doesn't get up there. But the market's strong enough to allow this one to come back in to the upside before even attempting the short. Because when you get that kind of a reversal in the market, where they do that dip and rip, and then rip, that's about as bullish as it gets. So have to be real patient with any kind of a short idea so far. And by the way, Tesla, the breakout on Tesla is kind of gone, but it is still pulling back into a prior support here at 424. So this will be another allow it to try to trend back in, play the trend break. Still want to be long Tesla. It's still green, but not doing quite as well as the rest of tech.
All right, everybody. Hey, welcome. SoFi did bounce off 16s. We're going to hold on to that. I'm going to wait to see if it gets up to 10s right now, and we'll see if that can continue to climb just a little bit. We're still on Apple. We're still on SoFi. So those are the two names. I was looking at Google. Did have a dip down into some pre-market levels there, but didn't really buy it. Obviously, we chose, choose the stocks we chose. But right into there, there's the pre-market lows for Google. Came right into 383, and now busting through, trying to get back into those highs of 386. So watch out there for Google. If we have the visualizer up, we can have a quick look. If you guys go into the chat and go $ any name you want, it will show up in here. So right now someone's typing Google, Microsoft, you see it at the top. GCTS is another name. Yeah, there's Micron. So obviously leading the way there is MU. I'll put that back up. We'll have just have a little quick talk there. Micron's up 14%. Yeah, you read that right. ASTS, so AST Mobile with a big mover today, up wow, $120 for AST. AMD still going. There's your DRAM ETF. Let's go Marvell, although pulling back now into 212. That name, Palantir, is still on the bottom left there. Can't get going. Palantir, forget about that name for a while as the software names continue to get struggling reviews. I think Microsoft is going to be a buy at some of those levels. And then MNTS, obviously a big name as well. Here, MNTS was up over 70%. Yeah, Momentous was up over 70% at one point there today and still is. So hovering, trying to hold out on 12. So anybody that's got Momentous in and around that $12 level, good job there as it's dipped down a couple times. Still waiting for that 200 period at 1150. I think that would be, a little bit of a safer spot to get involved with. Wolf Speed, it's TeraWolf, not Wolf Speed. We did talk about these guys a little bit earlier as well today. They're just kicking higher. And we said, when there's a gap, play that back into VWAP, and that's exactly what happened there at 2450. Nice play for Wolf, TeraWolf upside. And then Pony AI, we talked about earlier as well. Just running through some of the names that you guys had asked us about. Oh, and by the way, there it is, man. We'll go 2 for 2 on the face slapper as here comes back upside SoFi. Obviously, now I wish I didn't lower my shares there. We got 1 unit, and we were only going to take 2 right there, and then wait for our 1575. But so far, man, we called that Apple long. We called this SoFi, so we're doing pretty good over there. And Pony has been ridden to the downside right now as it breaks the 200 period. Earnings day one, they reported earlier this morning. Poet pulling back nicely back into $9. Wait to see if it goes red on the day. Look, green to red, not a good sign. Maybe a short of Poet through 890 as this stock trying to go green to red.
I don't trust that Poet stock.
Nope.
I never liked it. They lost that deal with Micron, Marvell, and ever since then, it's just felt a little bit of a trap. So Tesla's breaking the trend, and I am going to get that short, it looks like. We're seeing enough weakness in Uber that it's holding the lows pretty decently. So I want to short this one into the volume weighted average price. So next pop up, we're going to try and grab that. Tesla's coming back. It made a couple of higher lows in here. So I want to play this into VWAP after the breakout trade just happened. So Tesla looking for the reentry long, which we just grabbed, and Uber want to just continue to look for that short. So those are the two things that I got on watch. Is Redwire. Wow. Okay, so I'll show you the black chart while we keep on Tesla here so I can get my stop in. Redwire now 23%. The space names are hot. Absolutely crazy. And you can play these with ETFs. I know there's that NASA ETF. Apologies. For some reason, the NASA ETF is not in our database right now. So we're going to have to get that one added so we can show it to you. I see it in Blue Ocean. I know it's there. It's just we can't really show you that NASA. You can look at UFO. I can pull that one up for you, but the space names have been pretty bullish lately. So looking for VWAP, which we just got to push. Okay, whatever. We just got to push into 430 there for Tesla. But remember that 432 was a failed breakout. So to play into that same 432 level, let me show you on. Oops. Uh-oh. That's right. My chart crashed. So I have to fix this. You don't want to see all that. And then we'll go to the 15 to show you where we're looking. It's that resistance up here in the 30s that we couldn't push through on the initial break. So this trend break long goes into that 32 level for me. So 29, just got some out at the 30 to quick scalp the buck, make sure, keep a winner, all that good stuff. And then look for the 432 for the exit here. Still putting in some lower highs on Tesla. Got to respect that.
We right here, we do have some numbers coming up at 10, but this is the way, man. We talked about that. There's our sticky note today. What do we talk about? We talk about SoFi, $16, we got it. We talk about Apple long, we got that as well. So we'll start the day 2 for 2. How is your trading so far today? Hopefully you guys are doing well. We'll go 2 for 2 on our post-it note. This is why we're just giving some ideas out every single day. And so if you guys do like them, go make sure you follow myself, Neil, Joe, everybody, TTV Research, which is up there on Twitter as well. So shout out to Adara, always putting up some great content over there, much better than I just put out some trading ideas. And then we also did tweet out, of course, some of the stuff that, we were doing over the weekend right there. So this is the picture. Go find me on Instagram if you want to get a little more personal on that one. And then there's the sticky note there. So thanks, everybody, for your nice comments and your support throughout. We all definitely give a big appreciation to that. So, but yeah, there goes SoFi. We actually got a good fill there up near 20, so that was a good one. Apple's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. We just went over a couple of those names for you. And if there's anything else you want us to do, please let us know. iBit with Bitcoin. All right, there's iBit right here. Up a little bit, I believe, today. Or, yeah, there it goes. So it's starting to go up, not a little bit, 2%. We like that for you iBit traders there. But, yeah, good levels, breaking off 43.50. We'll see, just trying to hold a bid there. Crypto's had its moments. I went long, as you guys know there, at 66,000. Pretty good. I'm not planning to selling any of it, just trying to build up a little bit of a position here in BTC. So far, so good there as it's really bounced off of 76. We'll see if we can get a little bit more love happening for Bitcoin. But yeah, good day there. Crypto, trying to make that move. BMNR would be another one to have a look at there. BMNR, those of you guys in BitMine. We do have to go over to Adara, but oh boy, it's been a great day so far, man. 2 times daily goal on 2 for 2 on both trades that hit. We got to look for the NASDAQ dip buy and the SMR dip buy. We'll go over to Adara.
In my estimation, we're having the first real spike of the day here in USO as Israel's Channel 12 reports that their ground operation in Lebanon has begun beyond the yellow lines. It looks like we're now getting some tensions, unfortunately, waking back up here between Israel and Lebanon, specifically started here by Israel. The other thing I wanted to mention really quickly earlier, I know Neil and Sean were talking about Poet and Marvell. So I looked into this recently because I was curious. It's a little bit more complex than just Marvell canceled certain Poet contracts. Basically, Marvell acquired a company that already had dealings with Poet, and then once that acquisition happened, as far as I'm reading, that's when these contracts, I guess under Marvell's new leadership of that company, got canceled. So it's a little bit slightly more complex here, but that's at least more context here for POET. Again, that's not a brand new catalyst. That's from a while ago, but just to mention because that was brought up a couple minutes ago.
Thanks, Adara. And maybe it was the timing of that spike in USO. Who knows? It could be, could not be. Doesn't really matter. Tesla goes into the 432. We're trending it into the breakout price. Remember, it was originally a 432 breakout. That breakout did fail. Went about like buck and a half. I guess the best you could have got was like $1.50 on the 432 break. Pulls into the 29, breaks the trend. I jumped out looking for the target at 32s. Now I got to track USO. If that's going to continue higher, the play was to look for dip buys if this goes higher into the 139, 140 range. So it's pulling into Friday's lows, 139. You got 140 in here. We'll look for the curl in USO there. We'll look for some entry longs at that point. Whether or not that's red wire, maybe back into the volume weighted average price. That's up 23%. Could still be Tesla for sure. Could also give me a chance to get into Intel as well to look for that next opportunity. Intel has been all green since that crazy dip. Hasn't even done much of a pullback. So you got 21s at VWAP, you got 22.5. Either one of those coincide with USO pulling back, and we're going to go for the next trade. Either, like I said, those are the 3 names I'm watching here. It'll be Tesla. It will be into the first time for Intel, and never got the Uber short. That headline was really bad timing because it kind of turned things off the highs when I was sitting there trying to get that short over there in Uber. But whether it's Tesla, Redwire, or Intel, we're going to buy the next dip once we calm down in oil.
So we will be getting, yeah, I like that little play there on oil. I mean, you never know what oil's going to do. We are waiting for those headlines right there, intraday high for oil. What I wanted to do was, no, it wasn't into here, was it? Oh, I was looking for some of your guys' plays responding to it. We'll cover that in a second. There was some, oopsies, I just closed that by accident. There was something I wanted to show you. I can't remember what it was right now. Okay, just to talk about, again, what I'm looking at now. We talked about Alibaba earlier, potentially dip buying into something. I just got a note here that Alibaba made its way all the way back into VWAP. So this could be a play watching out for that 130 level or so on Alibaba. So we'll have to wait to see if that breaks higher. Now still down 1.15% on the day. I know you were just looking at Tesla there. We did get some talk of Tesla earlier and people looking to dip by that name, and that seems to have been working out. Remember I said off the open, like Tesla has these crazy moves where it goes up and then right back down in. I think we even talked about 428, if not a little bit lower. So don't have that trade, probably should have it. But wow, what is happening right now? Apple extension, we just get a fill right there on Apple. So that's gonna be a good one. Look, man, I only have these 2 positions, exactly what we want to have today. But SoFi, just quickly to talk about this, we just got another another piece out on SoFi. It seems to want to hold 16. I'm not averaging more in until it gets into 1580. There it is. Trump to hold cabinet meeting at Camp David on Wednesday. So, okay, I don't know exactly what they'll be talking about. Hopefully, maybe there's a deal.
Economy and foreign policy, amongst other things. Last cabinet meeting, he talked a lot about Sharpies. So it literally can and often is anything. But again, that's not going to be happening here. It's not confirmed yet and it won't be happening until tomorrow. Usually they start at either 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. And lately they've moved from more of a long speech type into more Q&A.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have any. Last time he had, I think there was a couple kids there,
Yeah.
and he asked them. No, I know, but he asked them about. One girl's like, oh, you like playing volley? She's like, I really like to play volleyball and would love to play volleyball. And he looks right at the girl and goes, well, I don't think you're tall enough to play volleyball. So you might want to look. You might want to look somewhere else. And I was like, oh, that's really nice to say those type of things. So
they have defensive specialists.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Well, hey, man, I mean, it's just. Maybe he's just keeping it real. I don't know, but that is President Trump for you. Always exciting and always entertaining, no matter how you no matter how you feel about him. We say wow because I just saw 125 there.
Intel.
And see you later, alligator, as the kids like to say there. Maybe you can be an alligator hunter if you were a little smaller. That may be more agile.
Hell no.
More agile in there to avoid that. But there we go, man. Wow, Intel up 5% and still going. And if you've been watching that, then you might have some in your pocket because there she goes right now. It is Intel's land, and we are just all simply watching and living in it. Talk about Donald Trump. I mean, that has been a great call by the U.S. government to put that money into Intel at $20.
Not even a call, investment.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight cash.
Exactly. That's a good one. So that was a great one there. So for them on that, and thank you for leading the way for all of us on that trade as well, man. We got some in. The only thing I didn't get into was Dell on that move up, and I haven't still bought any MPs or anything like that. So we'll just wait for some more trading opportunities
MP's
to hit so
right
far
now.
there today. Yeah, I think a lot of those names we have to wait on. So we'll wait for some MP to come
I mean,
back.
you're still waiting for. We have to wait for Iran to wait for China, it feels like, right? So MP will get going again.
Yep.
Tesla, I don't know, man. Tesla, it's given a couple of longs, but you can all see the same thing I'm seeing. If you're not seeing what we're seeing, this is the NASDAQ at 30,000, Friday's highs. This is Tesla back at the lows. Got away with a couple of longs. The breakout worked. You time the next long, but ultimately this is lower highs. Relative weakness is now coming into Tesla. So it's not. Like I said, sometimes you just have to accept. You get the win that you can, and maybe move on to the next. Intel's so much stronger, for sure. So you get what you get. Like I like these both, but one of them set up twice a little bit more cleanly. It'll end up working out on Intel or on Tesla, but Intel clearly better continuation. I think if you get a fail break of this 125, which it seems like it's doing, the pullback into VWAP, the pullback into prior high will make some sense here. But yeah, I'd say disappointing. Despite the fact that it looks, despite the fact that Intel worked a couple times, I'd say disappointing. And for those that have mentioned 500 in AMD, yeah, 500 is way too big of a number not to look for a trade on a prop floor. So you get into a 500, any kind of topping tail candle, I'll be looking for a short up there. But I'm not going to stand in front of this moving freight train. If it does a clean fail or trend break off 500, yes. That's a short opportunity, but not standing in front of that sucker. That'd be the equivalent of just saying, well, I'm just going to go long Tesla because I like the long. Right? Like, no, I need to show a little bit more strength before I want to jump back into that. Adara?
CV consumer confidence just came out, guys. 93.1. This is above the forecast of 92 and even above the prior print of 92.8. And it comes after the weakest ever reading of, in its own history, rather, here, of the University of Michigan consumer confidence print for May, which came last week. So again, after a weaker than expected UMich print, you get a stronger than expected by a decent margin here, CV consumer confidence print. So very different readings here, in the market just keeps pushing higher. We know that we have this move up here in the market, especially in the NASDAQ, if you compare it to the SPY, looking much stronger. It's also characterized here by a drop in oil, though USO did get heated up about 10 minutes ago as we hear Israel getting ready here to strike past the yellow line, as they put it here in Lebanon. Let's talk about MU. MU here with a couple analyst notes, including a massive price target hike to a street high of 1625 from its prior price target of just over 500 for UBS. So UBS tripling its massive PT here on MU as that stock continues to push higher. Apparently its best session since May 8th, so that shows you how often this thing is routinely running because it's currently up 14%. RACE also on watch, so this one's certainly not crashing but sputtering a little bit here with its engine after we get that new EV Ferrari. Not too well received here by the market or by people who are looking at cars in general. Other news here out of Europe with European listed stocks, because it's an interesting pattern. BP actually recovering nicely here off these pre-market lows, but British Petroleum announcing the surprise ouster of the chairman of its board. He was here for less than a year. He joined in July of 2025. But you can make sure to join us every single day on Trader TV Live. We're going to go back to Neil.
Thank you, Adara. And you're getting another top here, possibly on oil. A little bit of a double top action as it got to 138.5 on the USO, that is. So if we hit that nice little resistance spot, Intel's dipping, so that could give us a chance to get into Intel. But we're heading higher on that Uber trade. So if Uber can just pull back into the prior low, going to work into the short here. Been waiting for this thing to actually pop to get us in, and this looks like it's going to be our first chance. So Intel looking for the dip buy. Uber want to try to trickle in underneath 71. The prior low is 71.3, so like 71.32 or something like that. So trying to get here in the 90s and then look for the back end of that trade. Still do like that 500 on AMD, but you got to let it go. It just hit 95 and trying to go a little bit higher. Still got $5. It's only 1%. It feels like it wants to get there, but it's a round number. It's not a stand in front of a moving freight train. If it does the false breakout, then I'll just get in on the way back into the downside. So first time through, we're finally into Uber. Just took a little bit of patience and a lot of market strength to get that name higher.
All right, there you go. He's into Uber right now. We're going to get a couple bangs right here just quickly because there's Apple 311, man. You got to empty the clip when that starts to come through. So we did exactly that on Apple. We'll wait to see where it goes from here. Nice little pullback there. And then look what's also happening with SoFi. So yeah, buddy. There goes SoFi cooking now to the upside. We definitely like what we're seeing with SoFi. We just got long at 16 and took out 16.30. But hey, what would your trading look like if capital wasn't a constraint? That's the reality for most traders. It's not skill holding them back. It is the size. Well, Trade the Pool changes that. Step into the U.S. equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, both long and short, executed with the precision and freedom serious traders, of course, expect. Your performance is measured by one standard: discipline, risk management, and consistent execution. Meet the standard and you can operate at scale. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a complete and clear path forward. For those of you ready to take and trade beyond your limitations, this is the next level. Visit tradethepool1word.com and use TraderTV one word to get your 10% off. That's code TraderTV to get your 10% off. And wowee. And you know, if you guys are looking to make trades, we always put all these videos out, right? The videos are nice and everything, but I really do think that trading comes from a proper plan development. You know, we sit in here, we make these notes at 8:30, at 8 o'clock. We post them out for you. We have a great watch list. We have a great community, right? There's SoFi at 16. There's SoFi at 16.30. Low of the day into VWAP. So for me, this is a clear out. We have half of our position on right now. We're able to get out of about a quarter there and about a quarter right here right now. So just watching trade management. We'll get out a little bit more if it breaks back down below 16.20 there. But this is what trade management's all about, and this is what you're trying to do, I hope, as well as us, and that is manage the trades as best as you possibly can and take whatever positions are there for you. Like that's at the 200 period now. So let's take a little bit more out of Apple in case it does fall back in. And that was an ad that we just read for Trade the Pool, but we have our own trading software here. This is Real Trading, so make sure you do join us up. The campus program is, of course, now on. But let's go figure out who's making all the money here at Real Trading. And this goes back to, I guess it would be Friday's numbers, Actually, I'm not sure.
You know what? Maybe they published.
They might have published Blue Oceans on here. Yeah, so this is yesterday's. So actually, we don't have the U.S. markets here. So light trading day. A lot of traders don't come in on U.S. holidays, or even if you're in Canada there. But this is what happened yesterday, and this is why you want to be with a company that potentially trades multiple different markets, right? I mean, yesterday we had traders trading Madrid, Milan, Turkey, Vienna. There as well, the Australian market kicks in yesterday, as well as a bunch of Canadian names as well. So the CSE, Canada, TSX. So even when the U.S. market is closed, we do not sleep here at Real Trading. So a big shout out to everybody that made a little bit of cash yesterday as I was chilling out, getting new quotes on Windows. As we haven't replaced our windows, I think. Been living in this house for 20 years, haven't replaced them. But it's about 20 plus grand to replace the windows in my place. So that's not great, but we're going to have to put a little bit more shares on board here to pay for that. So 16.25 coming into play for SoFi. I'm going to take another piece out right now at 27 if we can. Coming back in, remember the plan, man. If we break 16.20, we want to get out of a more significant chunk. So let's do a little bit here at 27 on SoFi if we're able to get it. And that would be nice if it filled right now, but it's not. That would be nice again. We're on ARCA right now, so we're looking for that fill on SoFi.
Yeah, you know what?
There it is, 16.27.
And ultimately, you invest in the house, it's just the way to go, man. Like, at the end of the day, better energy efficiency, all that kind of good stuff.
We like it.
I don't like what I'm seeing in Tesla. Like I said, we're into Uber. Intel looking a little bit weak right now. But just looking for that VWAP retrace here for now on Uber. Want to try to add to this under the 71. That's going to be the current stand. We'll be at that 71 level and then play into VWAP. While Tesla just continues to go down. I mean, the market's doing a dance with 30K. The NASDAQ's doing a dance with 30K, up 1.5%. But Tesla is just not really participating like we saw before. Like, you're really starting to trend down. I don't want to think this is a short just yet. But it is starting to feel like Tesla overall is going to end up a short. So Uber, this is the next trade for me. Hold the 71, play into VWAP, play into the low of the day. And Intel really starting to come back. Intel is violent. The first pullback gave you a really good higher low and reversal candle, but look at how much you had to chase it. So into VWAP, I expect it to be something a little bit dirty, and I don't want to get trapped by the first move. That's happened to me multiple times on Intel, only to see it go later. Like, see this pullback, you get trapped, then you get a much cleaner one into VWAP. That's what I'm kind of hoping for, that the second higher low can be the trap, and the third one can be the good one to said upside. But just about patience, man. I just really don't see what's going on that's going to turn Tesla into a bit of a long trade.
Okay, like, honestly, man, you're now $2 here on the trade of the day for myself with Apple. So I don't know. I'm waiting at 311.35. Actually, we just got missed there. Actually, I guess I should not have been waiting there. Literally 311.35. We'll see if we can get that back in again. January 12th, Joe wanted me to show it, so let's show it. January 12th, we all made picks of what we thought would be hot for the next 6 months. And this is what it looks like there. Poor Mateo over there is now back into the lows there with Neil down 16%, Mateo down 17%. Obi's dropping rank now. He's at 4 now as those shorts are finally getting squozed out of there. But there goes Obi. Had a great run for sure. Ramin coming back with all those space names. Very smart of Ramin to do that, right? Play the thematic levels there. So good job there for Ramin as she goes with I think hers is AS. Let me see what she has over here. Yeah, ASTS and Rocket Lab. And Netflix is kind of just chilling. So she has a great portfolio there. I'm happy with mine, although it's really just Marvell. We'll have to wait to see. Eli Lilly was hitting today as well, but there goes Marvell. I mean, makes up for it right there. This is what we're doing. And the overall, he always... I'll go to you, my guy. 5% right now is the average. So if you took all of us there, that's what we're doing. And Joe, of course, I'm not skipping you, my guy. I just want to see what the average was. There we go. Joe coming right back up. We like that crowd strike. And since we're here, might as well. CrowdStrike, great position there. JPM and Walmart. So I really do like this portfolio. I actually hold these two names, do not hold some Walmart. So that's just a little bit of a look there at the portfolio tracker. And we will once again do plays starting the second half of 2026 and join us. That was one of the fun days, of course, that we had. And it was good. We'll see if we can once again do that. We did get this fill right there. So we continue to ride. I love this when our arm goes up and goes down like that as we ride that bull there back to the upside on Apple. Keeps on going there. So yeah, there we go, man. Big names today. The NASDAQ up 1.5%. Oil trying to come back in. It's been a real fun day here. I hope you guys are trading with us. It's been a successful one so far. Sharif and Joe coming on the midday. That's always a blast. So get ready for them to come through. And I believe Sia's making her return today, as she's been saying. So we'll see Sia hopefully here this afternoon.
That's the plan as far as I know. So we'll see Sia back in the house. We do get Papoose? Papoose? Can I get some technicals on Sleeping Giant? Okay, Highland is a Sleeping Giant. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go with Sleeping Giant for this one. Up 12 points today. And it's a squeeze. It's 100% squeezing. Whether or not that makes it a Sleeping Giant or just a momentum play, fair enough. But if you're doing TA on these, you're not going to find much, right? Like you just saw the daily chart. It's parabolic. It's a day 2 play. Anytime you have big gap up, day 1, day 2, usually look for that like day 3, I suppose, pullback. So as long as it holds on to this trend, usually it's the 3rd day that you look for the pull. Just prior highs held as support. Well, it hasn't yet, but it's a breakout of the prior high, so you want to see this hold on. You don't want what happened in Tesla, right, where you get a clean double top breakout, fail it, and then start putting in the lower highs. Like that's the technical aspect of it that makes Tesla not look as good. I mean, it is what it is. Like the longs gave you some bounce plays, but you want to at least be consolidating over the prior resistance level. That's how you stair step it to the upside. Not much to say when it comes to technical analysis there. Let's be real. Like that stock is absolutely flying. When you have a blue sky setup, maybe you like Fibonacci's or I don't know, whatever you can use to try to get some profit takes. I don't know what's going on with. If I clear that, what's with the black space there? Oh, it's the voting thing.
Oh, someone has the voting space.
Oh, that's okay. I was trying to figure out what that was.
We can get rid of that.
We don't really have a poll for you guys just yet. We'll figure something out. Figure what the one was last week to end the week. You know what?
Oh, we had something about like what people were barbecuing.
It was like we had 6 no, we had a stock one. We had a sector hold. Remember?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Quantum. Space. We picked a bunch of sectors and we're trying to get you guys to say which one you like the most. And I feel like it might have been quantum that won it out. I'll try to find it again. But either way, the 30,000 level on the NASDAQ seems to be the wall. I haven't gotten any more fills here in Uber up top. It's sort of holding the consolidation here. Relatively weak name on Uber. So as long as it holds underneath the prior low, I think this one can be a stair step into the downside. Looking for VWAP, as you guys can all see here on Uber, and trying to get some more 71s. But it's Intel that's doing this whole dance at VWAP. It's trying to hold now. So it looks like we're getting some confirmation of this VWAP hold here on Intel. This candle has to close green it, and then we'll look for the 121.5 to the long side. Just feel like I don't want to be in a trap like that Tesla was. Got away with that a couple of long trades so far in a downtrend. Tesla's going to break low a day. Disappointing for them.
I'd say so. Anytime you get the market doing what they're doing there,
and then you're at the low.
Tesla's there, yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense. That's for sure. But that's why we just stick with the good ones. And there's Apple again. Let's check out ARM. ARM was pulling back just a little bit here today, up to 311. Now there's a great little level came back to 300. Oh my gosh, nice little bounce off there. Props for anybody. There you go, props it up. Props for anybody there that just tested out ARM right there at $3. That really flew in down there. That came from 320 down into 300. So into 300. Yeah, good little level there for ARM. We'll see if that one continues to hold out for highs. Meta, the 320s, the 324 is the high. I don't know if we're going to get back to there exactly, but we'll see. Always worth a little look. Meta, okay, good little level for Meta again, bouncing off 600. So, we remind ourselves about ARM there at 300, Meta here at 600, still down 0.12. And this is just a chip story, it seems like, right? No matter how much we think we could outsmart this market. It looks like it's the Microns, it's the Sandiks of this world, it's the Marvells, it's the Intels that just keep on chugging higher. Meanwhile, you get big mega cap names that are, quite frankly, trillions of dollars in market cap continue to sort of, wonder when their turn is. Up 1.5% right now, the market is. And Microsoft, imagine where this market would be if it had Microsoft on its back as well, or Apple. Apple's up, but, it's not up like these other names. Right now, Microsoft, Palantir, another name that we haven't even looked at yet today. This name, again, struggling, down 1%. So you got to be very, very careful to which names you're looking at and why. Right now, Palantir, not beloved like the rest of this sort of AI chase has been. And, that leads me to another name that we talk about all the time, Big Bear AI. Finally, Big Bear AI is in and around a level that, we've been buying. We're still long at 420. We haven't been buying this level. We've been thinking about it down here at your 50-period moving average. But again, without a true story here for Big Bear AI, we kind of hold out. Amazon has a huge story underneath it, and that is their monster stake that they have in Anthropic. So I really think that once this name becomes public, just similarly to, and I said that Tesla would eventually sell off because of SpaceX. I didn't think it would happen today. I thought we'd at least get into June before that happens. But right now, Amazon, I feel almost the opposite of Amazon. I think people will run into Amazon as we get that date for Anthropic. Obviously, a monster investment there by them. Them and Google, the two highest invested public companies in Anthropic. I mean, unless Blue Owl or something, I don't know what's going on.
I think.
But yeah, it's those names that I'm excited about for Anthropic.
Don't sleep on Amazon's retail business, man.
I'm sleeping on it a little bit.
The reason why I say it's hard to sleep on it is just do a direct comparison between Amazon and Walmart and then Amazon and the other cloud companies. And when you do that, you'll understand that Amazon basically gets a valuation where their retail is free. It's just that simple. And that's if you're going to compare them to Walmart, then you're getting that business free. And you can make the argument that Walmart's overvalued, but one of those, something has to give there. Amazon, great company, fundamental. But it's not all about fundamentals. We've seen this time and time again. I love the stock, but just because something's fundamentally good doesn't mean you're going to get the move to the upside. Just ask Alibaba. Just ask any Chinese stock where they don't care. So we're catching this 30,000 on the NASDAQ is really pumping higher. Here, I'll show you what's holding us up. So we're pumping higher, holding above last week's top. So this is all fresh, new highs. And even in this weak name like Uber, you're seeing it hold on to VWAP. I'm just bidding in front of the volume weighted average price to get another leg out. I don't know if I'll like a third reload if this market continues going higher. It's a relatively weak name, so it's worked, but it doesn't mean it has to work forever. So just going to try to get, there we go. Just got the bid on Uber. If it loses VWAP, I'm thinking low a day, down in the 70s to 70 and a quarter. The difference here is, well, stock sucks. It's been downward trending for a little bit, and we just broke that shelf. Just keep in mind the market is strong enough to maybe lift all the ships here. And if it does, I'll jam out of this trade. Got to be able to take what you can. If we start holding VWAP, that's the kind of thing I don't want to have to be fighting. But for now, certainly working out. Tesla's trying to go. There might be one more shot at a trend break here in Tesla. But I'd rather be long something at VWAP. And here comes Intel trying to hold it.
Pulling back.
Intel's in a pretty heavy pullback. I'm trying to think if there's another chip name that's maybe holding above prior day highs that I can go for the dip buy in instead. Thinking possibly this could be SMCI, which is trend up above prior highs, which I prefer. So I might jump over to SMCI, just thinking it looks a little technically better compared to Intel Adera.
Small caps on watch here. We're starting with QTEX. This is QTrex Quantum. This is a day 3 catalyst. This isn't new from today. They announced this on Thursday morning in discussions with an unnamed top 5 global quantum computing company, but a strategic collaboration. QTEX only became a quantum company earlier this month with a strategic pivot. So keep that in mind here. QTEX falling right now, but decently up on the day. And again, a name that's been on watch for the last handful of sessions. NCRA Nocera, transforming their company into, wait for it, Nocera Holdings. So almost the exact same name, except now they're going to be expanding across AI, data centers, robotics, biotechs, and digital assets. So basically, lots of big tech buzzwords. They also entered an equity purchase facility agreement with an investor valued at up to $100 million of newly issued shares. You've got a $7 million market cap and a $6 million share float here for NCRA. Last but not least, UZX, Linkage Global, trading higher after announcing an $8 million buyback this morning. Now, the company themselves only valued at just under $11 million with a 2.3 million share float. Back to you.
Oh man, part of me wants to short this. Thank you, Adair. Part of me wants to short this Microsoft at this level. Just quickly, very light now, right? Like less than 10% left on Apple, less than 10% left on SoFi. Talked about getting out of SoFi at VWAP, and we talked about getting a whole bunch out. We got a quarter out there, a quarter out there, a quarter out here, and another piece out right now, as we have about 10% left now on SoFi. My out is breaking 16. We're not going to hold this into a loser. We'll just take those two trades so far and relook at what's going to happen moving forward and see if we can find a new name. And that's why I said, oh boy, am I really going to be looking over here now at Softy. Maybe, you know, we lost a little bit of money last week trying to get cute with it. I don't think this is getting that cute. I mean, I do have to fix some of these wicks up here, but you're right back into here. Looking actually at a short near that 420 marker. You know, NASDAQ's up 1.5 or was more now, 1.6. Microsoft just getting back to flat, breaking through the 200 period. Was actually thinking about a short now, maybe even against that 419. If we're going to be in it, let's not be in it for very long now with Microsoft. So we'll take some now at 60s. We'll get it in and around 419 just to give it that little bit of a boost. Like, we don't need to short the exact tops here. And then put our stop at 419.25 if it breaks. Oh, sorry, I was doing that on the other screen there. All right, so there it is. Now we're short. There, look at this, man. All right, almost immediately, we only have half a unit, so it's pretty light. We'll give some back, obviously, if this breaks higher. But there goes Microsoft a little bit going now as, I don't know, I just thought this might be a decent look at a short against that level. If you're really looking at it, maybe that 420 is something. But I'm not going to, you know what, we can give it a little bit more room because of what we have. But let's give it up to 419. It looks like it's going to go. Let's just go to 50s, and then we'll stop. Oops, put the wrong price. We're going to stop out there if it does break. So let's go 419. I just got back in. 419.51. We did punch out by accident there. So we're going to give that into the 50s there, the high of day. And it looks like Microsoft now trying to go. Just try to short maybe a weak name, but yeah, maybe we got news on Momentus. Okay, so let's go MNTS.
MNTS, a 200 million universal shelf registration.
Ooh,
so that would
tough.
be some pretty decent sized dilution for Momentus. It's still up 85% for now, but that just broke trend. You're going to. Oh, I thought it was a big volume spike there. I guess it wasn't even that big of a volume spike. As I look up at a different chart. Yeah, okay. Right. Well, it's not even that big of a volume spike, but it is starting to head back in. It's holding VWAP for now, but yeah, that is a universal shelf registration, $200 million for MNTS. The market just continues to go higher. Wow. I'm looking up, like, Intel's barely getting off of VWAP
trying to do over here.
As the market's just flying higher. SMCI is still in that pullback. I just kind of prefer this. If I'm going to get into a chip on the dip, it's got an uptrend into the prior high. So if it gets into VWAP or holds 36, that'll be next. As the market continues to go, Uber is now through. And I was looking for that 70 level. For the short, like, there's really no levels out here when I pop to the 15-minute that's anywhere close. Like, you zoom out, this is where I get the 70 from, just going to the daily in the middle of April. But if this market keeps blasting, I don't want this getting back above the volume weighted average price. So I'm gonna trail out of this if it gets above VWAP and look for something else, maybe to the short side. Or maybe there isn't even a short to be had. This was the one name that looked relatively weak, but SMCI still want that dip buy. If it can get into VWAP here. It's trying to go. Just not really falling far enough because the market's too strong. I'd have to nibble in at 36 even, and we're really just giving it underneath about 35.9 where the volume weighted average price sits. And yes, Tesla continues to go lower.
Boom.
As I said, so Tesla's now making lower highs and lower lows. The breakout gave you the buck and then immediately reversed. It was able to curl, kind of give you that trend reverse trade is the word I'm looking for. Trend reverse traded back into the 432, but a breakout spot has to break resistance, and that was at 432. Where does it turn? Right at 432. So unfortunately, the seller's in a little bit of control there on Tesla as the market continues to scream higher. All right, I guess it's time to get into this SMCI. We just keep on making fresh highs on the NASDAQ. This is going to hold that 36 instead of VWAP, then I'll take 2 shots at this instead of 1. First one above the trend line, and we'll wait for VWAP if it gets there.
Yeah, I was going to wait for 428 to break on Tesla, so we'll have to wait to see if that is that change of trend. But right now, yeah, going lower, 427. That's going to be one of my next looks. Will be on that. You know, we did get stopped out of Microsoft. We picked 419.50. I'd hate for that to be the top, but I'm not going to just keep on layering into it. Like we said, we lost on this name last week trying to figure it out, and there it goes, man. I thought like a weaker name into the NASDAQ would have been something to go with, but yeah, it looks like that rate now continues to go higher as the NASDAQ is just impressive, man. Just keeps on ticking, keeps on going there. NASDAQ, NASDAQ, nice moves there. Tesla bottom picking. Oh, we did get it. So SoFi breaks 16. We're out of that one. Not that this is going to the gates of hell or anything. It was a really good trade, but we only, that last 10%, we want to get out for flat. So there's a 16 break. We lose 2 cents on that one. But yeah, you know what? Losing 2 cents when the least we took was 11. We'll be happy with that on the last 10%. And again, just wait. We wrote down 15.75 to $16. So there's our first tranche in and out. Normally we don't get like that was great. The fact that we went up in there into VWAP. I mean, we got to take that 10 times out of 10. So hopefully that will continue to be a trade for us every day on that one. And then Apple's pulling back just a little bit. There we able. Oh wow, now it's not. So let's go back over to Apple and just tick out another piece here. As might as well, man. There we go. We offer 65s and get it. There goes Apple. We already tweeted this one out a couple times. Days high for Apple, really holding fort for me on that one. Still waiting to see if we can get back into Microsoft. And then yes, I do like that Tesla break of 428 as wow. The NASDAQ is just blasting, man. That TQQs to get involved with that one might have been something. And we saw SoFi down a little lower there. JP Morgan, good
down?
bids. Well, it's down through $16.
IBIT's like going a bit program.
IBIT's going upside,
On
so
volume.
that could be a Robinhood thing. So we can have
No, Hood's not moving either.
Okay, yeah, Robinhood's not moving. That's not a good sign for Robinhood then.
No, it's not a good sign at
but
all.
IBIT up, yeah, IBIT. I mean, thing about it is we haven't looked at too much. We talked a little bit about oil, but we haven't necessarily looked at it too much. There's USO. I mean, it's just kind of hovering around. So I thought if maybe Bitcoin was heading to the upside, maybe USO was heading to the downside. That does not seem to be right. So, yeah, holding out on USO now, down that 2 and a bit percentage points there. Looking to grab a bid at the 50 period. Now goes oil. Microsoft pulling back. That's making me think about a short. I don't know. And then Tesla, still waiting for 420. Okay, I might just cancel this 428. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Microsoft teasing me with another short.
I'm looking at that move up in Bitcoin. It was like program buying on on IBIT, I should say. Obviously, Bitcoin is going crazy as well. But I look over at MSTR because it'd be nice if Robinhood was going. That kind of sucks. But MSTR could end up with a very clean trend break if there's no actual story here. Locates, aren't I? Oh no, it's free today. All right.
Oh,
well, yeah. Okay, so free on MSTR. But as we saw that big parabolic move up there in IBIT, just going to look for a trend break here on MSTR. Once it closes under the trend line, 1, 2, 3, and now trying to break the trend, close under, look for the short, and hopefully play it into the volume weighted average price. It's just a setup here. And with IBIT going, going to want to make sure I'm going to put IBIT on a separate chart just so I have that. If it starts making fresh highs in IBIT, that can be a chance to either just not take the trade or potentially, if I see it happening, just get out in the moment. Always want to use IBIT as a bit of a futures for this. If it happens, usually they're going to move side by side, but in case it doesn't, I want to make sure I have that up there. And the good thing about a breakout or a trend break, it has to actually do it or I'm not getting in to the trade. So we got the VWAP bounce here in SMCI as sort of showing you here. That's pulling into the volume weighted average price for the long. Going to get some offers into the high. But I feel like it's MSTR is now the next setup. AMD didn't want 500 for a reversal, but MSTR and IBIT does provide something for a trend break back into VWAP. The chips are holding this up for sure. And if there's nothing specific going on in crypto, I'm not saying the dollar's not moving crazy or anything. So I don't really see an explanation for this move. Like USO's not moving, dollar's not going.
Yeah, we haven't had like a break from Adara. Like there hasn't really been anything crazy news-wise here. Yeah, so nothing. Adara's still watching the wires for us there, and yeah, always you're in the right spot for that one. All right, we did put a little bit more risk here onto this onto this Microsoft trade. Just went short as a breakthrough 419 right now. So we tried this. We had better prices than this, but right now we'll take what we have as this is pushing lower now for softy. So let's take out 450 cents. We'll take out a little bit of profit. Well, now for much more than that. Now 70 cents. So here comes Microsoft. We'll see if we can make it all back just with this one trade. But took a minute to get it. Was surprised at that move higher, but we hadn't necessarily been trading Microsoft all that well. So let's take a piece out here on the 200 period like we did. We're actually sitting right now at 10s. See if we get another level there. There's levels to it, and we'll see if that can hit right there as well. Apple still upsides. We're talking about that. We didn't talk too much about NVIDIA, though, either. NVIDIA and Palantir kind of on the back burners here today. There goes NVIDIA, 218. They're trying to break highs. That would have been a good dip buy into 215. We did buy last week. We talked about getting out of some ARM and getting into NVIDIA. We bought some NVIDIA. I think it was 215 on, was it 215? Yeah, it must have been.
That sounds right.
There, yeah, because that's right there, those levels. So we bought some 215s there on Friday. Now up to 218, whatever, man. We went from ARM into NVIDIA, so that won't be good. ARM sold to 297, might be close to the same.
I don't know. I feel like ARM has more downside risk right now than NVIDIA.
Yeah, I would say so. Downside, yeah, just because of where it's been.
Valuation.
I think that's about right. Microsoft, and we can go back over to that, but there's $1 now on Microsoft. So finally, that name pushes back down a little bit, and we lick our wounds from those shorts. But there comes Microsoft right back in. And we did get out of our SoFi, so it's Microsoft, Apple, and SoFi here today on a green day.
And MSTR, look at what's happening in Bitcoin. I bit almost all the way back into VWAP as it broke that trend. And then once that happened, you're starting to, this is not rocket science, but you're going to see MSTR sort of do the same thing. So it got to 166.5, was able to get more shares, but I had to chase a little bit down into 166.09. So it was in the 30s there. So average price about 25 or so. Looking for just in front of the pre-market highs. That's going to be the exit point. But as the market, as that comes back in, SMCI dip buy off of VWAP, loses VWAP. So we're in at 36.03, only giving it about 20 cents, but that's, it's a $36 stock, right? So 20 cents on this is, I think, enough. And if it loses, like I said, if it loses trend, then I'm jumping out. You cannot hold that VWAP. Now the short's coming in here. It's weird. Like, it'll be a counter trend trade in MSTR and a counter trend trade in Tesla. Well, the first one's not a counter trend trade because that was just a breakup. Then a counter trend trade in here that'll give us the wins. And sometimes that's how the market's going to treat you. You just have to find your spots. And it might not be where you thought originally or the direction that you thought. You just sort of stick to your entry points. And here's another reason why I like that 164, resistance. So I think you can catch a bit of a bid here. And if I do see a sharp spike up in IBIT, I can always just punch out and take profit. I'm not letting this get all the way back into the top. Not in this kind of a strong market. Like, we're in a 1.7 NASDAQ up market right now. And even with crypto pulling back, so NASDAQ futures don't care. They're still going higher. So you want to make sure you bank on your shorts, get in, get out, and don't turn any winning shorts into losers. Not in this environment, because we're going to get 2% at this rate. And we're going to get it before we even throw it over to the midday.
I was thinking we had to pay for shorts on USO. I think you might have said that before.
Yeah, there was a couple times we had.
Yeah, so right now we are paid for that short. Who knows if it's going to be right here, but I'm going to try to play it. We have a break through the 50 period. We have a support up there. I'm actually just going to use this as our out. Actually, we can even take it up a little bit higher there, 137.80 or so. We'll see if we can get a short there for USO on this right now. We're short in the 20s, so if we can get another fill in and around 60, we'll take that. So let's put an offer up around 50s or 65 50s or so. We'll take that, and then we're going to stop out on this kind of a break right there. Let's just go to 138. We could do a stop on that, 138.01. I just, like I was saying, man, maybe there's going to be some sort of a, offering today of some sort. Let's see what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz as well. But for right now, short into that, just underneath. And we want to play it technically like, there we go. Do we just get a fill there? No, we did not, almost. Hopefully we get something. I'm bidding O's. We're bidding O1s. We'll see if we can get a fill. And just trying to play it technically now. Broke down below. We'll see if we do get a shelf break. And hold on, did I just get that fill? No. We're still bidding 137.01 to see if we can get 25 cents and we just miss it. It was only going to come out at 10%. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bid there. We do have I heard a Dara, but you let me know if we're calling over there. I haven't heard it from my guy yet, so we'll wait to see. There goes USO. So here we go, man. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon. There's another one, another good trade there on USO downside, but we're only out at 10%, so let's not be too excited about it. Andre, let us know if you want us to go back there for a dare. Here it comes. Yes, sir. There it goes. Props up on that one as there it goes. Nice downside play. There's 50 cents again right there for oil as here it comes. Nice move down in for USO. Take another piece out, man. Let's bid some 61s. Bang. There it goes. We just took it on. Bye-bye USO to the downside.
Derek?
Keep an eye on USO. As Sean mentioned, moving to the downside, Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. Navy has begun guiding ships once again here through the Strait of Hormuz. They have restarted assisting vessel crossings through the strait under the renewed Project Freedom operation, which you know was announced and then very quickly disbanded and apparently is back on. Once again here, U.S. Navy apparently restarting guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, according to the Wall Street Journal. I also have to congratulate Micron here, guys. MU reaching above $1 trillion market cap for the first time ever. Back to you.
You know what? I don't think we allowed Micron on that poll when we did the $1 trillion poll. I feel as if we left that one off because it would have been, we didn't want anything that was too chalk, and Micron would have been way too chalk, just given the momentum. But congratulations, Micron. I'm pretty sure almost every single time a company's made to the 1 trillion mark, there's been like a temporary high, but that has not been an intraday thing. I'm fairly certain it's like, that's like the day after kind of idea there. So watch out. It's just a psychological, probably profit taker. All right, Bitcoin's starting to pull back into at least where the support was. This program buy started at 43.6 on Bitcoin, so if it bounces there, that's where I want to look for the exit. And on MSTR, it is looking like it's going to be above the 164.5. So I'm going to get on the bid here and just take it out. Now trail it to the 165.5. So we got the trend break that we're looking for, but now that Bitcoin is trying to make its journey back to where it started, got to recognize that MSTR hasn't quite gone there. And if all it wants to do is give us a buck retracement, I'm happy with that. Like, I'll take it. It's right now strong relative to Bitcoin, which is surprising. That's not, like, I like the fact that you could get into this lagging a bit, but look where Bitcoin is and look at where MSTR is. You know, allow it to do what it's doing, but when you go back into that support, I'll just take the profit and run. So we'll look for the next opportunity. You never know where it's going to be. Maybe it's AMD 500. I think so. I mean, AMD's now at 496 and still trending higher.
496. Oh my God.
I know. Well, okay, hold on a second. But AMD, what's AMD's market cap?
Like 600?
800? It's got to be getting close to 800. So I guess AMD's going to be, I mean, I don't want to say it's next on the list, but it's got to be pretty close. Who's closer to 1 trillion and next on the list if it's not AMD? You guys let me know. But I tend to think there's...
Yeah, it's 760.
760?
We're getting up there.
Okay, yeah, we're getting up there. I mean, these guys are probably going to see that trillion, who knows, a month at this rate?
Yeah, I mean, well, it doesn't needs 30% more. Well, it needs 25% more, 30% more.
At the rate it's going.
I think it's... Yeah, I don't think it'll be this month, but you can see.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
still expecting
month,
a little bit of.
Is over. My bad.
Oh yeah. Well, even in June, I still expecting.
Over.
I know that's what I was saying. May 26th already. Well, we might. I mean, you might get 25% in the next couple of days. I shouldn't say never for that one, unless you're Justin Bieber. You should never say never. Never say never. Yeah, get it, Adara over there. All right, karaoke time around these joints. Here we go, man. We did. I mean, there it is again. Right now, we want to say thank you to Steven one more time because, yeah, man, there's Microsoft. We've got this name, man. We've got it pretty good as well. So Microsoft making a move lower. Let's just get a little bit of a bid here. Crossover, get some 65s. Nice move there for Microsoft, down $1.20. USO didn't. That was, I mean, when that happened, that was good. We have half of our position still on board of USO. So, you know, here it comes right back up. So, you know what? Take advantage of those headlines, that's for sure. This could still be a stop out. I mean, that's why you want to make sure you put money in your pocket when that money's available. And it was for sure for USO. I mean, when we almost made $1 on that trade, when our stop I mean, we already gotten out. We're going to try to get a little bit more at 60 than our stop in here around 80s. So we're going to wait to see if that continues to make a fall down. And, you know, I don't know what just happened to IBIT there. Like, I don't know, Adara, if there was some more news about
crashing.
Like now it's really cratering in. So those of you that were sort of identifying an IBIT long there, wondering, I mean, we looked at it, and remember we said like Robinhood's not really going, SoFi's, if anything, is hovering around flat on the day, off the open, it's still up 2%, but IBIT right there pulling right back into some support. So just wondering, and we say, what's up with that? As we look at IBIT and we wait to see for 417 coming in for Sir Softy. What's up, A?
I don't have anything on IBIT, though I will let you know that apparently in recent days we were seeing a massive decrease here in how many people think we're going to get that Clarity Act passed through soon. So that's just a general crypto catalyst.
Okay, well,
nothing brand new here on IBIT.
I mean, Clarity Act issues would be a problem, that is for sure. All right, $1.70 right there. We got reloaded on Softy, and we put that right back into our pipe and smoked that one. Back downside for USO as well, and I'll throw it over to Neil. I'm going to take another bid just right here. The prices aren't that important for me on USO. We try to play the momentum, and we try to play. Prices are important. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, I don't think, okay, it's at 137, I'm going to get out. I don't, you know, the even dollar to me is whatever. We've just been bouncing around this area, so we take a couple more outs there, wait for one more crack lower. But this is very, very news-based, and it could turn at any moment there. We did hear those ships getting escorted through the strait would be a good sign, but, you know, that's not the play. Like, once this thing gets actually opened up for good, I'm expecting USO to drop like 10+%, I would think, there if and when that winds up happening. But good outs. Oh, by the way, another out there on Apple, right there, 311.50s. Very, very light now on all these trades. Yeah, as we're getting close to the end here.
Taylor and a lot of others are saying, why not short MU? Well,
talked about that. I'm not shorting Intel or MU or anything.
The thing about this is, like, it's one thing if it's like $1,000 or like maybe there's like some kind of 900. Like, in this one, like, you've really got to get it in good. There's a big difference between seeing a parabolic move up in crypto that was going. To be honest with you, there was no story with this. I'm actually surprised it's coming back as far as it is. There was nothing at the moment, it was just all programmed by, goes right into resistance and breaks the trend. Where's the resistance in Micron? Oh, that's right. It doesn't have any because it's at all-time highs. Like, that's part of the problem. Like, MicroStrategy, you're going into lower highs for that short. So I like that trend break, and I'm going to like it better. 10 times out of 10, if the stock has a trend break, but you're shorting it in front of resistance, much better. Wouldn't you want to buy in front of support and short in front of resistance? So yeah, Micron might break trend. Maybe DRAM is a good opportunity as well. But these are all, like, you're waiting for just one spot to get in, and maybe you're taking 2 or 3 shots at it. I would prefer some crazy even dollar level where you'd see a lot of profit taking, at least personally for me. So the next available trade might, like, maybe it is something like that. I don't know. Like, AMD at 500 is that kind of a thing. It's just at such an obvious level. What doesn't seem to want to go here is Intel. And the longer Intel kind of holds this, let's just say, weak higher low trend, and this might end up being a reversal play on INTC through VWAP. So we'll see if that's next. We found MSTR because Bitcoin happened to go. I didn't know Bitcoin was going to make that move, and we saw it happen, and then we went over to MSTR. That could be next. Tesla seems like it's...
The crazy part is I canceled my Tesla bid. That was so stupid.
Well, while we're looking at crypto, I went over and the level 2 I was using for Tesla, I moved to MSTR. Take that trade, but now Tesla has broken trend and goes right into the prior close. So
I had a trigger buy at 428 there, breaking right there, and I just didn't do it. Like, I literally canceled it, thinking like, you know, Tesla's going to be weak there, so we technically should be. It doesn't matter, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but we did talk about that play there at 428. And the reason why I didn't average, like, I didn't buy those dips is because we had broken above, and I remember Neil talking about trend and everything. So we did break that low there of 428, and I wanted it if we retook that level. So now I think it's gone. I'm not gonna wait around and bid that one more time, but these are decent areas for some kind of support there on TSLA. Back over to the desk with Adara breaking news.
We're going to talk about sectors in a second, but guys, QCOM, Qualcomm, sharply to the upside, reportedly striking an AI chip deal with ByteDance, the owner of TikTok, according to Bloomberg. Once again, guys, Qualcomm, massive push to the upside, reportedly striking an AI chip deal with ByteDance, which again is the owner of TikTok. I'll quickly here go over these sectors while I have you guys. Nice look here for electronic tech. Micron up 17% in the $1 trillion club and at new all-time highs. SanDisk also at new all-time highs, or at least briefly touched new all-time highs, both of them pulling back a little bit from these levels, but SanDisk more so, still up about 8% for SanDisk, STX, and WDC, other names in the sector up 4% and 9% respectively. So memory stocks looking great. AMD up 5%, Broadcom up 5%, TXN here up 5%, Qualcomm, we just announced that TikTok AI chip story, they're up about 7%. Strength here also exists in producer manufacturing, LRCX, AMAT, Caterpillar, GEV. We've discussed these names as having a lot of overlap with these AI plays, so good look there with the exception of Uber. Transportation is really strong, non-energy minerals really strong. Now, energy minerals to the downside. We know we've had some enthusiasm or hope lately, as of late, that there could be a swift end to the conflict in the Middle East. And with that in mind, oil names pushing lower. Consumer non-durables not looking too good here either. Philip Morris down 3%. Fellow tobacco play Altria down about 2%. Health services names to the downside as well. I looked for a story on this earlier. Couldn't find one at the time, but UNH leading this group to the downside. Retail trade also weak. Costco down 3%. They report earnings after the bell on Thursday. Back to you.
Well, Tesla's decided now to go meme crazy, but we'll try not to chase this one here on Tesla. Obviously, it gave you a third long opportunity. That goes without saying. That's pretty insane.
What, Joe?
At the time it finally goes, what's going on with Joe? Is he cracking up over there? What's so funny? Okay, Joe. I don't know if Joe has his mic on, but
I don't know. I don't know what it's up to.
I don't know. I don't know.
Something to do with me, Joe?
Probably looking at least a little bit at crypto.
Oh, man, who knows?
Maybe you found a bid in Bitcoin as we've really, really come back in here. At least MSTR. I don't know what our friend JKL is thinking. Why is this in the drop-down when I type MicroStrategy? AW1132. But still relatively strong here in MSTR. So I don't think this is going to be a short again in MicroStrategy. Not when it's holding out much better than Bitcoin. I feel like you got away with one there when it gave you the trend break. But I don't think that's one I want to jump back into. Still going to be looking at Tesla, obviously. And you know what? Uber's still staying on structure as well, at least for now. I got away from the Uber short because the market, how strong the market looked. But hey, it's still making lower highs. For now, that can easily change, but it's holding underneath that prior close. As long as that 71 can hold up and withstand the next push upside, I think I get back to this short over there in Uber. A little relative weakness. We got the Birdman with a super chat if we can throw it up there on Assassino. Andre? Oh, there we go. Birdman, what do we think about STEX making huge news with regards to new appointments and big insider moves? Well, you like insider buying. Insider buying is a heck of a lot more important than insider selling. Remember, with insider selling, they're always just, a lot of the time it's just, okay, well, you got to take profits at some point. They got to file months in advance. The timing of it ends up being rather random. But if you have this kind of a long consolidation, now I don't know about the insider buying. You'd have to double check. But if it happened during this long $1 consolidation, well, that's a level that gets defended on these kind of stocks. Why? Because you got to maintain compliance at $1, and it's doing like that typical breakout. It's at 150, always room. Like think about $2, 152 when you talk about these, and then you try to make sure you bank profit on these bad boys because usually you get down to $1 from 7 for really good reasons, and fundamentally, usually penny stocks are penny stocks for a reason. But I like dollar bounces. They've always been pretty solid technically, and you're getting that 50 period going too. And if you got insider buying as well, great. Just make sure you bank wins when you get a penny stock winner. You never want to be that person that turns a winner into a loser.
And there you go. Thank you, MF Dane Generous. Just letting Neil finish there. Yeah. Look, that's $3 now. On Softy. So there's the short, man. We fought the law, and the law won until it didn't. Nice move down there for Microsoft. There you go. Take it to Just take a bid at $3.50 right now. That is another one, and hopefully we don't have this crash landing come into play here, but it's been a good one so far. We're out of some Apple's been a monster as well. 311 break, let's just get out of Apple's gonna be obviously my P&L number one. 310, 99, we'll get out of some Apple, and we'll get out of it all, actually. See you later on that one. SoFi has been an absolute monster. We're just getting ready to go. We got to go over to Money Talks. We'll do that today. But, I mean, hopefully you guys are, believing in some of the ideas that Neil and I have given out to you guys. What's up to Salvador as well? You want to say something here? Let's go figure out what you're saying. I think you just mentioned you're out there at Microsoft. Oh, I'm in Microsoft short with me. Well, props it up right there. Me too, man. I'm almost out of everything of Microsoft to the downside. And there it goes. USO is another name that we're in. But yeah, great trade there, Salvador. Glad that you're in here with me on Mr. Softy. Used to be my favorite stock to trade. So, congratulations for you guys to be in that one. There it goes. We're now out of Apple to finish that trade. That's going to be the banger there. We wait for USO now to come back in. We get a little bit of a short added on to that. This one could turn itself around and become a loser, but right now it's all good for us on USO. As we've taken some profit, let's see what happens now with United States Oil Fund, hopefully to the downside for me. Over back to the desk, though, with Adara as she's got Money Talks.
I have a few more details here as well on this Qualcomm ByteDance story. Once again, Bloomberg reporting that Qualcomm is set to make an AI chip deal with ByteDance, of course, the parent company of TikTok. Now, apparently, Qualcomm will be supplying ByteDance with AI-focused ASICs. ByteDance expected to buy millions of these chips for AI agent software. So, interesting look here. Again, ByteDance and Qualcomm reportedly discussing a chip deal. Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar. Nice push to the upside here for the DXY after closing lower to end the week last week. So nice start to this holiday shortened week for the DXY. If you look at what we did here last week, slightly green candle, but as of right now, poised for 3 straight green weeks for DXY. Let's see if this pattern continues. We did get some interesting CB consumer confidence print coming out here. So CB consumer confidence 93.1, that's going to be above estimates and above the prior print here. So we were expecting 92, prior print here 92.8. Now this higher than expected print also is in great contrast to last week's print that came on Friday, University of Michigan consumer sentiment 44, I believe 44 here. That was a record low for the reading. So interesting look and interesting contrast here between CB and University of Michigan consumer sentiment readings. If you take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool, we are still not expecting any cuts this year. First hike, again, according to these probability readings for now, could be in January of 2027. That would be a 25 basis point hike. Now, if you zoom a little bit closer here, 99% of participants still expecting rates to be held in place at that June 17th, 2026 meeting, which is now just under a month away. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a lock. There are certain locks, and one of them is that rates aren't going anywhere, and if anything, they're going higher by the end of the year, but the market doesn't seem to care too much about that. It's being able to shrug it off. That's the thing about a bull market. The whole point is that it's supposed to be able to shrug off negative news, rates, the bond market, at least for now. I think that doesn't hold forever. The bond market, not usually wrong forever, but for now, looking pretty good. I think the only trade I'm looking at in the current moment at current prices is Uber breaking this uptrend and holding the 71s. I want to get back to where we were with this name. Do want to respect it. I might even think about it. No, it's hard to want an MSTR long when, like, if we go back up there and double top on USO. One of the things I was saying was you look for the longs when you get to the top in reverse. I think that's the kind of thing. If we're able to do that and get the reversal, then it would be a long. Otherwise, you really got to start thinking about shorts if we continue trending up here in USO. But I'm going to go IBIT instead of MSTR. Like, one's weaker than the other. Right? Like, yeah, it worked on MSTR, but IBIT's through VWAP and making lower, obviously pressing a little bit lower. So yeah, it worked, but this is clearly the weaker, just to go right to the direct, and we can play in the volume weighted average price. So I'm kind of flipping from MSTR to IBIT, but that's just because of the relative weakness, and I want to short VWAP. Or we get that 71 back and forth there on Uber. It's only about 5 minutes to go. I didn't even get the menu.
Oh, I got it. Let's do it quickly here. It'll be a good one there. It's a Mexican today, and it's although it's a nacho kind of Tuesday, as we talked about what that means instead of tariff tacos. But today's going to be a good one. It looks like we've got Mexican flag. It's going to be a good one. It's Tuesday. It's not tacos, but it's close enough. It's pork fajitas. So we'll see. They've been pretty good last time. We'll see if those can hit there. The fajitas have been nice and tasty and fresh, so that'll be good. There it is. Warm corn tortilla, fresh corn apparently as well. Lettuce, cucumber, sour cream salsa, avocado, red onion, and then there's your roasted corn with, of course, a mixed salad. So that is what's going on today in Lunch Ladyland here at Real Trading and Trader TV Live. So we'll have to wait for that one. It should be a good one. It's not tilapia today. Whether or not it is later in the week, I don't know. I'm off on Friday. My kid's coming. I got to go pick him up. He's at university right now. Then we do have a tournament, actually. So that is, you mentioned last week, and I was saying, no, we did not, but we do. So it's a local.
There's always a tournament, though.
There is, yeah. We're booked actually every single weekend. We do not have a free weekend all summer.
Well, that's
so like literally.
That's how sports.
That's how
travel.
Sports
You got to.
We did get out there, and that's baseball included as well as baseball as hockey. There's USO, so we got to slap a fail on that last little reload there as it started ripping up through. See, this is what I'm saying. Like you get those stories, it goes to the downside, then it goes to the upside. So USO comes in as easy as it goes out right there. And Microsoft still $3, but we've emptied it out. Less than 5% left on that, and that's the only trade we have left.
You know why Hook might have been weak?
Maybe buying some Apple.
They're closing.
Robinhood.
They're finally closing the WonderFi deal, but that's such a small deal.
Okay. Yeah, that's
fine, but it is finally closing. It only took forever. Apparently, one of the issues was integrating WonderFi into their
well,
platform.
they got it done, I guess.
Do you know what? Like if
tilapia clock is running out.
Tilapia clock.
We made some complaints about it, so I don't know what that clock.
Well, I don't know how many times. I don't think we've had it in a while, to be honest.
That's what the clock is about. I'm sure this is what that.
That's what everyone cares about. It's like it's been a minute since we've had it,
and they're counting it down. They're waiting for us to hit the tilapia.
But the once a week thing, I think, is done. Like we're not seeing it with that frequency, so that's pretty much over. But yeah, for me, the market's starting to pull back here, at least a little bit off the highs. So Uber, I think this is the next trade. I don't see any way around it. Get into that 71, break the trend, short, get some of the field. It'd be basically the same thing as before. Just want to try to hold it longer. Market looking a little bit better. David Zed with another super chat if we can get it up here. What do we got? What?
Tilapia nachos?
Nacho cheese.
Yes. I don't think there's not too much cheese on there, but there's probably like the spread cheese there on the shredded cheese.
Well, I don't get it because I'll be on the no cheese there, the no cheese menu. And it really just stems from how they used to do like they used to do the salad where there'd just be this random block of cheese, which is fine if you're into that sort of thing. Like one of our buddies used to I remember in high school, the guy would like show up with like a chunk of cheese. If you love cheese, you love cheese. I just don't need a brick of cheese.
I was wondering why his nickname was Rat.
Lunch. Well, that's exactly where the Rat nickname came from. He would come to school and in his lunch would be a block of cheese. Like not cubes, a block, and he'd just eat it. And some people love cheese that much.
Yeah, so that's
You like what you like. I'm not trying to judge.
Look, SoFi right there at 16. I mean, we're not back into this one. I'm going to be very, very careful on what I'm doing here with SoFi right now. You know, they got a nice little pullback in on the day. You know, we did have that move that was going kind of crazy there right off the open. Pulled right in, gave us a gift. I felt like at $16. Took the pretty much, we talked about that, a quarter there, like another 10 or 15% there, dropped it out, only held 10% back in, got that out for flat, and right now doesn't seem to have the juice to really do anything right now. So I'm going to hold off on trying to buy some SoFi. Just a quick look, and then we'll go over to the midday. You know, they're going to have a great show for you guys as well as they talk about, you know, some of the high-flying names that might be available in the mid-cap. We have BRAI, which is moving around there today as well. But this is just an overall, you know, look. I talked about liking some J&J, so maybe on a day like today, I could flash out as some Marvell with earnings tomorrow, so obviously pretty risky. See what they, you know, say about into earnings. But just like you don't really buy into earnings, I don't think selling into earnings unless you're just thinking about getting off 5%. Maybe we'll do something like that, worth it. But I like some J&J there, down 2%. We'll have to find out the, you know, the macro reason potentially why. Some names that we didn't even look at, we'd never do on the trading side, but we always talk about them. There's Caterpillar, AMAT, GV. Some of these names. Where's my CEG? That was a recent name that I had just bought into. Constellation. I don't know why I don't see it on here. That's okay.
Maybe it'll be.
It should be an S&P 500 name. I'm not sure why it's there. Not there. Unless it's not moving. I like TTWO. Take two. Yeah, we can have a look there. They just had earnings. Ooh, a trailer being dropped today, says my friend over there for Grand Theft Auto. Take TWO. Okay, nice rumors. That'll be a good one there. So Micron, 17%. Let me.
CG, it'll be probably in the utilities.
Yeah, maybe. TTWO. Here's a quick look. So they did just report. I like the stock. Here we go, Fabian. If you like it as well, down 3% right now. And we talked about buying dips on Take Two. We should have done that. Should have done our own little logic there. Supposed to be released in November. If they're dropping a trailer again today, that should be exciting. So watch out for Take Two, potentially with an upside play there if it gets some social media buzz. Thanks, Fabian. It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, did anybody... Before you throw guys, did anybody actually watch The Mandalorian and want to tell me if it was any good? Because I didn't watch it, and Disney sucks. We hitting the bangs for it? No, probably
That was
not.
Joe.
Joe, I don't think anybody. It apparently was getting really bad reviews. I'm just curious. You guys let me know in the chat. If
Wow,
you watched
Microsoft.
Disney down. Adara?
I didn't watch it, but why didn't it come out on May the 4th? It feels like this was a missed opportunity. You know what I mean? May the 4th, guys, come on.
That's literally all Disney's been doing is missing opportunities. Obsession, Fabian saw. What's that? Okay, Obsession, some horror movie came out apparently, but we're gonna get some Mexican cuisine today, which I'm sure will be absolutely delicious.
It'll be gorgeous and
we'll be back at 2 o'clock. The shorts are now starting to work. Let's send you on over to the professor and Joey Options. Peace.
Oh.
And boom. There he is. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And it is one of the nicest days, I'd say.
I know, I see 28 out there, my guy. It's tarp off season.
Pause for a second.
Yeah.
Pause for a second. Have you noticed the lack of anything coming with this fantastic weather? Think about
Humidity.
my aversion to.
Humidity.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what
Why
I'm talking
can't the
about.
temperature be at these levels consistently without the accompanying humidity? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's say hello to everybody. Joey, what's going on? Danny Dade Trizzle. We got Arcane Level. Shout out to Taylor Batty and Mr. Janky Stock. Cheers Live, Old Wise Trader, and the OG Bhavin Patel. We got Brandon and Christmas, 10 or 123. Dan, we got Mig Raj, Don Sharifo's in the house, Chris Onion, and Trust Fund Baby, Jal Press, and Sahil. We got Todd, we got Jesse Martinez, we got the real Don D, not the fake one, Joey, but the real one. We got Adrian as well, Patrick Irvin's in the house, and Jason Parrott, Wyatt, Encouragement 2023, DJ Rules Commodity King. We got Ahmed yelling Habibi. We got the OG Ichiro in the house. Happy Tuesday, right back at you, baby. Almighty J, right above Ichiro's name. The G is back, apparently. Good morning, my guy. Good morning, right back at you, baby. Trader Sniper TV. And who else, man? Levi Corbett. We got the Fluffsters. Fluffy Hippo gracing us with her presence. Good morning, Joey.
Good morning, everyone. Had a fantastic Memorial Day weekend. Mike Peter Ryder, I haven't seen. Did you call his name out? I haven't seen him in the chat. He's been partying too hard, taking the day off. Adam James, glad that he's in the chat as well too. I feel like timing out Jesse Martinez for some reason, even though he's done absolutely nothing.
Crazy,
that's my guy. We put him in a little bit of a timeout, just
right there,
you know, yeah, exactly. Just to abuse the authority a little bit here, Sharif. But aside from that, guys, let's get right into things and see what we were. Yeah. Shout out to Ray J. That show. Ray J got knocked out. Your guy Ray J. The R&B artist.
Oh, that was
got
hilarious. Why is he my guy, bro?
I thought he was your guy.
He looked fantastic shape, didn't he?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit tough, but yeah, sorry, Jesse. 10 seconds for you, my guys. Let's get right into this trading stuff, guys. A lot going on here in the market. Tesla, obviously the ones that you don't take work out the best, but we go 2 for 3 here in In NVDL, this is the only name that I've traded. We start off with a loss, we get out when we're supposed to, and then we add a little bit more, added 33% more to this position, and then I just take off what I had in this position, and then sure enough, we get stopped out for the break even. I'm like, all right, let's be patient. The market is ripping. I believe we're gonna start to participate in this name at some point. But it's been lagging, right? Like we were hitting highs of the days, we were breaching the pre-market highs in the NASDAQ and in the SPY, and we had a massive laggard here in NVDA, and it's starting to sell more aggressively. There is a lot of selling pressure within this name still, so what I'm stood to believe is that the shorts are still in play with this name, all right? So we take this long, we take some off right there. I missed the top, I was gonna wait for 110, but I wasn't gonna make the same mistake that I did over here. We remove 70% of the position, then we leave the rest for a runner for the break of the pre-market high. That didn't happen. We pull back, we hit the volume weighted average price, shows me some buy signals, so we reload the position, take it off, and then boom, I get stopped out break even. The guys to our right were asking, Joe, why are you laughing? And the reason why I was laughing is because the second that I get out, it just rips higher. So I'm like, all right, yeah, obviously that would happen. Other than that, TSLL, we'll go over to my watch list here momentarily. TSLL off the lows, trendline break, and then just goes absolutely nuts. Makes me laugh as well too, because it's the ones that you don't take tend to work the best, which is unfortunate. Now moving over to our watch list here, guys, we have the NASDAQ, the SPY, obviously always in the corner of our eye. I'll rotate this one here to see how we're performing on the S&P, and then we have DRAM going absolutely nuts. Take a look at this name from a daily perspective, just gapping up to new all-time highs. So we are going parabolic in some of these memory stores names. Samsung and SK Hynix top holdings in this name specifically, NVDA, and then Tesla. Who do you got up there, my guy?
Assassino, my birthday yesterday. Her birthday today, Casey.
No, that's Casey.
520 frickin' 6 is in the house. Her name is her birthday, so I mean, it's pretty right on the nose right there, right? Shout out to Casey, the real OG in the chat. She's a fantastic small cap gapper trader. If you're newer to the channel, just look out for that KC526 moniker in the chat. It is this lovely lady right here. It is her birthday. So I'd love for everybody to kind of, just get behind the community. Shout out this lovely lady right here. Tell her happy birthday. We love you, Case. You're a fantastic member of the community, and we're all better off for having you in the chat, quite frankly, because you are a fantastic trader. And I'm kind of selfish that way, right? I want the best people around me, I'm not gonna lie. So shout out to everybody there. Thank you very much for the super chat, MF Dangerous. It was his request, not like I would have ever said no, to shout out KC526, so shout out. We also got Birdman dropping 5 in the chat. Good morning, guys. Keep an eye on QTEX and STEX. I dropped $5,000 on both Friday, and so far, so good. I love to hear that. Shout out to my main man, Adam James abroad. He called this one. I'm like, hey, there was resistance at 8 at CODX. He's like, look, man, there is a lot of room above 8 for this one. And boy, oh boy, did it rip. Shout out to you, Adam. Way to have that conviction behind your trades, way to put your money where your mouth is, and way to make that observation in a way that we can all kind of get behind. CODX is absolutely moonshotting to the high side. It is up about 66% or thereabouts with an 872 high. Be on the lookout here. Just before we review the side charts, we got to go to Adara with news.
Yeah, I have a story here on AAPL. I'm seeing this circulate. Not much of a move here on the stock, but I think certainly worth noting because of the company this story involves. American Airlines teaming up with SpaceX, specifically Starlink here, to install their Starlink Wi-Fi across over 500 Airbus aircraft. Deal is going to be bringing satellite internet deeper into commercial aviation, expanding Starlink's role as a connectivity layer for planes, ships, and remote infrastructure. So AAPL and Starlink, or SPCX, team up. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Shout out to David, also dropping 5 in the chat. Happy birthday, Sharif and Casey. Thank you, David, for the $5 super chat and the birthday wishes. We do appreciate you. And Casey526 just dropped 10 Trade TV Live memberships in the chat. Old Wise Trader, you got one. DJ Rules and Pack Rick, Jal Press, Shrimp Pin Pat, something like that. The G is back. Jacques, you got one as well, my man, as well as Cosmic Consciousness. So shout out to everybody in the chat, and thank you, Casey, for that. Gifting people on their own birthday. That's the kind of lady she is, man. It gives you an idea right there. All right, here's what we got on Assassino, because there's a lot going on, so let's get right down to work. BIYA. I'm not short Uber. That's Neil's positions, but as soon as I get into position, it'll update. Likewise, I don't think Joey's short 418.95. I think that's Katina Man's position, and he's giggling, so I know for a fact that that is his position. Shout out to the Katina Man. All right, so we're involved here. BIYA. I'm looking for this to hold up. It doesn't look like it's going to hold up here. It looks like it lost that 180 level, and it's about to lose 170. I have my stop right below that. BRAI, very strong, a bit more expensive, a little bit spreadier as well. I see 25 penny spread currently, 18.59 high, dropping a little bit below 16 right now, still above that volume weighted average price though. So BRAI should be in focus, but let's talk about CODX. This one, what's the spread on this item? Currently 3, 4, 5 pennies, okay? So it varies. It looks like it's mid to low single digits. That's pretty good. You've got a lot of breakout momentum here behind you, but the good news is you had a very clear area of resistance. That was around $8, right? So if you're gonna use that $8 area as initial resistance, then use it as support. It doesn't mean that you gotta get in right at 8. It just means, you know, if you're going to get into 830s, 840s, you've got to basically put your stop in and around that $8 area, typically below. So if that's going to be the case, then it has to factor in your risk to reward analysis. So you got to take the requisite share size to make sure that fits, right? What else we got over here? FUTG's moving, BRTX, a little bit cheaper of a name, about 28 pennies, but who can complain when you're trading at the high of the day? And nor have you breached the 10 EMA on the 5 at any point in the day. And there's good amount of volume, relatively speaking. I mean, about 250,000 shares per 5-minute candle on a 28 penny name ain't that much, but we're going to keep a close eye here. And TE Energy, not strictly a small cap gapper, but dancing around that $10 level. I'd like to see a decisive taking of 10. It's been a little bit above 10, a little bit below 10. You saw that double top, that breach 10, and then it failed all the way down into about 9 2/3. So that is something you need to look out for there. There's a lot running today, but it feels like CODX could be the best of the bunch here, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. We're going to send things over to Adara, see what she's got going on over. We have the SPY and the triple Qs right at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can find some plays around this neck of the woods, guys.
We're now seeing here a U.S. official reportedly denying a report that sent to move down lower here in oil about half an hour ago. Basically, that report from the Wall Street Journal suggested that the U.S. Navy had begun guiding ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Again, now we're hearing from this U.S. official that U.S. forces are not currently escorting commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
The back and forth is crazy. I just don't understand how they're so, you're doing one thing and then, oh, we're not doing that. To me, that's just market manipulation. Anyways, aside from that, I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Let's take a look at a couple. Your mic is low-ish, says Dan. Is it? I'll see what production's saying. But other than that, guys, let's head over to what we're looking at. SPY indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. Are we going to print a 5-minute hammer here on NVDA? And then we also have the TQs here, guys, as well. Every pullback seems to get bought up on DRAM. Is this going to be a signal? I like this leg here. It closes as green, and then you establish a new one. Now, if we hold VWAP here on the SPY and on the NASDAQ, I think there's going to be a good potential play. We'll give it some time to turn around. What are you guys saying about the mic? Is the mic fine? Yeah, no one's saying anything. So maybe just turn up the volume a little bit. But here is Tesla. This is where I missed the opportunity to take the long trade on this. You can see buying pressure slowly starting to kick in, but we also have a trend line break, right? So we have multiple touches throughout this. You open up, and then the volume really started to uptick, and you can see it stair step higher. So Tesla was that missed op, and it just goes parabolic. My next chance to get involved was at VWAP. Waiting for a pullback to a specific level, didn't get it, and then takes an additional leg higher. So that was a missed op. So be it. It is what it is. I think we're going to get rocking and rolling here on the TQs, especially if NVDA decides that it wants to find a bottom. We have a high of around $218, starting to slowly crawl down to $214. Why is this name so weak compared to everything else? I don't know. Short interest. I talked about it before, but let's see if we can find this long. 81.40 on the TQQs. That's when we're going to take our chance. We'll post up there. It either comes into that level or it doesn't. If not, then we find something else, Sharif.
All right, man. Cool. Giving CODX a look here. giving it to current bar low, which is 32s. Where we in? We're in at 57s. Let's see if we can make another attempt at that $9 area. It is an 880 high. I stop out below 32. Also watching BIYA, looking for continuation. It did double bottom at 70. So let's see what this, how this cookie crumbles. But here comes CODX. It's ripping into 80. So a couple of profit takers here. Already closing in on 1R on this one. Let's see if we can pop up into the high 80s. It is 880 high a day. Here we go. That's the 80 penny level, and there's a new high of day on CODX. I'm looking for at least a 9 test here. I don't think it happens in a straight line. We might have to zig and zag. So, and that's what I mean, right back down into the 60s. But there's another attempt at the high 80s, a huge seller at 82. Random area to have a seller there. I didn't anticipate one there. There it goes, ripping up into another high day, 86, but no continuation. I'm waiting at 88, and we didn't get to fill, so we'll have to pack the patience. I'm assuming that there's going to be a $9 or $10 a level in play today. You don't typically get up into these 8s and then don't make a quick glance at least 9. Now, whether you get stopped out on the way, and here it comes, back into 45, so you're gonna have to make some to lose some here. There we go, we get stopped out for the last remaining amount. Limit down, 768, here it comes, where it looks like we're about to lose 8. 768 limit down, so watch out for a limit down on this one. 768, here comes $8. Is there a buyer at 8? There seems to be a buyer locally here at $8, so let's give this a try, Joey.
All right, good stuff, Mike, man. I like Codex there. We have Adam James in the chat. Shouting that out as well. What do I think about Qualcomm? Yeah, let's pull that bad boy up. As we're waiting for the NASDAQ to base out, we post up where we wanted to, see if we catch that fill. If I'm more patient, $81 would be more ideal. That'd be putting us a little bit south of the volume weighted average price, but we'll head over to our watch list momentarily and see what we have going on there. DRAM doing the exact same thing, but let's pull up some Qualcomm. Nice indecision print off of the lows here on NVDL. Going 2 for 3 on the name. So do we take one more attempt on it? Let's see, with the market starting to come in pretty aggressive, maybe we have to just be more patient and sit on our hands. Slightly green here today, nothing to write home about, but we'll take it. QCOM, pull up this bad boy and see what we have going on. What do we have on Qualcomm? Lengthy consolidation, like for quite some time we were doing absolutely nothing. And then we eventually have that breakout. And I mentioned last week on Friday, at this pace, and when you see such strength within specific daily candles, you will breach the pivot. And that's what we've done right here, now up to $260. What's the dividend paying on this thing? 89 cents. Not too bad whatsoever, but I think we're going to continue on this path here with Qualcomm as it now breaks through key pivot levels. And where does it stand from a larger perspective? Is that all-time highs? All-time highs on Qualcomm. So, yeah, really good stuff left, right, and center here. Codex, wow?
No, Qualcomm, wow, yeah.
I mean, like a name that we thought was going to be dead.
Exactly, and that's why I was saying, wow.
Yeah, exactly, and just rising from the grave itself. And so many names are doing this. It's crazy, like Nokia. Who would have thought that we were going to climb and just absolutely go parabolic in that name? You can see that we're starting to come back in the market, not participating. The individual who's reigning on the parade at this point, Sharif, seems to be NVDA. Let's head over to our watch list before we see what Sharif's up to and just go through the Mag 7 and see how they've been acting here today. And then we're going to kick things off. We've been going over it nonstop. That's NVDA. Starting to come off the highs here on Google. AAPL with the all-time high, again at 311 approximately here today. Microsoft just continuing to bleed, not performing well whatsoever. Amazon to the downside. Tesla, Broadcom, and the boys were talking about Micron joining that $1 trillion club. It seems to get it bigger and bigger and not as lucrative as it was before. Sharif, I believe that we're going to see some more names momentarily, especially with all this CapEx left, right, and center. I'm going to call AMD probably by the end of the year. It's most definitely going to be in that $1 trillion club.
I just love how nobody said anything about Micron inching on $1 trillion. I mean, that was crazy.
Especially on the run that it's been on.
Yeah, and the fact, is it above $1 trillion today? I mean, because we were covering it this morning, and nobody said a word. Here we go. All right, guys, we're killing it here on CODX. What a clean defend of $8, an aggressive ad. Sadly, I was trying to even be more aggressive. I was trying to get teens, and I was trying to get single digits. I didn't get them. I got the $0.25. Here comes 3/4, and we're looking for another move into 9. right? So here comes, look, this is a good one. Shout out to Adam. Adam, you're really improving at these small cap gappers. I gotta tell you, especially lately, I've been feeling you've been trading a lot more of these small cappers. So good on you, Adam. MWC is moving, says Bovin. Bovin, I wanted to tell you about OTLK. I feel like OTLK is right down your alley, Bovin, because it's coming from the volume weighted average price, south of the volume weighted average price. And this is usually what you're pretty good at, Bovin. I mean, like, look at this. This yells Bovin all over it here if I'm, quite frankly, because this is the ones you typically send me, these ones that are down and it just ripped up. And here comes 50 pennies. So I don't know how you guys feel about this, but that's OTLK. It might make its way onto the side chart. It might not. Really depends on how it trades. But Bovin was saying MWC is also moving. So let's see what MWC. Great call out, Bovin. MWC looks fantastic over here. So who are we going to take off, man? It always is a bit of a tough one here for me to take off somebody because usually they're moving pretty good. We're going to take off FUTG. We're going to leave it on the watch list on the side, but we're going to take it off the side chart right now because I'm strapped for some space there, Joey. So that's kind of the way that works there. So continuing to watch here, CODX, a little in of the money. I've basically taken out all the prints, but I don't mind leaving these dip traits to get filled at 8. And then, you know, they're so close to 8 that if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. But I do want to allow them to fill these dip trades that have gone unfilled here. We're at about 2/3 of the position on CODX. We're still holding here, BIYA, about a couple of pennies in the money. But hey, look, I've seen a better trade, certainly on the day than BIYA. But the fact that it held 70 and now is recovering back into high 70s makes me feel like I should still be in the trade. So we're going to continue to watch that, but we also have to keep a close eye here on MWC, the new call out by Bovin, because it's making it a pretty aggressive move. Shout out to my man Jay Lee. Joe Sharif got some TQQQ short now. USO just rose to over 138. I expect it will go to 140 soon. TQQQ will go into 79s in my humble opinion. As a result, Jay Lee, always the astute trader, always trading these futures. Ozan, Nokia's average is $4. Ozan, I hope Nokia goes to like $400 and that, you know, you get so rich that you invite me, Joseph and I, to come down and visit you at Dallas. Now, we know how Joseph felt about your lovely city last time, but he seems to have changed his opinion since that time. So I don't want to speak on your behalf or anything like that, but I think you'd probably accept an invitation from Ozan.
I am, well, only if it's first class flight, because this guy's always got so much cash on hand. So you know what I mean. You get, at least you could do
the least, right?
You could do is just maybe even a PJ. But anyways, other than that, first class flight for us. Yeah, Jesse. Oh, I don't know what to do with you, man.
Yeah, I heard that too, Jesse. I'm just going to say,
yeah.
I wasn't sure what was said there.
You see what this guy said to me?
He said what?
Bro, so I said I have to throw around my authority a little bit. I was going to put Jesse on timeout. Guys, like I filed a complaint against my boy. Our relationship is over. And I said, man, dude, you didn't even flip a coin in to see if you were going to do it or not. And he's like, no, man, I couldn't even do it. He's like,
a man of decisions.
He is, man. It's all right. I told him I still love him, but at the end of the day, man, my boy narked on me, man. That's crazy. That's crazy tough.
Saying like a canary.
Yeah, man. Yeah. A little pressure. My guy's singing like the canaries. That's absolutely insane. Let's head over to NVIDIA as we are long that name. We'll see if we can get a bounce on it up to 106.50. If not, man, this thing is extremely weak. Market's starting to head a little bit lower, but buying pressure on the 5-minute time frame. Adara.
CSX to the upside, trying to break intraday highs. This is in the transport space, and Josh Brown just called this one a long idea, saying, quote, I would take a position here. So CSX, roughly, I think just under 3 million shares traded on the day, getting a long idea here from Josh Brown. Back to you.
PJ guys, Jesus, come on.
Hold on, what did they think you said, Joey?
I don't know, man. The Toronto Blue Jays. Toronto Blue Jays.
I love this guy, bro.
Yeah.
Ever the good sport, though, straight up.
Yeah.
Ever the good sport. All right, guys, we're continuing to watch the accumulation here south of 9 on CODX. We're in at the $0.25. It's showing 2/3 again. But as we've seen, it's been putting in lower highs. That is my concern. You can very clearly see that just based on where my outs are. So look, I'm out at the high, and then all my outs are a little bit lower than the previous outs. So I am worried about some lower highs here, but I am alive to the fact that there is an accumulation of sorts at this 9 area with a lot of aggressive buying in the low 8s. If that's going to continue to be the case, then I want to try to stack the deck in my favor, and I'm going to try to pick them up in the low 8s. I'm going to leave these orders active here for any liquidity grabs into that $8 level, and I'm also interested in a breakout above 9. You get into that $9 area, all of a sudden you're looking at 10 in the face. And, 10 could be a very receptive area, especially, quickly. I don't want to use that word transitory again because everybody gets allergies every time I use it, but you know what I mean, right? Like you get into that level, you don't hang out for all that long at 10. So number 1 could be a scalp trade. Number 2, use some resting orders so you can make sure you get the fills, Joey.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, guys, let's see if we can get this move higher. Tesla hitting the high of the day, and we're starting to get a little bit of a bounce off of VWAP here. Maybe we avoid NVDA at this point. When I'm proven wrong, unfortunately, I will be giving back the majority of my daily profits, maybe and then some. But I think that we can get somewhat of a rebound here back into VWAP. We just need to be patient with it. And what I'm looking at specifically is the buying pressure within these candles. So you can see the 5-minute boom. We're starting to pick up a little bit. There's DRAM. This thing's going to take an additional leg higher. Why aren't I just going long this name? Why am I making my life
It's wrong, Joey.
And not just trading DRAM here off of these levels? Because it's a clear buy program. There were some indecision prints off the highs, but they're just getting beat every time. Like people are just buying. All right, a nice little uptick there in NVDA. You can see the pullback. And guys, I think it's really important to know, look at the strength within the selling pressure here, and then you have an engulfing print. I'm not going to say that this is going to be remain the pattern, but hey, it's a positive sign of strength, and that's some things that we're looking for. Same thing here with the NASDAQ. Buying pressure, start to form a base, and then maybe we can continue to climb. Look at Tesla go, new high of the day, and where are we from a daily? Not bad, right? So if we get a couple of strong sessions, at some point, I think we can break through this key pivot level that we rejected at 454. It's going to be really, really key on where we head next, right? And then also there's another name that's not coming to mind that has been lagging. But it's looking to play a little bit. I'm forgetting it. It's crazy how the brain works. You know that you're forgetting something, but you don't know exactly what you're forgetting. So the triple Qs, we like this as we hit into all-time highs. My cousin was actually messaged me on the weekend what to buy. I'm like, dude, listen. You're 20-something years old.
Yeah.
You have an eternity. You just go with the NAS and the SPY. Looking to establish and just continuously buy that until the end of your days. And by the time that you're my age, who knows what you'll have in the bank account, right? We're not going to get too complicated and
old
stuff.
or something, bro.
33. Yeah, 33, man.
What is he interested in terms of sectors and stuff like that?
He's not well informed like that, right?
Right?
He's just like a young kid who has a little bit of cash on the side and looking to deploy it. I said, this is what you do, but you have to do your own due diligence, right?
Yeah.
Because
and
that's what everybody was saying. Like everybody's like, well, Joe, why don't you do this for me? Why don't you do that for me? I'm like, you don't understand what I've been in this game for 5 years. I had to learn everything myself. And you know the saying, Sharif,
yes, sir.
Give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime.
Not true.
Right? So it's just so much easier that way. Like, go and do some homework, come back to me, and then we can talk about it.
Well said. Well said. All right, lots moving here. Let's start with the good news. The good news is BIYA just got back in the day's high at 85. Now, the bad news is it didn't continue above that previous high day. We've got 75. I'm looking for continuation. CODX right back into my entry. Let's see if this fills my dip trades. There seems to be a buyer in and around the fifth of a dollar, hence why my trades are not getting filled. That's interesting. Look at this buyer at 20, 19, 20. These high teen, low 20 areas. So here's the deal. Going to cancel these dip trades. Let's go ahead. We're going to punch, and we're going to put the same stop that we put last time. If it loses 8, it loses 8. It's that simple. So how many shares we have here? Good. So we're going to go down. Let's go like that. and do just that. Good. Already in the money on this latest trade, a latest ad. Let's wet the beak and let's put some profit takers just south of that $0.50 and then north of the $0.50 as well. I'm going to put 2/3-ish. There always seems to be a seller around 63, but my thinking is, at least the way that Adam was explaining, keep an eye on the 15 on this one. It looks pretty good if it can take out some levels there on the 15. Here comes again, seller at 40 locally here. A lot of bottoming tail candles, all of which do breach that 8.5, 8.25 level, looking for continuation back into the high side on this one. But I also want to mention the do. Yes, SIDU, it's back. It's not up big, but it looks pretty good. 17% or thereabouts in the Ville of Green, through $6, I should say, showing $5.98 now. Nary a red candle in the 5. In fact, the last time this printed a red candle was about 35 minutes ago. It was a 10.55 candle, so it's ripping into the highs, into $6. So keep an eye here on the SIDU, you know, a perennial, participant in the world of small cap gappers here, at least on the middays. So SIDU should be in focus here for you guys. Bovin saying MWC, new high of day. I'm looking right at it, Bovin. It keeps ripping. MWC could see $8 pretty shortly here. It's at $7.75 right now as an area resistance. I also want to mention the one that Bovin was talking about, BRAI. So I want to get you guys ready for the possible short on this, okay? If you guys can find shorts on BRAI, they're not easy to locate on my platform. I'm not talking about real trading, my work platform. I'm talking to my own personal platform here. They're not easy to find. Why am I talking about this one? Because it's doing that typical setup that we've been talking about so much, a symphony of lower highs, and then it tries to break out from this symphony of lower highs, only to lure in the longs as a bull trap. What it ends up doing is it puts in a lower high and then will fail the prior bar low. You need to be ready with locates to take advantage of that. So you got to wait for a decided break below this lower trend line, typically 17, maybe 17.5, really depending on where the price is trading, and then wait for the breakout candle to be breached by the subsequent candle, and you're looking for the breakout candle low to be breached. So say it gets to 17, it has a low of 1650, you're waiting for that 1650 area breach on that one. So be on the lookout here. BRYA could be a gnarly short. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on this one. But here goes BIYA again. I've barely taken anything out, holding 99% of the position. I don't know if it's 99. I'm holding the great majority of the position, okay? So I'm looking for a big move up. I'm looking for 92s here, 91 or 92, which would obviously require a high day break, but I'm fine with that. We're gonna pack the patience. We're gonna see what we get. Jay Lee says MWC was over $12 last week, FYI, squeezed pre-market, but pulled back all week until this morning. In my humble opinion, it could see $10+ today. Jay, I know it's a crazy world. When you start telling me about small cap gappers, Jay Lee, usually you're all over the world of like large caps and you're all about the TQQs as well. You should be. You're quite good at trading them. But I'm just surprised to see you commenting here about some small cap gappers, but much to my delight, quite frankly. CODX, I don't know how I feel about this one, Adam. I'm gonna give it to 8. Let's see what this one does. Loses 8, it loses me as a trader here, Joey. Continuing to watch CODX.
Let's send things over to Adair, guys.
Oh, I didn't even know we were supposed to go.
That's all right.
Keep an eye here on USO, guys. As he's leaving India, I get some commentary being made to reporters by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, saying that negotiations with Iran to extend the ceasefire and reopen the Strait of Hormuz will take several more days. He's saying this has to do with some unresolved wording in the draft agreement, saying the U.S. insists the waterway remain fully open. He also said President Trump does not want to make a bad deal. So some comments here coming on the feasibility and timeline here with this deal from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This is being reported by Associate Press. Again, guys, several more days is the timeline he's giving. Here is Bitcoin. Now, BTC talked a lot last week about that 76,000 level of support. We broke through that Friday. End of the day here, Friday, it looks like we closed at that level. Then Saturday, pushing a little bit lower here to an intraday low of 74,000 again on Saturday, before recovering on for the rest of the day Saturday and then Sunday and Monday. This long weekend, though, ending with a jolt to the downside, rejecting that 78,000 level, which came into play as some resistance going back to Thursday as well. Right now, trading around 76.3. Now, we mentioned 76 as that level of support and resistance. Let's see if 76 comes into play today. I do want to mention here a story on MSTR. They slashed their cash reserves here by 61% to repurchase $1.5 billion worth of debt. They now have $871 million in cash aside. That's a $1.38 billion drawdown, according to this announcement. Previously, they had $2.25 billion here earmarked cash and reserves. So interesting look there for MSTR or strategy. Also hearing from the Israeli military, seeing reports that they're announcing larger ground operations in southern Lebanon. So unfortunately, this conflict just continues to wage on. Back to you.
Yeah, so let me just cover this. Stopped out of CODX as it did wick below $8. So we'll give back a little bit on that trade. But I'm very interested to see what it does because right now it's got a lot of lower highs here. So this is a bit of a trouble. So keep your eye out here on CODX, but it does find a lot of support in and around $8. What I would say is if you're looking for that kind of confirmation that the trend has changed, look for a prior bar high breach. You're not quite getting that yet. In fact, it's been a symphony of lower highs since the 11:15 candle, pardon me. So I'm definitely keeping a close eye on that. But BIYA just got into 89s. It's showing 87s. Didn't quite fill me at 91, but I'm really packing the patience over here. Thank you very much, Lele. Leandra, happy birthday. I appreciate you. Leandra F-Jet, what are your thoughts? Absolutely. That one is a holdover from last week, if my memory serves me right. Let's see what it's up to today, F-Jet. So, feels very flat bottom breakish, Lele. In fact, it feels like there's that 705 buyer, give or take, and it's almost the opposite of that bullish pattern we talk about, right? An ascending wedge pattern where we get higher lows with that flat top. This is the exact opposite. You're getting lower highs with a flat bottom in and around 705. So I don't know how you feel, Lele. This one, if it loses $7, it could, it could make its way down into this area low. I want to say low 80s, maybe 675. That's an area to look out. That's a Friday area low that it bounced off VWAP. What a clean hold off VWAP. And then it ripped. I didn't even know this. In the aftermarket, it was all sorts of strong. For all the degens who stayed after the bell on Friday, they were all well rewarded. Anyway, this one broke 850. I wouldn't be so quick to want to short this, but it's screaming short right now, at least for me. So shout out to Lele. I appreciate you. And we're going to keep an eye out on BIYA. I'm involved in that one, Joey, rejecting 190, though, coming back in a little bit.
Good stuff, guys. All right, so we continue to we're inching higher, and then you have these strong candles. I was just going to get all out at 106.30 and just take it for it was, but then it just flushed, right? So there's something going on, man. There's a lot of sellers still engaged with this name, considering what we're seeing in some of the other mega cap tech names is that it's a complete buy program. So as soon as we breach this, it's probably best for me to get out of this trade. I mean, I thought we'd have the opportunity to head at least somewhat closer to the volume weighted average price, maybe even into 106.54. But we have heavy engagement to the downside right now. There's DRAM, guys. We'll zoom out a little bit. And then Gaurav and I were both looking at this specific signal here on the NASDAQ, on the TQQQs. So what we have here is just a steady downtrend. Once we have a 5-minute candle open up on the backside of this trend, I think that'll give us a good opportunity for us to get involved with it. Whether it works or not, that'll be a completely different story. But it's this bloke right here, Sharif, as the English would say. Bloke? Bloke, you know what I mean? You see what I'm...
It's okay. You bottled that one.
I did I? Oh, is that that's what they say over there as well, too, man?
Screwed it up, you bottled it.
Oh, my days,
right?
man. I got to get back on the graft, that's for sure.
You know what? They used to call Arsenal the bottlers.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, now we're holding the bottle.
Oh, don't leave me hanging.
There it is.
Oh, man. I'm congratulations for you.
Yes,
yeah, I'm happy, man. It must feel good to have a championship team.
Yeah, it does. It took a minute,
yeah,
bro.
It took
I've been
a minute,
supporting
man.
this team since 08, dog.
That's good.
And you get relentless hate from your buddies, the people who support United, the people who support Liverpool.
It's hard over there, man.
Looking at Neil. over there,
It's
man.
crazy because like everything's it's in the same country. It's like I feel like it's such a close radius. Like you said, there's a couple
is, man.
stadiums
They're
that are just like a
kilometer
kilometer away.
These are not like, BMO Field type stadiums.
Yeah, no, these are
world-class
these are
stadiums, like
we'll call
1
them
kilometer
we'll call them
apart.
Coliseums.
Yeah,
pretty
no, but
much.
they are.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that's the truth,
Yeah.
and that's just a kind of craziness in England, man. That's just the way it is.
Yeah,
I
I like that, man. It creates rivalries, and that's what you want.
Fantastic.
When I mean it sucks to suck, like here it is, NVDA. If it breaks the support level, we're just gonna have to get out of dodge on it and stop trying to look for those aggressive buying situations that we're just currently not getting right now. There's DRAM still holding up, and then now we're starting to form a little more prints that I like here on the 5 minute here on the TQQQs, which can show some signs of strength, especially if this gets going. Man, it's going to help lift this up. And then you head over to some of the other names that have been strong throughout the session here. Tesla now back at the volume weighted average price, but it seems like buyers want to engage on today's session, right? Like NVDA on the daily not looking that good. Apple hit that all-time high here this morning. Softy not doing too much. And then we have Amazon that's now about like 3.5% or 5.5% off of its all-time high. Right, so there's going to be some good opportunities to get involved. How's ASML been performing all-time high not too long ago? So, I mean, man, we're in a complete industrial revolution right now, guys. Whether you like it or not, we have to try and take advantage of this. CrowdStrike up to 677. Holy cow, man. And Sharif and I were talking, like, the fall from grace is probably going to be absolutely hectic at
All
one
of them.
point,
It's
but
just
yeah,
not that
yeah,
one.
yeah, man. Like, again, how many times have we talked about this? It's just... Some of these moves are just, it's fun while it lasts, but then when the narrative changes, it's like, hey man, it's sunny every single day, it seems like in some of these memory plays and some of this other chip trade. But then when it starts to rain a little bit, be careful for the pouring because people are going to get really upset and you're going to see people who have made a lot of money also lose a lot of money because you get into the mentality that, hey, things can only go up and you forget what can happen on the opposite side of things. It may not happen tomorrow. It may not happen a couple of months from now, but believe one day, unfortunately, it will happen.
It will,
and
man.
I bet my bottom dollar on it.
It will, man. It will. I'm watching MWC. It's ripping up, man. It's a spready one though, so I had to stay away from this one. It was about 25 pennies when I started watching it, around 7.5. It's tightened up substantially now to around 6 pennies, 7 on the ask, 1 on the bid. Good look here for MWC, but so is CPSH. Good call out by Bovin. CPSH on the way to that 10.5. There's a lot of resistance at 10.5. You have that topping tail candle at 10.20, which got to 10.82, but all the closing prints south of 10.5. So watch out for resistance there. It could be a bit of a problem clearing through that decisively rather than just, on a wick basis. But CPSH looking real good here, up about 75%, and looking to do some more damage, quite frankly, and good volume on it. Spread is reasonable, 3 pennies tightening up here, well, 4 pennies, 3 pennies back and forth. It's a lot better than what I saw on MWC, to be fair. So keeping an eye out on that one as well. I'm also keeping an eye here on CODX. It's got a prolonged downtrend, but there seems to be a lot of buyers at $8. But for the moment, the sellers stronger than the buyers. But the buyers are pretty much showing their hand here with that $8 multiple bottoming tail candles through 8. So something to be on the lookout for. CPSH, I'm not really sure how to execute on this, Bovin. It really does come down to what happens here at 10.5, and you're already seeing resistance show up again at 10.5 here. Coming back down to 10 1/5. It's about to lose 20. Here's mid-teens. So do we pick it up off 10? I mean, I didn't see a whole lot of support or resistance at 10. I see a lot of price action going through 10, but not much in the way of anything solid. It's a hold off 10, says Bovin. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. Being the $10 level, the whole dollar level, a lot of levels there. So keeping an eye on that. Also keeping an eye on MWC, which is putting in a topping tail candle now through 8. Spready name, but be careful with it. CODX, no breakout there yet. And BIYA, come on, bro. We were nicely in the money on this one, almost up to 90. Now we're back like 3 or 5 pennies in the money here, depending on whether you're looking at the bid or the ask. So BIYA, not quite making it up to $2. I had a bit of a bias. This one worked into 2. It doesn't look like it's going to work out that way at the moment. So it looks like it's just CPSH and MWC's world, and we're just all living in it here. It's just a matter of how I execute. Let's not forget about the DO as well, SIDU. Possible opportunity to get in here on SIDU because reject $6, double top through 6, coming down now, possibly into 575 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is waiting for it. So $575 could be a pickup on SIDU. We'll see. The philanthropist Baker, Sharif, Joe, TTV. Oh, tomorrow, a red day after this massive run-up. You know, typically, you know, we'll see. We'll see. There is profit taking, obviously, concerns that we have to think about, especially with the market running up so much. But there's also the other side of the coin is there could be a deal struck between the United States and Iran anytime. Who knows when that actually manifests or what kind of deal they'll get. The temporary nature of the deal. It could be a 30-day opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then, you know, possibly waiting for a full negotiated settlement there. We'll have to wait and see, Randy. So Randy's going to give me this look. I don't know what's going on there. But hey, what did you think about the that Ferrari? Come over. Come over. I want you to crap on the Ferrari like I crapped on it this morning too. What a hideous vehicle.
I didn't mind it, to be honest with you.
Well, okay. Let's go, Randy. What are your thoughts on this?
Are we on?
Is he good? So just before you rip into it, what I was saying to Neil in the morning, what caught my attention was that everybody's fast in the world of EVs. You got Xiaomi the Xiaomi SU7,
yeah,
fastest production car in the world, right? It can jump using its air suspension. It can do all these things. So what's Ferrari's DNA in a new world of electric vehicles? Are they just going to stick to being fast? Because everybody can do that now.
Here's the challenge.
Let's hear it.
Ferrari, and if you've ever driven, I've only driven a Ferrari once, but these cars have soul. These cars have a pedigree. They have a legacy. They have a sound. They have a feeling, much like Porsche and Lamborghini and, you know, the exotics out there. I don't see how you can embrace a purely electric platform with fake noises coming out of a fake exhaust and all the rest of it.
They're putting fake noises in that thing? No way. Are they actually?
It's been rumored. It hasn't been confirmed. Here's the thing. If you're a pedigreed, you know, a storied company like Ferrari, how do you move into this space and keep that, you know, that legacy? Yeah, it's difficult. Look at Jaguar.
Same problem.
It's the same issue. So I don't know. How do you create that emotion from a box with an electric motor in it?
Well, that's the other thing.
So you don't have the roar of a V12.
It doesn't lend itself.
Yeah, you're right.
Having,
and it doesn't have that, you know, that soul. I'm going to call it soul. I don't understand how it is they can hand Johnny Ive a contract to okay, it's ugly. Is it a Ferrari-esque? No. But is it a new chapter for Ferrari? Maybe. Yeah. Will this go to production and sell like hotcakes? Maybe not.
I don't know, man. I can see like these European like aristocrats who are like so, you know, environment this, environment that, you know, shelling a few bucks for it. I can't see it having a big market here.
I don't. I agree with you. I don't see it, but you know, at some point you look at these exotics with, again, the storied histories, the racing heritage behind them. What do they do as electrics become mainstream? You know, how do they move into this space and still be relevant? And I think it's going to be a huge challenge. You know, there's car companies like that. Koenigsegg has done it. Like there's cars that have moved into that space that are hybrids. They're there, but it's not the same. It's not the cars of the 70s where we had the racing heritage, Le Mans, and all the rest. It's not there anymore. No. So I don't know. To be in Ferrari's position right now is not an enviable place to be. I don't think.
And I already know that they had that gas/hybrid, but I would have focused a lot more on that if I was Ferrari. Reason being, right? You have one foot in the new era, the new door, so to speak. You got a foot in the old one.
You've got the bridge, yeah.
You've got the bridge, right? You can keep the same engine noise. You have that personality that comes with an ICE engine, which doesn't come with an electric engine. But you get that crazy ass torque off the line.
You get that screaming RPM out of the gas engine.
Exactly.
It's got the noise, the sound. Yeah.
And it doesn't look like that. Like,
Well,
I
again,
mean,
I have a
give
lot
me
of respect for
break.
Johnny Ive as an
Really?
industrial designer. His work at Apple and elsewhere, but I don't see this as going well for
Gonna quit while he was on top.
But what's Race doing today anyway?
It was getting clipped in the morning. Let's see where it's at right now. Probably got bought up a little bit. No, down 5.25, man. It's at the day low right now. I mean, it's not a good look. And you and I talked about Ferrari and the fact that, you know, it's sort of like a Rolex environment where you're going in trying to pick up the best model.
Yep.
And that doesn't happen unless you're 2-3 models deep with the company. And the fact that they're offering you an expensive model from the get-go speaks to where the company is currently.
Yeah, it's a little challenging
saying?
to say the least.
I'm
Anyway,
not happy about it, Randy.
keep me posted.
Yep, keep us posted, Randy, because Randy is the resident car guy. Looking for anything car related, you need to bounce it off this gentleman right here, Randy. All right, continuing to watch CODX, a lot of buying at 8. It's not breaking out quite yet. I have a breakout trade looking here for this one, but it's got to get above the right level. We'll see what this one does, but certainly interested in getting back into CODX. There's a lot moving, though. You still have CPSH here above in that is holding up above $10, which is not a bad look. It was preceded by a doji candle. Now, it did breach a doji candle. Current bar low on the CPSH trade is 10.07. Here comes 10.10. You could give it to 10. There does seem to be buyers in and around that level. Separately, MWC continues to rip into the highs right around $8. A lot of resistance here at 8, but it does feel like it's bull flagging a little bit. I'm just kind of made a little bit concerned here on MWC by the 2 topping tail candles on the preceding 5-minute candles here. So something to look out for there. Jack CW says GOVX could do what CODX is doing this week for Ebola news. We saw GovX ripping last week, man. I traded it multiple times. Lele, I hope you took that FJet short like you and I talked about there, because that flat bottom break came in spades. I think you would have been 30 pennies in the money if you took that. Look at that flat bottom break on FJet. Now it's down 5.25. But let's look at GovX. Yeah, this one is also feeling flat bottom breakish, Jack CW. And it's almost the same look that we saw there on FJet. It's a symphony of lower highs with an area bottom that keeps getting bought up. It looks to be 3 1/5, 320 area. But, you know, the wicks do go down to 310, but the closing prints all defend 320. So this is the chart on GOVX. This also feels like a bit of a short here, Joey. So for those who are small cap gappers short inclined, like the OG Luis Barbado, well, then get your locates ready, baby, because this one feels like it might be a little bit top heavy here.
All right, man. So we're going to get out of the TQs here momentarily. This downtrend is just fully intact, and thought we'd get somewhat of a breach here at the volume-weighted average price as buyers. We're looking to step back in, but we have Broadcom and a lot of the heavy hitters starting to sell aggressively. Meta's starting to find somewhat of a bounce, but you don't want to hold this too far against you, right? Because then your risk to reward is just like, hey, what do we got going on? So 30 cents. We're out at 80.80s, and that'll be it for the potential long until we have an actual breach of the trend, which will be all the way up here. So yeah, TQs at 79 is a long. Yeah, we're out of this trade right now. It's just continuously bleeding right now. A big turnaround in the overall market. So we were strong in the first half. We give back most of our day, and then some here on NVDL. Should just held off to that one. But hey, it is what it is. We'll find some more opportunities. If not, then you know what I'm going to say. There's always going to be plenty of more another day. So here it is, consecutive selling. You give back that run up here today. Could have been some form of a liquidity grab. Now you got profit taking starting to step right back into the market. How has IBIT been performing? We took our stabs here on NVDL, so there's no more, like there's clearly a sell program and sellers are heavily engaged within this. So there's no point in me trying to go against the tide here and find a long in it. They did work a couple of times earlier in the day when the market was somewhat strong. But as soon as the weakness stepped in, you can see it most definitely displayed right here. IBIT, how have you been performing? We mentioned before that where we're sitting on from a daily is important, right? Like we've experienced that pullback. Now, how are buyers going to engage? And it's not looking good. There's a support level at 42.70, and if that breaks, I'm going to just say it right now. We're going to head right back into this lower end of the range, and we might even break the low and see some yearly lows here in Bitcoin. just due to the fact you're not having participants step right back in the trade. This isn't the trade right now, right? Like, if we're talking about the crypto space, I understand that there's a couple positive catalysts for it, whether it be PDT rule, Clarity Act, Genius Act. There's just so much better things going on right now, and it's DRAM. Like, DRAM's there. You have MU continuing to climb. So there's no point in fighting it and giving ourselves a headache when we can try to get involved. But then you're like, hey, Joe, what am I even supposed to do here? And I'm asking myself this question. Are you buying MU all the way up here? Are you buying SanDisk all the way up here? Probably not. So you're just kind of stuck sitting on your hands, waiting for something to come into play, or something that has been lagging and decides that it wants to catch up to the overall market. Now you're at 213 and change here on this name. This is insane. Like, you're already down 10% off your highs in the span of a couple of sessions here on NVDA after that breakout. We're like, hey, what's going on with AMD? Like, this thing is running the show right now, and then you flip over to its, I guess, its bigger brother here, and it's not doing anything. It's sucking, right? So that's usually how it works. The youth, Sharif, the younger brother is typically the better athlete, in my opinion, and we've been seeing that as of late here in AMD as the market is really starting to bleed. I'm glad that we got out of those trades now, guys.
It's hard to believe how many companies closing in or at a trillion valuation now, man. Yeah, man. It's like it's not even a big thing anymore.
It's not, and that's what I was saying. It's not as exclusive as it once was, right?
Probably not, right?
So, like, what is that next club? That is it going to be like the $10 trillion club? Like, you know what I mean?
We scoff at some of the valuations that Elon includes in some of his compensation packages. Like, oh, can't get there.
Can't get that trillion.
Can't it? We'll see.
Right? Like with what's his data center segment called again there?
EWS?
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Yeah, I know. But he is doing that, right? Because he doesn't have that much demand for grok. So
not only is he doing that with terrestrial data centers, but wait until he starts putting the data centers in space. He doesn't shut the hell up about that, right?
Well, I mean, he's like, hey man, look what we can do. You get free energy, free cooling.
Well, there you go, right? We'll have to see how that all works out. Obviously, an unproven concept.
He's a visionary. We know that. Is everything that he thinks of going to come to fruition? No, but what does?
I'll take the shot.
Exactly, dude. He would not. He's done it. And if anybody has the cash, the richest man on the planet,
he's going to
do it. And if he figures it out, well, guess what? He's even richer after that point.
Right, straight up. All right, continuing to watch here, guys. Doing okay here on BIYA. It's holding trend, and by holding trend, I mean it's holding higher lows, but it's got a flat top of sorts at around 185 to 190. And what I say of sorts is because, well, you know, it does wick above at times. It does look like the majority of the selling comes in at 185. Now, I don't want to be quick to say, you know, it's just a matter of time till we get that flat top break. I feel like it is market dependent, and that was my observation last week because we had a lot of ascending wedge patterns last week with possible flat top breaks. Very few of them manifested, and that was because, you know, sometimes the market was a little weak. So even though sometimes these small cap gappers, they march to the beat of their own drum, oftentimes I do see, you know, sentiment is tempered somewhat by overall market moves. So we'll continue to watch that. I want to see what MWC has to offer. I got in super tight here. I got in at 41, stopped out at 33. I didn't want to give this one any room at MWC, but it does feel like it might be trying to work back above 7.5. If that's the case, I'm interested. I'm holding CPSH for a $10 hold. It is zigging and zagging here, sometimes above 20, sometimes a little bit below. It does seem like there is a $10 buyer at that level. We'll have to wait and see. Popping back off into the mid-teens now. CODX, this one is possibly on a breakout here. It just breached prior bar high, right? A prolonged downtrend here on Codex. CODX, basically putting in lower highs since the 1115 bar. That gets broken here with the 1155 bar breaking above the 1150 bar. So be on the lookout here. CODX, I've got a breakout trade that I like. I'm going to let that one manifest. I don't want to get in here, quite frankly. I want to see if we can take out some of the more staunchy sellers that could be between here and my breakout level. So CODX certainly in focus, but by no means guaranteed. The philanthropist breaker, Sharif, Joe, what are your thoughts on TTD? Company looks great fundamental-wise. Do you think it has been beat down? enough, and $22 is a good entry price for the stock. Have a look at what Trade Desk is up to. Bring in the side chart over here so I can just monitor my positions. TTD. Let's flip, as we always do, to the weekly on this one. Oh, boy. Yeah, well, you know, a lot of these have been hit lately with the whole software Armageddon thing, but, you know, this is the weekly, by the way, okay? So when's the last time? Let me just adjust this stupid split candle over here. Remove bar. There we go. Okay, so we're below a lot of support levels. The only thing that's kind of holding us afloat here is the COVID era low. That is, of course, the March 2020 low, the low of which there is 1360. It does look like we're finding some support here at $20 and have been for the past period of days. Okay, I got to interrupt because I got the breakout here trading Codex. It's going to have to continue above the $0.50. Here's 69. Let's see if we can kind of get a beak wetter up there. Let's put something in the 70s as well. This is not a guaranteed trade at all, guys, because we've been talking a lot about these breakout trades, you know, that they trend down for a long time, then they put in a higher high, only to end up making a lower high. So here it comes. There's 69, there's 71. We have 55s on. That was my breakout trade. Huge seller at 71. There's 82. It just ripped into $9. What a move here for Codex. We're still holding the majority of the position. Here comes 9. There's a huge seller here at 9. Let's wet the beak right there. We're still holding on the DEX. We're looking for more now, baby. $9 resistance with a lot of accumulation. Watch what a drop. Into 2/3 it goes, but it gets bought up quick as you like. Continuing to look at the bid, not even looking at the ask, looking to see who's stepping in here. Who's crazy enough to buy at the levels? 90 showing up. We probably behooves me to put something at the 905, Joey. We got to pay homage to the Toronto area. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, that's one of the major area codes over here. So sometimes when you refer to 905, you're talking about the suburbs in and around Toronto. So a lot of homage to be paid to that number. Continue. Yeah, you used to have a 905 number, didn't you?
I still do.
You still have a 905 number?
That's more.
We wouldn't have been friends before because then I would have had to dial 1.
Yeah, but now you don't have to dial 1. So that's why we're friends.
That's from Seinfeld, by the way. Lade, like, met this guy, and he was like, he's like right down her alley, right? She was like, he's a good guy, he's good looking, he's this, that, and the other. Then she gives him her number.
Oh, it has to dial 1.
It's a new area code. Back in the day, they had to dial 1. So he's like, kind of seeing somebody right now. But there goes CODX into another area high, Neil. You remember, you know the episode I'm talking about, right? Man. Into the high goes the DEX, repping through 9. Let's see if
on the DEX.
On the DEX, yeah. We're gonna watch this one to see what it does here, Joey. Are we going to Adara for happening now? And sorry, guys, Assassino, I don't know what it is today. I haven't heard you once, so I do apologize, but we're going to Adara for happening now, then Neil has his lesson of the day.
S&P 500 still very much green on the session as of right now, holding up above last session or Friday's highs here. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, same look. Both of these, it's worth noting, have come down pretty far from their session or intraday highs, but still holding up above levels of resistance from the prior session. Now, it's worth noting here, guys, we'll look at oil in a second, but these headlines here in the Middle East are still going to be moving the market and are going to be of watch. Associated Press reporting that Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the U.S., has said that deal talks with Iran will take several more days. President Trump doesn't want to make a bad deal, and the U.S. doesn't want a deal where they have to cede control of the Strait of Hormuz or to Iran or give Iran full control of the Strait. They do not want that. They want open passage. That's a concern here. As you can see, USO's kind of slightly been stepping up throughout the session. The other thing I want to mention here in terms of stories, we had this pop down that ended up kind of with this bottoming tail candle here at 136.50 on USO, around 1035, 1036. That came as we had reports from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that the Project Freedom operation was going to resume and the U.S. Navy was going to resume guiding ships through Strait of Hormuz. Note a half an hour later, reports came out saying that's false. That is not going to be happening. So lots of back and forth. Do be careful, guys. I will be giving you guys every headline that moves the market over here from this desk. Speaking of moving the market, MU, Micron, this did briefly exceed a $1 trillion market cap. I checked before this segment, this was before this most recent pop, it was around 985 billion. So either way here, Micron hanging around that $1 trillion market cap level. We did have a massive price target increase from roughly 535 all the way up to $1,625 from UBS, so tripling their price target to a street high there for MU. Micron, of course, has made new all-time highs just above 890. For what it's worth, SanDisk made new all-time highs today as well, and this whole sector has been incredibly strong. Zscaler earnings after the bell. We did have, looks like sales beat and EPS beat last quarter. Let's see if they can do that again today. This infographic out very soon on X at 2TV Research. But you know it's not very soon, it's actually right now. It's Neil and his lesson of the day. So Neil, what do you have in store for the people?
I have a little fun. I have a little fun for you guys here because I want to talk about not looking in the rearview mirror. But to illustrate the point, I was trying to find a clip, but I don't know if I caught this. I got really lucky yesterday. The day, like it's a holiday, right? So I had the day off because Memorial Day, and it just so happened to be like the track day. My daughter's school. Some kids got selected to be able to do the track day. The important thing, she was doing the 800 meters for the first time in her life. She had to run like a 50-meter sprint. They did like this weird javelin thing where it was like it was like this Nerf javelin that they threw. She did amazing. She outthrew the boys, which I was pretty proud of. She did a standing broad jump. But the 800, she's all worried about like her pacing and all of this. But I'm going to show you, because hopefully what you can't really see is like second place in the back. And I'll get to that in a quick little second. But this is what you should be doing when you're running down the final stretch. See how she's not turning her head and not looking back to see where everyone else is? Well, what I can tell you with 100% certainty is before that, my daughter was checking behind her on like around the curve in the final lap. On the back straightaway, she's doing this and looking back for the on the final curve. She's looking back. I said, Aaron, you look back. You know, you look back like 10 times in the final lap. I'm proud of you in the final stretch. You just kind of were going for it. You're tired and everything, but every time you look back, you're slowing yourself down. You want to stay focused, right? Like it's not like a showboating thing. It's like where is second place, like that kind of a thing. And I think in trading, the notion of looking back is something that it's great to do. You're going to journal. You're going to go over your trades. You know, you're going to review. You're going to look at maybe in the middle of the day, like what could I have done differently, or what did I learn from the markets, whatever it might be. But in the moment, you can't really do that because you could be missing out on opportunities. So the reason I brought that up was I came in today looking long on Tesla, right? And started the day, breakout trade on Tesla, and then, okay, well, the breakout only goes like a buck half, then immediately reverses. I'm like, okay, so false break on Tesla. Let's look for the dip by long. Dip by long kind of curls back in, gives you a bit of a trend break, busts VWAP, runs out of steam at 432. At that point, I'm looking at this and like, what the heck is going on here? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, we're just putting in lower highs. Eventually, it does take a turn, but that's like 10:30. It's like an hour, almost like an hour into the market. There's this whole point where this no longer looks like a long. All right, well, I can sit there and be like, yeah, Tesla was great. Tesla's my best stock. Or you can sort of get to work finding something else. Now, I liked the market eventually turned into a short. You can see the moment at which I got back to Uber. So see how that's about 10 o'clock. And then you look at Tesla here. Like this was 9:40 into almost 10 o'clock. Like this is the point where like, okay, now Tesla's not really doing what I want anymore as a long. If I think we're coming in, what was the short play that I liked? I just move on to the next thing. Forget about looking back. Forget about celebrating or whatever it might be. Look for the next opportunity. And at that moment, it was looking for that short trade. And that's what also led me to, and this is fortunate, like what led me to MSTR. Because I had gone from one to the next, and I wasn't sort of bogged down only looking at one or two stocks, we're able to see something that happened in Bitcoin, which, by the way, went absolutely ham. You can see the volume increase here in the middle of the day. Usually you get a lot at the open. You can see the volume increase to the upside. Just a clean trend break trade. I went over to MSTR because I felt like it had a much cleaner trend break all the way from the open and not just a parabolic volume move on Bitcoin. So I was playing something a little more traditional. Ultimately, it bounces off VWAP and continues lower. That wasn't really the trade. It's just about the fact that you are looking for what is next. And speaking for myself here, what I've found, at least this year, and what's certainly ending up being true, is keeping the head on the swivel and looking for the next trading opportunity instead of just solely being focused on certain symbols. I find this just being like, oh, this is the stock I'm trading. If it's not doing what I want, I'm gonna keep trying something until it eventually works, or I'm gonna keep trying to trade this one thing. I see that lead to so much trouble that it's just a lot easier sometimes to not worry about that stock that you were planning on, to not worry about looking at the past, to focus on the next available opportunity. And if it happens to be somewhere else, that's fine, right? You've got to keep your eyes focused. You come up to bat and you're sitting fastball and you get like 3 curves in a row. Are you just going to stand there and watch them? Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. You're going to make the adjustment. Because sometimes the market's going to throw you a curveball and it's going to keep throwing you curves, and you can either adjust or you can sit back down. So oftentimes, I can frame it as patience in terms of looking for the best opportunity, but it's also not being married to the past, which a lot of times in our preparation is, this is what I wanted to trade, this is what I wanted to look at, this is what I expected to happen, so I'm really only focused on that. Because opportunity will be everywhere in the markets. But if something is not going to your expectations, to your plan, it's best sometimes to just get away from it. Whether you won it on it or lost. If it's not there, go find something that is. Forcing trades absolutely crushes people. And you don't want to be that person looking in the past or looking in the wrong spot. Focused on what is in front of you. Focus on the task at hand. When you're trading, you got one job. Your job is to make money. I can't tell you how many times I'll be sitting there in the chat. It's like I'll get in and out of, and I can't even make this up, right? Like I get in and out of Tesla on the breakout trade. So that looked good. If we can just come to the chart for a second, this is the last time I'll go to the chart. We'll get in and out of the Tesla trade, and then I'll get in and out in just a matter of minutes, right? Like catch the top, catch the turn each time, get a couple of successful trades. Then I'll see in the chat, oh, Neil's boring. Neil's not in any trades. Yeah, because that's not my style. And you have to worry about like what ends up working for you. And at the end of the day, you only can do that. And I've always found too, and this is about 199% true. If in 20 years, or whatever, how long it's been, because it's like 2003, so I guess we're getting on a quarter century at some point here, coming up. In all of that time, what I have found is the most consistent traders are often the most boring, in that you will see them doing variations of the same theme a lot, because it's what works for them. And you will see them get in, get out, just get it. Get the money and get out. Almost all of the best trades, and this is just dead truth to you, that 80-20 rule, or all of the biggest trades that traders have, they tend to be hit it and quit it. Get it in when it's good, get it out and bank the profit. That's what the IPO trade does, that's what the close trade is, that's what breakout trades are. I'm telling you, I've been in this business a long time, that tends to be, at least from the prop side, how it works. But you can only do you. If you're a buy and hold and something's trending better than the other, then go flip to that because it's fitting your style. But just make sure at the end of the day that you're on the right thing at the right time. And if it ain't working, go move to something else. And if you don't find something else, fine. Maybe you only make a couple of trades in a day, or maybe you take a day off. There's nothing wrong with that. Flat is a position, and being patient and looking for ideas is part of the job description as well. You don't just spend time trading, you spend time looking for the next opportunity. That is also work as a trader, and if you want to make money as a trader, then you better be able to put in that work. I polished off this lunch was delicious, man. I already polished it off. I'm giving it a solid 8.5 without even having the salad. We had like guac to go on our little taco, whatever we were calling it, and we even had like a little salsa as well. I'm not like a sour cream guy, so I didn't really use that, but absolutely delicious lunch today. Send you guys back to the midday. You got Joey Options, the professor. You got Adair on the news behind. Good luck. This market hit that too, and we've already pulled back in, so I guess it couldn't hold a high.
couple different headlines I want to mention for you guys that came out while Neil had his awesome lesson of the day, and thank you always for those informative lessons, Neil. First, Lyft CEO David Risher of An Extra Zero Must Have Slipped In fame, apparently telling Semaphore that the company is in talks with United Airlines and other corporate partners to bundle Lyft with first-class travel and corporate perks. LIFT, again here, guys, CEO talking to Semaphore about conversations with UAL and other corporate partners for first-class travel and corporate perks for Lyft. META, more layoff headlines on watch here. A warn notice which you have to file basically as a warning for layoffs. Shows that Meadows planning on laying off just under 1,400 employees in King County. I looked this up. This is apparently a very populous area of Washington State. Those layoffs to take place in July 2026. Last but not least, USAR in focus. This one pushing higher. James Altucher, who often weighs in on buyouts and potential M&A stories. He is weighing in on a possible update for this company, saying there's, quote, clear evidence that some big money movers are loading up on USAR and that a big announcement could be coming for the company. Back to you.
Good luck, good luck. All right, lots of stuff happening here, so let's get right down to work. BRAI is breaking out, and there's a lot of resistance on CODX here at 9. So I did get in at 55. We scalped up multiple times through 9. There's no continuation though, and I was looking at the tape. There seemed to be a good 9 buyer, so I did add into the highs. I added basically a third of what I added originally. So hopefully we won't give too much back here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be compliant for a break of 9. So if it loses trend, I'm out. Simple as that. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. MWC, good bottom picking here, up off the $0.50. I didn't exactly get the price I wanted, but yeah, there's CODX stopping me out for the last remaining amount. That's all right. We'll stay positive on this one. So continuing to watch MWC. It's slowed down substantially since I got in. I'm waiting for 88s. We took out 1R already through 60, which was 61 for me. Let's see what this one does. I don't want to give it too much room in the way of possible move back down, but there it is. So let's bring into the other ones that are moving. So BRAI was the one that Bovin was calling out, and this is been pretty decent. I mean, I worry again about that breakout move below the downtrend line and then end up making a lower high relative to the high of the day. So it's 18.59 high a day. This candle is rejecting 17, and I feel like we could be in for a possible loss of 14.5, but it's still holding up prior bar low. I'm talking about BRAI, looking pretty decent here. BIYA, just, giving me all sorts of grief over here. It's still putting in these higher lows. And so the trend is still valid, I think, through or on BIYA. But, I'm also seeing a double top in and around 185. So this one I'm running out of patience on. And I quite frankly haven't taken out almost anything. I think one profit taker holding the majority of the position. So that one is a little bit troublesome. But keep an eye on that. And I was telling Joey, SIDU, what a clean hold off the volume weighted average price. That's as clean as it gets right there, which is a price level that happened to interact with a very, very clear pre-market high. Look at this 560, I want to say 5 mid-50s areas in the pre-market, 5:30 a.m. reject, 8:10 a.m. reject, even implied balance couldn't even get through that, 10:05 area reject. And then we drop back down after breaching 6. We hold that same area. So SIDU respecting technicals, but be on the lookout there. And then TE. This has been ripping for multiple days now. A lot of great days last week for TE. There was certainly a 10-ish seller, looked like to be maybe a 10-20 seller, but this one's really ripping now on its horse and hasn't printed a red candle since the 11:35 candle here on the 5-minute chart. And it's just making new high days every time I look at it. So TE in focus here. We're going to keep a close eye on that one, Joey.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, as you can see, we're just around this break-even marker here on the NASDAQ. We're going to see on, baby, yeah, nice look. And then we're going to take a look at QUBT. momentarily. And as for Luis Valencia, here it is, right? Here's Tesla. If the market gets going here, then maybe we'll start to see a little bit of a bounce. But it's just this bad boy, just really, really raining on the parade today. And I mean, we're not going to beat this one too much, considering we've been talking about it all day. But it's just unfortunate, the high of 218, and then now you're all the way back down to 212 here on NVDA. Tesla, we talked about that, but let's pull up QUBT for our guy and head over to our options chain, which we have yet to do on today's session. And we'll also take a look at it, as I just mentioned. Talk about it too much, but we may as well see what's going on in the guts of things here. QUBT, let me pull up actually what strike price and everything. $30. Okay, you mean QBTS? Because QBTS, what is that closer to? 27? Yeah, I think that could work, right? What is your expiration strike? July 17, plenty of time. 15 options to go September and pick up 10, $30 calls. Thoughts? Man, I just believe the fact that you have the government investment now that you're going to continue to climb in this. So, I mean, if we're going to talk about putting a trade in a potentially right area, I think this could be it. Wait for maybe some more of a pullback. Don't go all in at once. And then I think at some point, considering we have a trend line break and we rejected this $31 marker on multiple occasions, you can see that you have roughly around 3 touches on that resistance zone. Be patient. If it starts to form somewhat of a base or you have a really strong session, I think that'd be a good time to get involved with it. I like this quantum play. IBM going to be receiving the bulk of that $2 billion investment with $1 billion, but the rest is going to trickle into some of the other names. Rigetti getting $100 million, I believe. QUBT's on that list. Someone was left out, and it might have been IonQ or somebody. I can't remember the name exactly, but it's not looking horrible, right? So QBTS, back to there, $30, $31. You can see there's a resistance zone. Let's pull up the actual options chain to see what we have in forms of resistance, if there's anything along those lines. There's absolutely nothing here on NVDA, but yet it can't get out of its way. So the characteristics of this stock have drastically changed from when we were seeing, hey, it makes a lot of sense with supply zones. Open interest is high. You have all of this negative gamma there. But now we're starting to see things. It's like, yeah, it doesn't even matter. There's just not very much interest. So maybe shorts and something that we can't necessarily identify here on the actual options chain itself. $30, there's a lot of open interest here that's going to be expiring this Friday, relatively speaking. But then also you have some marker up into $35. What you want to keep an eye out on is, hey, what happens after each week's expiration cycle, and if those contracts specifically roll over. $81 is acting like a brick wall of defense here on the NASDAQ. We keep running into there, a couple of pennies there, but then now we're starting to head towards this shelf that we're starting to form. I don't like it. If it breaks it, then we have to get out of this trade. We're a couple pennies in the money, but let's see if we can get a bounce in.
All right, man. Did a little bit better this time on Codex. It's a tough read, but I think that there's a couple of buyers and sellers here who have done a non-perfect job of showing their hand, specifically from the sell side. There is a repeat offender at 9.15, despite the fact that the high of the day is 9.34. It doesn't really matter. That 9.15 seller comes in multiple times, and I've been, as you can see, just using the triangles there, we've been in this. Look at the 16 seller right there, but it breaks again. And I'll watch for a possible drop. Okay, so the best print I have is the high of the day in the 34s. That wasn't by accident. That's because I had a resting order. But it doesn't seem, number one, to be able to kind of shake that seller decisively in the mid-teens. And even when they do shake that seller, he reappears. So currently above it right now on the bid and the ask, it's actually looking quite good here. Here comes 9.26. There's a new high of day, 37s, aggressive breakout here on Codex, 44s. Here comes the move into 10. Watch out now. These are the areas where you can pick up some on the dips. Look for a hold of 9 though. Buyer in the low 30s. Dropping down the mid 30s. Sorry, low 30s now. Let's see if the selling stops. Nope, selling continuing here into the $0.25. So true to form, this one's had trouble with continuity. Yeah, see, I did take a breakout trade on this, and it was this one here. But it was because it was a really prolonged downtrend. So I don't know if the breakout trades are going to be good here. Let's continue to watch a little bit more. I just want to see where the buyers are stepping in. Right now, we've got a very staunchy buyer in the low 30s. Do we lose that level? We lose it momentarily. Into 23 we go. Let's see, do we get mid-teens here? So there's a buyer stepping in, again, low 20s. So you got a low 20 and low 30s buyer here, guys. Not bad, but still obviously a little bit of a downtrend. Flipping to the 5-second chart on the top screen. Let's just try to spot the areas of support and resistance. Zoom out a little bit. Definitely a 9-10 buyer from what I've seen before. Showing 9 1/4, but a bit of a downtrend. Here comes 9 1/3 again. See, so it's a 945 high, guys. Don't forget that. Good strength here, quite frankly, on CODX. Holding above at 9.4 now. Let's give this one the old try. I'm going to go in with half the shares we took last time, with the idea here being that I'm going to try to hold this for a 10 move, okay? So if we stop out, I want to say the level that I'm earmarking here is going to be 9.10. Let's go ahead and put it at 9.05. Then we do have to give it a little bit of room, right? Because that's how these ones work. So where are we in at? 31s? Okay, here comes 43. Here comes the $0.50 ripping up into area highs. Let's go ahead and wait at 60. And I have to have some prints close to the whole dollar, right? What's the point in taking this breakout trade if we're not going to make a move into 10? So I know I'm a little bit lofty in my expectations here, but we're going to keep a close eye on that. And while you keep a close eye on that, let me tell you to another one you got to keep a close eye out on, and it goes by the ticker SIDU. SIDU's on the move here, up 18.5, just took out the day's high. It's absolutely ripping into the high right now, 609 on the DO. Keep a close eye here on CODX, Joey, SIDU. A lot of supers coming in there fast and furious, man. Love that. Let me resolve some of these trades if that's all right, and then we'll cover the supers from Dave and the OG Adam. I appreciate you guys, man. Just got to keep my eye here fixed on these levels. And how's my other trade doing? MWC. Oh, you're such an idiot. I took it out here. I should have let this one go. I didn't have conviction in MWC because the volume dropped off, but there it is. It took out $0.75. So be on the lookout for that, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, we'll go over a couple of these supers here, Sharif. There are just a couple of shout-outs and thanks. Dave Zamesi's saying, be careful in this market today, guys. Happy birthday, Stevie Nicks, Lenny Kravitz, and Lauryn Hill. Koff and K2, the C, still eyes on ASTS. All right, man, we'll pull that up here for you. And then we also have our boy Adam James abroad, sitting on a double-decker. I wonder if you're in the city, my brother. All right, let's pull up ASTS. Shout out Ramin, because I believe this is one of her picks. Oh, yeah. $125. What a bounce off of the volume-weighted average price and continue to climb higher, man. Big-time moves in ASTS. Now, what we're going to do is $5 of chat. Our guy sitting on the double-decker bus, watching Codex with our man Sharif, Smash Bros. We break $9.50. We're going to $12, and I'm going for steak tonight. Peace either way. All right, man. Hey, what kind of steak are you getting? We need more detail. Filet mignon's the one that you want to go with. In my opinion, my humbled opinion, I don't know what kind of Sharif likes. Maybe he's a T-bone guy or the New York strip loin or something along those lines. We know all about that stuff. But let's rock and roll here in the T-triple-Qs. This is our largest position on the day here, ladies and gentlemen. Holding up. We want to see if we can break this trend and continue to climb a little bit higher as NVDA is starting to pick up some steam. Let's go, man. Let's roll this boat. Let's hop on those double-decker buses here, Sharif, and see if we can get a little bit more of a breakout in this name. 81.30. We don't want to get too greedy, even though Wall Street is. We have to take profits at some key levels. Are we going to get a full-blown recovery here today? Well, it depends how high this name wants to climb. All right, if it heads back to VWAP, best believe we're going to see some higher movement within the NASDAQ. And if Google and some of the other large participants want to do the same, we're going to be on a big-time party bus here, my friend, as TQs continue to climb a little bit higher. Let's actually take some off here, guys, just because we don't want to get too carried away, even though I don't think there's anything wrong. So we're going to remove half, and we're going to leave the rest for a little bit of a runner, just in case we do go and head towards the HOD. That'd be prime time. Hopefully the pullback isn't too deep, south of the volume-weighted average price, and then continues to climb a little bit more, okay? Aziz, hurry up. Oh, no, Joe, everyone knows it's ribeye. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know about that one. I think that might be my least favorite. Now let's head over to our watch list. I think filet mignon pounds for tenderness is something that is where you have to go. Let's head over to the watch list, guys. We're still sitting in half of this position here on the TQs. See if we can get a little bit climb higher, and then we'll just piece it up 33% of that specific size, and then see what happens from there. All right, IonQ and some of these quantum names. Cooling down a little bit, but the way things are looking, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to move higher, right? So the volume is really starting to step down within selling pressure. So if we have buyers engage one more time, I think that's going to be some positivity stepping out of that space. Now Ethereum, ooh, not looking too good there, Sharif. I won't go over BMNR for your sake because I know we don't like that one. How has MSTR been doing? And same thing with Bitcoin, man. I told you guys I've been saving up some. Just been putting a little cash aside for this SpaceX and Anthropic IPO. I've come to the conclusion that I will be trimming about 15% of my current IBIT position. Right, I'm going to keep the rest, 15% I can live with, and we'll allocate that into something else. So that's what I got going on from a game plan. Just because, right, like, and I talk about this quite often, we don't necessarily want to kick things when they're down, but we also have to take into consideration opportunity cost. Now, when I take out that 15%, the chances of Bitcoin and everything going parabolic are probably relatively high, but I'm okay with it because I'll still have skin in the game.
Yeah, man. You're going to buy right away? Or are you going to buy on the dips? Like, what's your plan?
Well, so it'll be slow. So when I buy something, I break up my allocation, right? Okay. So say I have $10,000 for it. It's 2 here, 2 there, 3 here, then you're at 7, and then you grab a little bit more, right? I very rarely buy everything all at once. I don't think I've ever, except for my earlier days, I've never done that ever since.
Yeah, and I think that's smart as well. I think I'm going to pick up some on the day itself, and then we're going to keep a close eye, see how it trades afterwards, whether or not it's appropriate to add or what the situation is going to be. So continuing to watch that. Just a failure of 9 there on CODX will stop out. I still like this level at 875 though. That's a good area of possible support. That was a resistance area as well. Just continuing to watch the tape here on CODX. So failure of 9, couldn't quite hold the level. Can it hold the 10 EMA? Sidu's ripping, guys, into 6.25 right now. So SIDU really moving up pretty aggressively here for those who are interested in that. And MWC as well, really coming into 8 there. I'm going to lament having taken that trade out a little early, but hey, that's the way it works. So let's get back in here. We're going to give it to the $0.75. So let's go right just like that on CODX. So we'll put in some profit takers. Let's see what kind of the liquidity we have here. A little bit above 9. So we're going to give it a little more room. What I do want to see is if the buyers step in aggressively above the $0.50, because the $0.50 is essentially the area limit right now, right? 9.45 is the high of the day on that one. So if we can take out the $0.50 in any decisive basis, I think we could make a pretty aggressive move into 10. For now, it's just holding up above 8.75, but it doesn't really have an aggressive bid for now. There is some support here at 8.90, nothing that I would write home about. I'm looking for 8.75, and if it doesn't hold, we'll look to something else. But there is also something else that's already moving. You don't need to wait until CODX fails or pops. TE continues to put in green candles here. You always feel bad for not taking these easy trades ex post facto, but hey, I had this one on the side chart. I didn't trade it. South of 10, and now it's almost at 8.73, so a lot of strength on that. TE looking fantastic. CPSH as well is trying to make another move here. It had some 10 support. It seems to be a bit of a range, 10 1/3, 10 generally as an area resistance. Sorry, 10 as an area support, 10 1/3 as area resistance as well. But that's really all that I've got on. I'm really trying to keep a close eye, see how CODX trades, because it just feels to me like it might be destined to hit 10, but nothing is destined. We'll have to wait and see if it manifests or not. I need to get it back above 9. Hangry Wife, everyone is a great trader in retrospect. Yeah, honestly, right?
Yeah, man.
Should have seen that level. That's no problem there. No, but SIDU, guys, is really going here. And every time I look at this, it's making yet another high of the day. So we could be on the way to 6.5. We already took out 6.25 here, 627 high on SIDU. Great look on these ones. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention BIYA broke trend and I'm out. So this one's continuing to bleed down into 168. Originally in at 175, got stopped out at 171. So we'll give back a little bit there. Should have been trading SIDU, Joey, because right back into the high of the day.
Oh, yeah, you were mentioning that as well, too. Oh, and it broke it, too. Oh, man, this guy was telling me about it a half an hour ago or something along those lines as it continues to climb. Nice little look here on the TQQs. We just pieced some more off as we're starting to struggle up here in this neck of the woods. So I'm like, all right, let's take some off, leave a little bit of a runner. We took the initial hit, and that's why you get out, because imagine I bag held this position, right? Like I'm just getting back to break even, just a little bit above it, but instead we get out and then we re-engage here and then bang, off to the races we go, giving ourselves a much better risk to reward. And I think that's really important to know. Flipping things around once again, and we don't want to go on the red side of things, because the more often it's like that you're just playing this game of tennis and ping pong, the less likely is that you climb back at some point. I think for some reason I'm getting the feels that it's really warm outside, Sharif. I see there's a potential high of 28 degrees. I want to let you guys know the temperature here in the city. 23 feels like 24. That's absolutely fantastic. As Saturday was all day rain. Now, if there's any names specifically that you guys want to go over, you are for 6 today, brother. Let's go. Yeah, no, I might not even be. I think I might be shooting 50% clip rate right now, because the only names that we traded, we took. Maybe you even know my accuracy better than I do. No, we are 3 for 6 today, Stevenson. So that's not bad. 50%, and you're still green with unrealized. That's just the narrative of the beast. So let's rock and roll. Let's actually pull up USO and some GLD. I like what Katina Man, I've seen someone mention his name. Do you like gold at these levels here, Sharif? Because the more that we sell off, I start to like it a little bit more. You can see that we're forming these consistent lower highs. So is there a wedge that's starting to be made here? I think so, right? Like, and I believe that at some point, if we break through and we do an additional liquidity grab right at this, like, so you can see there's multiple things kind of correlating with this level. Excuse me, are we going to be 100% accurate? I don't think so. But if I'm going into any form of a metal, it's going to be this right here. USO to 137. Excuse me, trend line's still fully intact, but I believe that we are going to head in towards 130. You just have to be extremely patient with this as the back and forth continues. One thing's happening, apparently the next minute it's not. That's been an ongoing issue since the beginning of this conflict. So until it comes to an absolute complete close, and both parties at the opposite end are saying the exact same thing, not he said, she said, they reported this and that, until both are saying the same thing, that I'm going to stick with, hey, it's going to go up, it's going to go down, and it's going to come back around.
Yeah, man. That's just the nature of it. And
it.
that's like when we comment on oil, like, I mean, I don't have much to say, right? Because, well, I think we've all kind of become experts at this point in, you know, this shipping lane, this percentage. It's just really a matter of what's going on behind the scenes. But do you want my, I want to voice an opinion here.
Go ahead, man.
And it's entirely speculative. But so was my opinion about the fragmented nature of the Iranian leadership. I didn't have any proof when I made that call far before it was ever articulated by the administration. As I've said, I think that the hardliners in the Iranian government are guided by theological principles that money, power, and all these things don't persuade. They think they're working for a larger purpose at the moment. So if that's my premise, and my premise is correct, which I'm not saying it is, then the logical conclusion is these people cannot be persuaded unless it has something to do with what moves them. Again, that's theology in their religion. So I think the fact that we're starting to hear a softening of a tone from the Iranian leadership might have to do with the fact that some of these people who were the hardliners aren't around anymore.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm just going to say it very clearly. I think that they're trying to identify the Israelis and the Americans who in the negotiations is holding up the deal, and they're going to clip them.
You think so?
Yeah.
Define clip.
Kill.
Okay, all right.
Execute.
Oh,
like they haven't done that. I mean, they killed the supreme leader. They killed.
Okay. No. Okay,
So
no. I
that's what
thought
I'm
you were
saying.
thinking. I thought you were saying the inverse. You thought the Iranians were going to do that. Too.
No. The other way around.
Yeah,
other way around.
Of course. Why wouldn't?
I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to find out who of these IRGC hardliners is kind of holding back the deal. And once they find out who they are, I think that they're going to target them.
Yeah.
And I think that, that's going to have a bit of a domino effect. It's just entirely speculative. I don't have the
like it's never been
least
done. Like
bit of evidence.
never. Like
Just
it's
a
never been done
suspicion.
before.
Just a suspicion.
Like it's never been done before.
Anyway, I think we got to go to Adair.
Keep an eye on GPK, smaller cap name here. Check the volume on this, under 2 million shares. Decent volume on the day here for graphic packaging holding companies, currently up above this $10 level. It has made a nice push to the upside. One headline on this, I guess, are related to this. Apparently, there was, according to ABC, a major chemical explosion at a competitor of GPK. So, competitor faces, unfortunately, a major explosion. GPK pushes higher here in antipathy. Also, nothing market moving here yet, but just be aware. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, we know he is in Taiwan. He's been posing as of late with the CEO of Taiwan Semi, C.C. Wei. Now, they're gearing up for Computex Taipei, which happens next week, starting on June 2nd, keynote speech from Lip Bhutan of Intel. So this should be pretty exciting. Again, Jensen Huang taking some photos here posted by NVIDIA's official X account. Comments as well coming from Iran. Nothing massive here right now. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, continuing to watch CODX, a little above 9, a little bit below 9. This one's got all sorts of resistance here. I did get the beak wetter at 905, looking for another attempt at a move and a hold above 9. Specifically, I'm looking for a 9.5 move, or pardon me, not a 9.5 move, a 9.5 clearance, but we've got a lot of resistance in the 9 single digits, as well as you can see, it pop up into 5, 6, 7. There's a lot of selling at these levels. So we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. Continuing to watch, of course, MWC, as this one works right back into $8. A great area of resistance there. Watch out for a sell coming in at that level, and the spread is a little bit better at this level. It's 4 pennies right now, 6 pennies, pardon me, as it changes right in front of me there. Continuing to watch as well CPSH, but it's dropping back down. But we got to talk about the DEW, because the DEW's been quite good to whoever was smart enough to take this long off a technical area of support. 638 high, topping tail, losing bid, breaching prior bar low, breaching prior low now on the 1240 candle. Watch for support at 6 though. It had a lot of topping tail candles at 6, so if this comes back into 6, it could be an interesting support area. I'm not really sure how SIDU is going to trade today, but I'm going to keep this one on watch. Derek Thompson, the problem with that theory, Sharif, is that Israel wants the war to continue. I've heard that theory made before. I think that there's an interesting take for that. Don't disagree with you, Derek, at all. We don't really know what pressure President Trump is exerting. We don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. Ivan, I think they are stalling until Hajj is over and then strike Iran. They also show cooperation along GCC, so Iran not strike GCC country. Interesting take, Ivan. If you're wondering who I'm talking about, that's Computernet. That's Ivan right there. Shout out to him. Good take there. That's an interesting take, Ivan, one that I haven't really heard before. Continuing to watch your CODX 911 on the bid. This is all over the map, guys. So set some profit takers, resting profit takers. That's what I've done. Let's see if this one can hold up. Joey, make another attempt. It's got lower highs, but it's got higher lows as well. So you never really know how this cookie is going to end up crumbling.
Absolutely. Let's head back over to our watch. Let's see how some of these financial names are performing here today, guys. Robinhood, I know, hasn't been that great. And I think it's just going to be cool for quite some time. We head back to the daily, and we're heading towards the lower end of the range. I mean, this was a phenomenal run as of last year when we started grabbing it. You get literally 3-digit return there, and then some, and then now you just get back the majority of it. So when you're down 50%, you need the stock to double in order to just get back to where you were from before. So we'll reduce a little bit more in this Robinhood. My average was up here from like $40 roughly when I bought this name. Went on a big time move, we reduced it, and then we grab a little bit more around that 120. So my average is on the higher end of this right now and slightly underwater, but nothing crazy. And that's the unfortunate thing, like a really positive investment turning into something that hasn't been so much. So Bloom Energy up to 306.84. This thing's continuing.
It was up a lot more this morning. It was like 4%, and then it gave back like the entire move.
322 as of a high. But I mean, it's not completely breaking down, right? And I think that's a good sign of strength. We'll head over to VST. See what this name has been up to, breaking trend there, and 4 strong sessions in a row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, straight to the top side. Oklo and SMR. SMR did gap up this morning. Did it continue? Did it gap and go? As it's putting in a half decent session here today, guys. Not bad, but a steady downtrend at this point. Consistent lower highs based off of this 1267 pivot. And it just hasn't found any form of a recovery. So a guy from work, I'm sorry about that one. There's tag is obviously a guy from work. So I don't know if you grabbed any more around the $10 mark, but that's 20% relatively quick. Starting to come back in here on the NASDAQ as NVDA is selling. We might have to trail this right at VWAP, but what I want to do is add a little bit more just in case there's some indecision. But as soon as 1-minute candles start opening south of the indicator, then we have to be prepared to just trail this out. I'm only sitting on about 11%, 12.5% of this position right here. We pieced it out and a nice move. It did come down like 20 cents, but that's why we had to hold it from 96 all the way up to 22. So you grab 25 cents just to keep your risk to reward in check. And I'm glad that we didn't completely break down. We'll hold off, right? Like if those buying pressure and we get some hammer candles right along these lines, if it breaks through this, that'll put us closer to the break-even aspect. But other than that, I believe we can get some form of a bounce, especially if the bigger names want to participate. Now, Figma, how have you been doing here today? We'll head back over to our watch list. Steady downtrend. And then also RDW, Redwire. Neil was talking to me about this morning in the pre-market. He's like, hey, man, keep an eye out on this trend. So you did have a breach. It gives it all back, but then off to the races it goes. So a little bamboozlement right here. But the VWAP break, extremely key. And also aligning with that $20 level. And then you climb all the way up to 22 bucks. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Redwire has definitely been in play as of late. You have that 22 break. That's a key pivot where we're starting to head back in towards right now. How has Caterpillar been doing? Absolutely monstrous. And then Uber all the way back to the downside here, Sharif. So no love for Uber and company right now. Let's send things over to Adara.
Benign DXYZ, guys, Destiny Tech 100. This is that holding, or not necessarily an ETF, but they're a way to publicly trade names like, I believe, OpenAI and certainly SpaceX. Either way here, they announced about 20 minutes ago the launching of an up to $1 billion at-the-market common stock offering through Jefferies. Thank you to someone in the chat for mentioning this name. But yeah, DXYZ here to the downside after announcing that up to $1 billion common stock offering. Jefferies, I guess, will be running point on this. So DXYZ to the downside. Back to you.
Yep. Another way to get your foot in the door there, but for SpaceX, of course. But I think you and I were talking about this off camera. I think I'm going to hold off as well.
Off the IPO?
I'm going to have an order, right, where I'm going to get some in. And then, really depending on the trend,
what's going
see
on?
what after, then we may add into a winner, or we may add, now, we might add on the dips. Now, here's the deal. Because there's not going to be any price discovery because it's an IPO, both the north and south side, I think I'm going to base my entries on market cap or some other fundamental metric, because you don't have a price discovery and price levels to say, okay, well, you know, the buyer stepped in here or the seller stepped in there, unless, you know, you get a few weeks under your belt. So I haven't decided which metric I'm going to use yet, but I'm going to think this entire thing through. I'm going to have a plan, a 3-month plan for my
allocation of this stock.
I'm going to take a pretty aggressive position if I like what I see. No, I'm serious. If I like what I see, and that's really all predicated upon that. But I have a long-term time horizon as well, right? And that's the thing. Like, you can't be thinking, I'm not thinking 2-3 years. I'm thinking 5 to 10 years.
Even more. Yeah, for me, I have a longer horizon on this name just because it's just such a big technological shift.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you this. So we're gonna be this thing's gonna open up at like what, around $1 trillion market cap?
Try like 1.7 to 2.
So
Well,
it's just
no one really knows,
no
but
one-
that's what they're saying.
We know we're north of $1 trillion, pretty much.
Yeah.
Right. Same thing. Most
yeah.
likely, you're going to be around $1 trillion in the ChatGPT if it does IPO, and then Anthropic,
Right.
I think, was one of the names that I believe has a little bit more room to grow. But SpaceX, listening to Ron Barron, that is. I mean, he's been a long-time investor within Tesla. Pounds the table of it, and I mean, it's part of, like, out of its funds, Tesla has made him the most money essentially over the period of time.
And it took him like a long time to get
involved,
Yeah.
right? So a big percentage of what he's gave back to his shareholders or the individuals participating in his fund is from the profits of Tesla.
Isn't that funny, eh?
And he thinks, and I mean, obviously, considering the man is involved with it, he's gonna try to boost it and everything along those lines. But he's talking about $10 trillion here in SpaceX.
I mean, again, it sounds ridiculous. And anytime Musk talks about, well, just like, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound ridiculous to me, okay?
Yeah.
You have, Micron ripping up in a few months above $1 trillion. You got Taiwan Semi knock on the door too. Broadcom also, where are we at with this thing? Knocking on, basically two. It's at $2 trillion as we speak right now. Taiwan Semi is... Broadcom is barely above Taiwan Semi, which I think is an abomination. Taiwan Semi should be a bigger market cap, of course. I think if it was American-based, then it certainly would be. But yeah, that's the point, right? The point is, it's just like all these companies are hitting $2-3 trillion valuations. What's going on? VCIG, everybody's yelling about VCIG. Bovin is freaking out about it.
The amount of money that these guys are spending, like, again, we never would have thought the fact that, hey, we're talking about these guys spending $100+ billion, almost $1 trillion in CapEx. You would never expect some of these companies to hit $1 trillion valuations. I think it's only a matter of time until that bar is just continuously lifted, and I believe that's what needs to be done. That's absurd, the Hawk files, that you said that. But anyways, what's that ticker that you just brought up there?
VCIG.
VCIG, is it?
Also, USAR, also very, very strong today. Be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, let's head over to our small cap scanner. I know Sharif's been going on it, but you can see the momentum plays really start to pan out here. 20% just like that in this VCIG name. GTIC, how you doing? No data on this one, which is kind of funny.
My days. They don't
YMAT, nothing going on there. Redwire is another name that we were talking about. We're all out of this TQQ's trade now, guys. Seidu, how you doing? That thing's continuing to climb higher and put in a new high of the day. She was talking about this at around $5.80 or something along those lines. You're now at $6.27 and $6.30, so that's a really nice move. In SIDU, VCIG, this is the name that we were just calling out as his bull flag is starting to break out now, $2.33 and change, and looking like it wants to breach some of this momentum play. I see Sharif that he buys these names at great times, right, when they're breaking out. So let's see how this one forms. I might like it as 233 is starting to slightly reject, but we're starting to pick up in a little bit of momentum and volume there, Sharif.
Yeah, we're in here, Joey. We're getting at the highs, obviously, which is never really the right move, but I add into about that 15 penny level. Let's see what we can get here, if we can maybe possibly get a move into the $0.50. Obviously, very extended, so trade this one carefully. But as I mentioned, USAR as well moving up here. Let's put it on MWC, USAR, I believe on the NQ. Above $28 it goes. Great strength on this one. Does it hold 28 though? I mean, I don't think it's far enough away to be able to hold yet, up a very respectable 11%. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. I'm just trying to get some more in here on VCIG. Let's put something around there, and then we'll put something right around there. Let's see if we can pick that up, bottom pick a little bit, maybe take some into the area high. So let's put some profit takers as well, should this one go in the requisite direction. And we'll put something right around the $0.50, but we're also thinking of the other contingency there, which is it comes back in to the lower end of the bull flag, which I believe is the low teens. We'll look to be picking up some there as well. But I definitely want to keep a close eye here on USAR because it's a very strong structure with $28 now as an area resistance. We're above it right now on the bid and the ask, but you can kind of see the zig and zag nature of this one, a little above the bid, a little bit below, so something to look out for there. VCIG is breaking out again into another area high, 42. We'll take a little profit there. Still only one profit taker though, looking for that main one right above the $0.50, but also thinking the other way around as well, that this could reject the $0.50, come back in, and we can bottom pick up off that level. So we're going to continue to watch that, Joey, see what we get on that one. USAR also possible support around 27.5.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, let's go over that there. How about LSCC? Any thoughts? Will break all-time high. Yeah, let's take a look at this name, LSCC, and see what we got going on here. LSCC, bang. All-time highs. Let's head over to the daily. Today, oh, okay, I mean, it's $1 something, but again, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. You can see the way that we're moving, that it wants to start to slowly fill this gap. Momentum can definitely start to pick up, but I think it's key to see where the volume-weighted average price is headed. Lattice Semiconductor over there. We'll pull up the other super chat. I don't know if it's going to, but I mean, at the all-time high is a break of the high of the day. If it holds up on the bases and it bounces and you see price start to turn around, then sure enough, I think there'd be a good opportunity that happens. Nicole, what's going on? There it is, super microcomputer. Bang, all right, 5 minute. Look at this thing continue to move here, Sharif. SMCI off to the races, 6% off of that low, 6 1/5 there, guys. So that's looking really good. Nice work there on SMCI. How are you doing on a daily? Big time run, and trend line still holding up here in SMCI. Consistent higher lows, which is something that you want to see in signs of strength. 4 green days in a row. Glad that you're printing up. Send that, before we go off to Adara, pull that back up for me one more time there, Assassina. We're going to go over Amara for our girl, Nicole. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's also another rotation. We'll send it off to Adara, and then we'll touch on this here briefly. Adara, what do you have?
Yeah, I have to let you guys know I do have some more coming through here on the Middle East, this time from Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, saying that, quote, Israel's military is operating with large forces on the ground in southern Lebanon and is taking control of strategic areas. So once again here, getting indications at this point from the Prime Minister of Israel that Israeli military, the IDF, is advancing here in Lebanon, sorry. So again, Israel continuing here within Lebanon. If there's anything else of note here, I will keep you guys posted, but keep an eye on USO once again. Back to you.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, I want to pull up just kind of how we're starting to see a little bit of a narrative change here in some of these Bitcoin miners. Sharif and I have been talking about this for quite some time. They're really starting to pivot away from mining Bitcoin, which could be huge, right? Like, so what is left at the end of the day? Are they going to wait until the next cycle, or do they even ever return to this? Because what's in play right now is NeoCloud and just AI data storage. And I think that's an extremely smart pivot within some of these names, and that's why you're seeing Marathon Digital and the Riots of the world start to really buck the trend and continue to climb a little bit higher here, Sharif. So I like that play a lot.
I like it, Joey. I like it. All right, back into Codex above 9. It's awfully bull flaggish. A couple of profit takers through the high. Let's see what this one has to offer. It's been very rangy. So you can kind of see 8.5 at the extremes, and I want to say 9 1/4, 9.5 at the. So you got a dollar range here on CODX. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. Also into VCIG. So the area low on this one is the subsequent candle after the breakout, which is the 1245 bar, which is 213 low. So we give it to 12s. We'll see what we get on this one on VCIG. Let's see if it holds up around there. We got the $0.25. Basically, you got 24 showing 25s. Looking for another continuation up on this one. Also into USAR. I'm looking for a hold above 27.5. I'm building a position onto this. So let's see what we get here on USAR. If it loses 27.5, I'm basically out there. So let's go ahead and throw in the stop loss on USAR. But I'm also, again, I'm looking to add into this one. So we'll see what we get. MNTS is moving up, says Bovin. Give me one sec here, just so I can look at MNTS. think we did call this one out earlier. Yeah, I see that, Bovin. Topping tail candle through 14, though. I'll keep an eye out on that one, but good call out. Shout out to the OG Bovin, who had a hell of a week, by the way, last week, calling out these names. It's like he couldn't go wrong. Every time he was calling out these names, they were just ripping like, immediately upon him calling it out. So shout out to my man Bovin there. Guys, we have that same annoying seller coming in on CODX at 9:15 again. And there he is. It feels like we can't just get away from the shorts who are just hell-bent on trying to take this one down. I wonder why don't they just jump along with the longs, man. Let's wet the beak over here. But I'm putting up these profit takers because I know it's going to do things exactly like that. But my vision here on CODX is a little bit clearer now with the range established, 8.5 to 9.5. And that's going to be my view to try to pick up stuff in and around that area. And the way that I'm trying to pick up some more here on USAR is I feel like this one may be on the verge of curling. Bottoming tail, low of this candle is 268. Let's see if it can kind of work right back into that 28 area. I want to add into a winner on USAR rather than trying to bottom pick, especially since it's been so strong, right? It's only touched the 10 EMA once on the day. And here it comes again. Now we're back in the money on this one. Let's see if we can take out 28 bucks again. So 28.10 high, right? So if it breaks above 28 again, my bias will be that it'll be able to stay above 28. So that's what we'll be looking for, specifically on USAR, right? Continuing to watch CODX do basically the same thing it's been doing. And VCIG, I don't know. It's got higher lows on the five-minute chart, but the candles are super indecisive. They're all kind of doji with huge upper and lower wicks and basically no bodies. So I don't know how to feel about this one, especially since the breakout was pretty aggressive and transient. If it holds up, great. If it doesn't, then, you know, we'll have to give back a little bit. USAR coming back into 28. Let's see if it can get back above 28, and then I can add into this position, Joey. Here comes 98s now. Let's see if we can get that add into that. What do you got?
Yeah, let's head over to that super chat. Just going over a couple of things here. Yeah, man, some good stuff cooking up. All right, guys, thoughts on PHGE in at an average of 53 cents. What is realistic ceiling? Really enjoy the channel. Thanks, Ian the Pone.
Ian.
In the peon. Oh, there we go. Learn how to read there. You're not a peon, man. Come on, what is that? That's insane to call yourself that PhD.
What's happening?
PHE 53 cents. You're in at 53 cents.
Big news.
What does this thing do? BioMX. Let's send it over to Adair. Apparently, some big news happening.
Big
right
news.
Now.
Not massive, but I think in a sector certainly that we're talking about. Thank you guys for setting that up there. So sorry to disappoint. OXY and XOM both on watch here. Occidental Petroleum, OXY, again, under new leadership. We know the CEO recently announced that she's ready to leave the company. They're going to be acquiring a 10% stake in Exxon's deep water block offshore Trinidad, as reported by Reuters. So once again here, OXY here to acquire a 10% stake in Exxon's deepwater block offshore Trinidad. Just a report for now. Back to you.
You're in at 53. Yeah, thank you. You're in at 53 cents, and you're now at $1.62. Right, so I mean, trail your stop 210% isn't bad whatsoever, especially in the span of a couple of days. Trail your stop into maybe halfway through this gap and accept it for what it is.
What happened?
What happened, Katina, man?
Oh yeah.
Wrong Apple.
I like
Let's
that.
pull up that bad boy as we're all out of.
Joey was trying to hit the bang on Apple the other day.
I'm what? Okay,
Told him you're
you
not
don't want
allowed
me
to
to.
do
You don't
that,
want me to
Joey.
cheer for you, my guy.
I know you're not cheering for me, guy. Don't even try to
So what am I
twist
doing?
it.
So
I don't know. You
why? I
got
have no
options or
skin
something
in.
like
I have no
that.
skin in Apple.
None?
So other than the
Joey,
phone
you
that
gotta
I
have
pay
a
these
little bit of
guys.
skin in Apple.
So what am I hitting the bank for?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Mike.
Here comes CODX.
Same.
So I'm just
Same,
teasing,
man.
man. Here comes into 9.5. There's a lot of selling at 9.5, guys, but that is a new high a day right now on CODX. It's really strong. It could take out 9.5 here. It hasn't printed my liquidity tester at 9.55. I've got a bias that this moves up into 10. Let's see exactly what this one has to offer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's all good, man. Nothing. Katina, man, what are you long off Apple here in, my guy? Because 309.80, right off of the lows there. He's grabbing some, just cooking up a little bit of a storm right there. We'll give him 35 cents or so. ITM, nice look there. Jet said you didn't have to. You didn't have to.
That's criminal.
You didn't have to delete that bravely. He called me a schmexy cheer. I'm sure he meant like sexy. I take the compliment. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll take it. Not even apple skin? No, my friend. But anyways, obviously playing with you. You do your thing. Q's doing nothing promising. I mean, we're all out of this one. It took us a couple attempts to get this bad boy rolling. We had more size on this one. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. We had more size on this position, and then we were fortunate enough to take the ride up here, and then we get stopped out at 10%, just a bit above that break even. And now we're starting to pivot back towards the high of the day. ASTS starting to slide a little bit. We had Ramin in that second place, but we have a double top at $127, and then now we're starting to break through some key support levels. But what we do have from bottoming signals here on NVDA is that now we're only a little bit away, a couple of dollars away from VWAP. So 5-minute candle plus the trend line break correlating with this move right here. Not a bad look whatsoever in NVDA, and that's going to help drag the NASDAQ higher.
So CODX into an area high 960, but you can see it's struggling with the half dollar. This hasn't been a clean momentum trade at all. The chart pattern looks good when you look at it from the 5-minute after the fact, but when you're trading it live, it's not clean. There's a lot of short selling on CODX, which is interesting because it's not easy to borrow, at least on my platform over here. But there's a lot of short sellers. It's just been such a grind to the high side. My goodness. We're involved in this one at 8 initially, and here we are waiting for 10, 960 high. But there goes USAR, and this one is now at 28.14 high. What I'm waiting for on this one is a move above the bid and the ask on the 5, and there we go. So a move above 28.10 on the bid and the ask. We're going to add into the highs here like a psycho. So we initially had, I believe, the 80s. We added the mid-teens there. Let's go ahead and wait at 20s, showing 14s now. Good look right now on USAR. Speculated to be possibly a big person looking to take an interest in this company. So keep an eye out on this one, but it's been pretty good basically all day. CODX rejecting the half dollar yet again. Let's wet the beak over here and see what we kind of get. How's that VCIG trade doing? Well, I'm in at 24s. It's showing me 20s. If it loses that 10 penny area, I'm out. And the reason I'm going to draw the line at 10 pennies is that's the 10 EMA on the 5. So I don't want to trade it below that. But I also want to mention here, guys, the DO is making moves, right? SIDU is putting in a bull pennant, bull flag. I don't give a, sorry, whatever it is. But it's got some higher lows here with some resistance in and around the quarter to a third of a dollar. But DO's been pretty strong here. But you can notice one thing immediately on the 5-minute chart is that none of the closing prints breach 630. Yeah, you've got a lot of wicks. It's a 638 high. I get all that. But that means one thing, that there's somebody earmarking that 6 1/3-ish area as a level of resistance, whether it's a profit taker taking off some longs from a lower area, or whether it's a short seller who likes that 6 1/3 level. But keep an eye here on the DO. It's making moves, and it could be pretty good. So we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But there goes USAR. I added into the highs like an absolute psycho. And there it is into another high of day, 218. Looking for more here. We're looking for that move into the fifth of a dollar. Here's 19s. There's 20s, Joseph options. Let's take that one off. And we're going to put now into 23. Shout out to Jordan. And then, you know, what kind of a person would I be? We didn't shout out the man himself there. So shout out to Jordan. Should we do a LeBron/Jordan poll? Oh. Yeah. That never causes any problems. People don't have strong opinions about that.
Put Kobe up there too.
You're a LeBron. No, you're a Jordan guy. It was Feifei. He was a LeBron guy, right? And he was pounding the table on LeBron for many years. Yeah, well, Katina Man says he likes LeBron's longevity. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you there, Katina Man. I mean, that's a fact. The dude he's been in the league since 04, right? I'm not getting that wrong, right? No, I remember him specifically. I was like barely out of high school.
I just don't.
And he started playing. Like, I think my cousin's age. I'm pretty sure he's an 84 or 85 baby, right?
Something
like that. He's 41, Skinny Man says. Yeah, so he's right around there.
Wasn't he one of the last? Wasn't that the last year when they just came straight out of college? Like he didn't even, or straight out of high school?
Yeah, he was one of the last guys.
Yeah,
Him
yeah.
and Kobe,
So 03.
right?
So
It was 03?
Yeah, 03.
He came out in 03. Okay, that does make sense. I don't know why I
He
remember
was just
04,
like
but
straight out of high school.
he's ridiculous in terms of longevity. But he does spend a lot of money on his body, does he
$1
not?
million a year.
Yeah, I remember him and Russell Wilson were like setting the standard for how much you're spending on your bod. Like, bro, you're not going to find an unreceptive audience in me when it comes to that kind of stuff. I think that absolutely that you should be doing that. Here goes USAR, man. Unreal strength on the RAR here. There it goes into 23s. We take the 23 print. We're looking for 25s now. USAR is on its horse, and it cannot be stopped. There's 29. I don't know why I'm not getting the print. I'm waiting south of 29. Spread probably 3 pennies, and there it goes into 30. Added like a psycho on this one. Now we're waiting at 35s. Let's see what the RAR has to offer us here in terms of prints. But there goes CODX through the highs. 78 pennies is the high now. We're looking for 10s. We basically have everything out here on CODX. We're going to wait for another profit taker, but there goes again USAR, Joseph Options. It is ramping now into 53. Let's see what USAR has to offer here. Do we get to 30? This feels like an aggressive breakout on USAR. Last red candle we had was 1250, so it's not like that long ago, but it's been on a pretty gnarly uptrend since, I want to say, about 5 to 12 today. 1155 breakout candle here on USAR. Adara brought us the news earlier that there was some speculation that a big money investor could be taking a position into this. You never really know how this thing is gonna, end up unfolding, but something to be on the lookout here. USAR, all sorts of strong, Joseph Options. VCIG, I call him that sometimes, Katina, man. We're looking for VCIG to bottom out a little bit here and then start moving possibly into that 230, 233 area. A lot of bottoming tail candles right off the 10 EMA. That has me a little bit, optimistic that we could get a couple of good prints, but we're going to keep an eye out on that. I messaged the Katina man on the weekend. I was asking him, how much he's spending there, like on an average yearly basis.
Where?
For,
at Amazon?
That's classified information.
It's not.
No, but I was asking him, what he's spending on the upkeep, like just basically repair and maintenance for a house.
For the
it's
house.
Entirely different bag of tricks for a condo because you pay all that through the maintenance fees, right?
Fee.
I could ask my parents, but I don't think I'm going to have a house, like theirs. So it doesn't make any sense asking them that. But it's been almost a year now, man. End of July will be when I sold my car. We're almost in June. And I have been basically aggressively saving since that time. So we're almost a year, another year to go.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right,
so
all
hopefully another year to go. But that was a quick year, I'm not gonna lie, right? That was a quick year. I didn't anticipate that I would be able to actually look, I just gotta be honest with you guys. I'm not really a good saver, nor have I ever been in my entire life. So this is new for me.
That's new?
This is new, yeah. So I didn't think that I would be able to do it for this long, to be honest, right? We went on a couple of vacations here and there, but we tried to keep everything low, right?
And you got a couple in the pipeline too.
Yeah, well, it's relatively, can I be honest with you? The Colombia trip is pretty cheap.
Is it?
Yeah, the flight is cheap. The Airbnbs are super cheap.
That's good.
We'll see how the whole situation over there goes, but
that's good.
Yeah, man. So I was asking the Katina man. He's like, "Look, what are you spending there? Because you got to be able to figure that out if you're gonna have." But it also comes down as well to what kind of house you buy. Do you want to pay up a little bit for a house that doesn't have any repair costs, right? Or not even a newer one that got taken care of by the seller, or do you want to pick up something and then have expenses pop up every now and again? It's dealer's choice. You know what I mean? But
that's why I guess it's important to have you want to hire a good inspector when you're.
But brother, what are they going to break down walls? How are you going to find mold in the framing and stuff? It's hard, right?
I'm sure they have that form of technology where they can
Yeah, what are you laughing at, Miami Dragon? You will find something to spend money on in Colombia. Yeah, every time I bring up Colombia, you guys have really, really interesting takes that I haven't heard before from anybody else. But you guys seem on my life. On my life.
You haven't heard.
And I actually did find out a little bit of information. So my cousin went to school in Florida, in South Florida, right? And he's like, how do you not know this about Colombia, right? I was like, I felt completely naive. Like I had no idea what was going on. He's like, yeah, you might want to look at this
But now you know.
stuff.
But now you know. And you're still going.
Yeah, well, the trip's paid for, bro. I've got a commitment to my cousins here. You know what I mean? Like, yes, here we go, Joey. All right, VCIG coming back from the depths of hell. Into 29 it goes. We're going to wet the beak there, but we're looking for a bigger move up, I want to say, into the 30s. So VCIG holds the 10 EMA, but doesn't exactly rock it up. So 3 positions right now. We got the RAR USAR looking quite good. Looks like it's on its way to 29, but it's got to breach and hold above that $0.50 level. We've got CODX also hanging out pretty much at the high, showing 970. It's a 978 high a day. Unreal. Thank God some of these comments get blocked. But and then we got VCIG, and I've got a bit of a bias here that VCIG at least glances at the $0.50. It's a 242 high. Let's see if we can get up to the $0.50. I've got a whole bunch of resting profit takers. There's 34. There's 35. Looking for high 30s here. Where are we waiting, Joey? We're waiting at 38. Nice green candle here manifesting quite aggressively on VCIG. There's a seller of note, though, at 35, which will precipitate me to get a beak wetter there to test the liquidity. Unfilled it goes. So this is a big time seller at 235 here. Can't shake the seller. Okay, well, we're shaking. Wow, what the hell? What the hell? It's like you took off all the size on the level 2 and then it dropped. So that was an interesting state of affairs there. So 3 positions, guys. We're going to monitor all these ones. It's 1:15. Hopefully we'll start the news quickly here. Just let's resolve some of these positions and then we'll go.
Yeah, have you ever been to that Harvey's?
You're talking about, I'm assuming, the one
Church,
Church and Jarvis.
Yeah,
or
something.
Is it Jarvis?
Something
Yeah,
right there.
Of course. There used to be
some crazy stuff at that
I've
Harvey's.
seen too much. There used to be an Arabic restaurant there that was open late, had shawarma. It was called Laziz.
Yeah.
And it was right beside that Harvey's.
Was it?
We saw some shit, man.
I've seen,
Let me tell you, bro.
Stuff. By the way,
I don't want to
Harvey's
see
is,
ever again. Shout out to Adam James abroad.
For those who don't know, Harvey's is a Canadian burger joint.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, guys, let's get into some stock trading. But yeah, I used to crush that Harvey's all the time, to be honest with you, and see the wildest stuff. And then as I got older, I'm like, what am I doing going here? Like, it's pure
There was
dirty.
like one of the old, back in the day, it was like there wasn't too much open at night that you could get after a club, right?
That was like
That was one of the only ones.
Hung Shing. Have you ever been to Hung Shing?
Of the on Spadina?
Yeah.
Didn't
that's
Drake make
I
a
don't
thing
know,
about
man.
that?
I was going there way before Drake.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah.
Come on, get out of here.
Whoa,
All
I
right,
didn't
let's go
say
ahead.
you weren't, dog.
Yeah. We said Joe. No, you should have said Joe was going there, not Drake.
No.
Anyways, I'm playing
Wow,
around.
okay.
I'm playing around. Anyways, guys, some nice.
See that top 3 albums there, eh? That's
Yeah,
all time. Nobody's
I don't
ever
know if
held
it's
all
time.
3.
I
Yes,
like it.
yes.
I like it.
Nobody's held top 3
that long?
top 3 all at one time. He's the first, apparently, to ever do it.
All right, so shout out to
There goes VCIG.
to Drizzy. Here's some of the other big names. We're talking about Netflix holding up here around $88 from a daily. It still hasn't broken through this support level. I mean, we already had that breach of the $90 mark, and then we sold off down to 85. I just don't like this overhang here within the price action. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit more liquidity obtained here, right, and absorbed is the word that I was looking for, and then maybe it can go. And this is another name that I'm fortunately going to have to reduce the price. My average is $90, so I'm like a $2 out of the money. That can change relatively quick, but we'll take something flat on that.
And incoming on Codex.
And as for coin, not doing too much. You want to talk about Codex?
No, I just wanted to mention it's coming into 10 resistance, 10.15, huge seller. I'm posted at 25, monster seller. 16, 17, 18. These are highs. Get it, Adam. Adam says we're going to 12. I'm going to take out the last of my orders at 10 1/4, come hell or high water. There's a seller moving down now. 17 showing up again. You'd feel like the short sellers would get squeezed at this level because they've been everywhere, but that hasn't been the case, man, which makes me feel like on a different platform, are these easy to borrow? Because they're certainly not on mine. There's nothing available here for borrow on IB. Obviously, there is at Real Trading, that goes without saying. But it's just a thick trade. There's 16s again. There's 17s. Look at that. Can't even print anything above that. Such a staunchy seller. I'm waiting at the $0.25 here. What do we have on? We got 04s. So there it is, Joseph. Options into the $0.25. That is the high of the day, 10.24. I lied. I took it out at 24s. But there it goes. CODX awfully strong. Keep an eye out on that. Also, VCIG popped up into another profit taker there. I tested 43s out because 44 is the high of the day, and it rejects. Look at CODX go, though, 1041 high. Shout out to Adam James Abroad. He had the compunction to be able to spot the $12 resistance on the wider time frame. Shout out to my man. He's doing it live. He's trading a lot more of these small cap gappers, and more pleased I could not be. Watch out here for CODX. It's been a bamboozling one, though. A little on the positive side, a little bit on the negative side. Keeping a close eye on this one. Shout out to my man, Bovin. CODX on RH showing 836% for borrow rate. Jeez Louise, Bovin. Yeah, that's definitely not easy to locate. I don't understand why it's such a thick trade, though. Because it is, man. It's like we haven't even had one halt up on this thing, and it's been moving crazy. Taylor, ask Adam where AMD is headed. Why don't you ask him yourself, man? I'm just taking a joke at Taylor. Iceman is. See, that's why your stuff gets blocked, Adam. You can't say stuff like that.
What do you say?
You can say the stuff like that when you and I are talking. It's not going to let him say that. Dude, are you kidding me?
You think that's bad?
It's a slur. You know that, right?
I mean, it is.
All right.
That's fair enough. Hold on, Tree. Let me go over a couple of things here. I mean, yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's a troll job. So I mean, if you want to rub it in a little bit more here, yeah. But what he said before that is definitely. Yeah, you probably can't say that, but
well,
yeah, it is.
I love him anyway, but you know.
Yeah, no.
He put it in again. He's so stubborn. Why are you like that, Adam?
Yeah,
I love it.
He's got his way, man. What did he say?
Yeah,
he said the exact same thing.
Dangerous guy, bro.
Yeah,
I used to call him the prickly one because, you know,
he's on the edge, man. Yeah. He likes to flirt with the edge.
I like it.
There's AMD again, printing a new all-time high here today, guys. And we're talking about just an absolute monster run. We thought this was going to cool down from 197. You get 150% just like that. And it's only a matter of time until this name hits. From a market cap standpoint, $1 trillion probably. It can happen quick. I wonder at what price it needs to hit that $1 trillion club. We can figure that out, no problem. AIMD, what is this name? These are some more small cap gapper names. Here's Anos Inc. starting to break through the volume weighted average price.
Ooh.
I'm not Anos Inc.
Okay.
AIMD. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a small cap trader and be like, hey guys, look at this move here. Start to pick up, but it doesn't look too bad. Very e-liquid though. I think that's a big time issue. Other than that, go ahead.
No.
Oh, I thought you said you called my name.
Yeah, I'm just watching.
Google 5-minute. Let's take a look at what we got going on over there. Guys, we had our trades on for the day. That'll probably be it for me as Google on the 5-minute. We're not going to stress too much. Yeah, I like that one there, Gorb. Ooh, okay. Oh, man, don't tempt me with a good time here now. Gorb, as Google right at the volume-weighted average price. We do have this downtrend here, guys. That breaks and this lower end holds at 385. I'm going to be looking for a potential long here on goggles.
There goes CODX into 1079. There is a seller, though, at 75, 76. They're getting clipped right now. So be on the lookout here. 11 incoming. It feels that way anyway. Not a whole lot of areas of support we can point to, right? Because it's been breaking out pretty aggressively. The only other area that I can point to right now is 9.5. And we're almost $1.50 removed from that level, $1.25 currently. But here's 1078. Here comes possibly 11. That 75, that 3/4 of a dollar keeps featuring as a local area of resistance. I'm not inclined either to want to use the $0.50 as any area of support, quite frankly, because this one hasn't been that kind of trade. It's not like you could say, oh, you know, the $0.50, the whole dollar are acting as key areas of support. They're not. And you can see this one zigged and zagged basically all day. 220, not you again, VCIG, you punk. It's coming right back down. Does it hold the 10 EMA? The 10 EMA is basically overlapping with that 220 area. And last but not least, USAR almost coming back into our entry over here, showing 17s. I'm going to flatten out this trade. I pick up some more at 28. We'll wait at 28.05. Let's see if we can pick some up there. Maybe it comes down, maybe it doesn't. And then I got to tell you, the SIDU, it's continuing to look really good. Not really the same kind of profile we had earlier. We had that Christmas tree retracement off the rejection of 6 down into VWAP. And then it was basically a buy program since that time. But it's not trading like that anymore, right? It's not as directional. Look at this. It is putting in some higher lows and higher highs. But it's more of an upward channel / bull flag than any, you know, sort of mean reversion off VWAP, which it looked like it was before. So I'd say look for, you know, the bottom picking there off that trend line. Try to hold trend. We'll have to see how this one ends up trading. But yeah, that's it. So I got USAR pretty quickly there at 28.05. Geez Louise. And it's ripping up already into 15s. Let's post up something at 20. Let's see if we can get that there, and we'll post up at 30. So I just figured, you know, $28, good area, obviously, of support for USAR. It also just happened to be the 10 EMA on the 5. And here it is, again, ripping up into 18. Cancel that one, move up the other. We'll put it to 27s. Yeah, so that's what we're looking for, Joey. I flattened out USAR because I didn't like the downtrend. But, hey, it ended up holding at the 10 EMA. We're not out of the water yet. But let me tell you something else. Anything below 28, with 28, we're in at 28.05, ends the trade for me. So we won't really give back much in the way of anything there if it does go against me. So good price, but it needs to continue up to the upside. RXT being called out by Grunfeld. Pull up that one. See what we got here. Oh, it's had a good couple of weeks here from what I can see. Yeah, good call out, Grunfeld. This is not a bad looker at all. Good steady state stair step up. Not a bad looker at all. This is RXT, just 3 simple letters there. Throw in the ticker. I like this one off, especially that 490 area. 5 gives way. I'd be looking for 490 here in case it does find some support there. So USAR bouncing off 28 initially. It's not really catching much of a bid here, guys. We'll see if this one can hold 28.
All right, good stuff. I'm just scrolling through the chain here to see what we got going on. I mean, what is really, really holding this name back? And I think you could be able to identify within the options chain. We talked about the size increasing after the bell, especially after this gap up this morning. $230, there's a lot of size there, but I mean, we're $15, $17 away from that marker. The first supply zone was around the 18s, which would have been around 220. That put you at that next strike price right here. So, I mean, aside from 217.5, I just don't feel like this is enough size. The size of the float, and obviously with the market cap, I'm surprised that this wasn't able to be absorbed. And then sure enough for us to climb a little bit higher, putting some of these contracts, the short side of things, underwater. It is what it is, but we'll continue to monitor this name because once whatever is lifted, I think we'll have some room to climb. It's just heavily shorted right now, and I think it's displayed within the price action. Now, as for Google here, guys, 390, not too bad. I mean, this name doesn't have typically too much open interest or options activity. What does and is usually at the top side of things is Apple. $315 can be most definitely in the works. So, hey, listen, we were talking about 310 last week. Let's actually pull up the chart here and just get into what I was getting at. So we're going to head over to AAPL, and I believe we did close below 310.
We did.
Yeah, exactly.
I was about to send you that. because it was like 309.99 or something like that.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so I was like, is that like an
308.62?
options thing where like somebody on the other side of that contract didn't want it to close about 310, otherwise they'd be on the hook for some money?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like they pushed it down.
You'd be assigned short Apple at that level. But it was like 308.80, right? And I mean, it did climb from an intraday standpoint up to 311 plus. And I'm like, hey, man, there's just too much size in Apple for us to close above this. And if that was the case, you would see a rollover into the next week. But sure enough, you close at 308. So those contracts were safe for the options writer. We tried the NVDA play last week, guys, during the earnings report. That was a big time no-go. And then as soon as after the open, it was just AC to that one. You're down 10% almost off of the high now, Sharif. And it looks like it wants to climb down to 195 with the current pace that we're sitting at. That would put you down 17% once again. And we were talking about before we pivot, we were down 17%. Where does that lead the Qs?
Where?
Pull that up there. 12% from here to there, Sharif. Now that we're continuing to climb, that's a little bit more, 13%, but nothing substantial. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, and I'm not saying it's going to happen soon, that we see a little bit of a pullback in the NASDAQ, considering this is an app. This is a crazy move, man. It is mind-boggling in my opinion to see the market that. Pardon me?
I haven't seen it.
No,
Other than post-COVID,
March
2020, maybe, and basically the highs that we saw there. But that was because, there was just so much money.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So much money being spent. So I think, until this CapEx really starts to cool down, you have to take in the fact that these guys are putting an impact on GDP.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. It doesn't even go down that road, man, the productivity. But yeah, I'll get to that in a second, guy. I think that's a really good conversation. But a VCIG, what a rip, guys. We had this one, I believe, at 19s, taking it out at 60 there, 59, pardon me. But it's ripping, man, into 64. VCIG is on its horse here and about to clear 100% up on the day. Very strong name. There is resistance here at around 2/3, but I think it's probably going to be a clean setup into 3. Bottom pick, look for area support and resistance, possibly a move back into the $0.50. VCIG, what a rip up. Shout out to the OG Bovin who called this one out early on. I didn't like it until, that 2 mid-teens area, just so I can get an idea of how this one was going to trade. But a great bull flag breakout. Be on the lookout here. VCIG is absolutely him and looking to do some more damage. Unbelievable move here. But I wanted to mention something. So Dario Amodei, he is, of course, the lead at Anthropic. Him and his sister, they run the show there. They're both former OpenAI employees who are kind of disgruntled with Altman, like many people have been, and set up their own thing. And he said something that really caught my concern. He doesn't see, okay, how about I put it in the positive rather than negative? He sees a situation where GDP growth is like high single digits, 8, 9, 10% even, like the 80s, but high unemployment. Think about how that could work. He sees basically jobs not being added, but the efficiencies that these companies reap from AI just add so much to that top line, right, for national GDP. So you have Microsoft with blowout earnings. Obviously, it's a temporary state of affairs because let's be honest about it. The U.S. economy and most Western economies are consumer-driven economies, right? We're not net producers, at least not yet anyway. So he feels, that it could be one of those situations maybe for 5 years, 6 years, we add double digits, high single digits to that GDP line. All of a sudden, maybe adding high single digits, even double digits to the unemployment rate.
Really?
Yeah. That's what he's saying. He doesn't see it as contradictory, at least in the short to intermediate term. I think that should scare some people. Now, having said that, let's put this into context. This is the guy whose company is the doomerist sort of AI company. AI is going to end the world, but, put it in our hands. We know how to manage it kind of thing. And that's what they've been trying to sell Anthropic and Claude as for a while. So I feel like those two things you typically would have thought couldn't exist at the same time. But
yeah, I find that interesting because if you're adding that much onto GDP with
at the end of the day, you're going to have high tax payments from some of these larger names. So wouldn't the government really reinvest that? And then essentially what you do is you start building more infrastructure, which could maybe help balance out the potential of the unemployment line.
But where do these companies get their revenue from? Right? At some point, it has to come to the consumer.
Well, you need people to buy this stuff,
Even
right?
if they're B2B, Joey.
Yeah.
Like, so say, you know, Azure renting out cloud space, I don't know, it's whoever,
But then it can only
right?
be so cyclical, like literally cyclical, right? It's just like, okay,
Exactly.
right?
It's interconnected however you want. So if it doesn't show up in 5 years, it's going to show up in 10, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, I think part of the answer, I don't think it's going to be the complete answer, is just build more infrastructure, which would piss a lot of people off, but more housing, more to keep people in line in the working aspect, in the working field. So, I mean, at the end of the day.
I want to hear some of your comments about this, guys. You guys think I'm out to lunch here? It's not even my thinking. It's not original thinking at all. That's his thinking. Recession is but guaranteed, LOL. Almost all numbers are saying it. Occam's razor, I don't know what that is, but I think I've heard about that before. I'm copying that so I can look it up. Great question. Stop asking it. That's hilarious. You don't need a job. Just give it to the changing consumer habits. Interesting. Manpower cost savings, Sharif. Manpower cost keeps going up. My humble opinion. I get that, Nover Nong, but he's got a name, Katina, man. What can I do, right? But at some point, you know, the consumer's got to generate money somehow if they're going to spend it, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like if the unemployment rate ends up being really high and you don't have the same kind of consumer-driven market that we've basically relied on, I think, since the 70s, where do we go from there? And I think that's kind of a general question. Anna Shelton, yeah, stagflation is the worst scenario. I think that's what you and I are agreeing here, that probably will be some sort of stagflation there, especially with GDP growing, but unemployment not. Fear-mongering isn't working out. AI is also creating new job positions. Great take, Danker 415. I want to say something here about that. So it was actually, what's his name? What the hell is his name? David Sachs, who on his X account posted this. So the proposition has been that, you know, AI is going to get so good at coding that it's going to put software engineers and computer scientists and coders essentially out of business. That's not what's happening. David Sachs actually found statistical research that showed the job position, the openings for software-related engineering positions actually up. And his theory is that even though you're going to have a lot of efficiencies in the software space, what will end up happening is you'll have more code generated that's being managed by less people. So all those people who were typically taking 2 or 3 months to write a specific piece of code, now because of the efficiencies in AI, they can manage 2, 3, 4 projects at a time. And that doesn't necessarily take away jobs, but it adds to productivity. So instead of, you know, having a company launch 1 or 2 new products per year, they're able to launch 10 and 15 simply by maintaining the same level of employment, but getting a lot more out of each individual employee. Increased productivity per person, so to speak. So your point very well taken, and I think that there is actual statistical research to back up what you're saying. The point is, it's only current for now. Who the hell knows what happens in the future? So great call out by you guys. Let's go up to Adara for some news.
Couple different stories to talk about here. We'll start with the stock-specific one, JD. As you can see, JD just pushed here into a new intraday low. Financial Times reporting that Brussels is going to be opening an in-depth investigation or probe here into JD.com's proposed takeover of Seconomy. So JD.com wants to take over a company. Brussels, according to Financial Times, will be looking into this takeover. A couple more headlines here out of the Middle East to be aware of. First, we're seeing a report here from Al Mayadeen suggesting that the advisor to Ghalibaf, parliamentary speaker of Iran, has said that Tehran will walk away from talks with the U.S. if the U.S. continues to, quote, play word games. So Iran threatening to walk away from these talks. Now, separately, Babak Vadat reporting that Iran has warned that any Israeli strikes on Beirut, Lebanon would, quote, destroy the entire negotiation track with the U.S. So lots of threats here from Iran to walk away from these talks with the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, you guys have really good points there. Some of you guys are a little snarky. I get that. Maybe you're in a bad mood or something, but some other really good points, guys. Jay Lee, it does add to software writing overall, but the real issue has always been quality over quantity. There is far too little quality code these days, and AI can't do that. It just spams. I don't know, Jay. Look, I'm not trying to say AI is the end all and be all, and it's the savior to all the coding problems. But what you hear internally from some of these software developers at, Anthropic, even, actual AI companies is they're not even really writing code. They're just generating code and managing it in a way that seems to work. And so they're kind of acting sort of as the amalgamator for all these different pieces of code. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm assuming, Rudy Amid, you're just being rude. I haven't actually listened to All In this last weekend, but I did see David Sachs's tweet about that statistical thing. If you have a counterpoint, rather than engaging in ad hominem attacks and trying to attack David Sachs, why don't you come up with your own proposition? Throw it in the chat. Let me know what you think. Engage in the dialogue. What else you got over there, Joey?
To add to your point, it's just like, even people here, Sharif, they're like, I don't even code anymore because there's no need to. It's just you prompt, and it generates some of the code for you, which makes things significantly easier, and it's a massive game changer. What's going on is just like, hey, I'm working on something, you just prompt away, and then sure enough, some of the tools, whether it be OpenClaw or Claude Code, ChatGPT, that just generate everything for you, and you can refine it within the actual platform itself. So you show its bugs, and it corrects everything, which is absolutely insane, which allows things to be more efficient. So the fact that it has the ability to find its own errors and create the new code that you need for whatever you're using, and I think that's the massive difference in what can potentially happen.
Absolutely.
It's just the problem solving, I think, is just something that's really big. All right, the main point is that beyond the point of turning back, you still should learn to code, but this is not going away. That's fair enough, right? So that's like saying, hey, you should learn how to build a car before you drive one. I don't completely agree with that. There's nothing wrong with teaching yourself a new skill, but I have no idea how to build a car, but I can tell you I can turn one on for free. And I think that's what the benefit of using some of these tools is, that it allows individuals who didn't know how to do something specific use the tool and the mechanics of it. All right, guys, let's take a look at the TQs. As the market is slowly starting to come back in, NVDA is starting to tank here at the end of below the volume weighted average price as it heads towards the low of the day. DRAM, I just feel like I should just buy this name punch long and close my eyes, because it just continues.
Can you believe Micron's up 20%?
Yeah, I can. I truly can believe this stuff because it's just going on a generational run, right? Like, we're talking about the extreme demand for some of this stuff. It's insane, right? Like, from the close on Friday, 751, you're getting 20% right there. DRAM doing the exact same thing, Sharif, even though I think Micron's one of the smaller holdings on it, if it's in it at all, but you're getting 12% in this ETF. SK Hynix and Samsung are the leaders of this here. SanDisk is in it as well, too. What is SNDK doing? SNDK, $1,600. This thing's gonna hit $2,000. Are we gonna get a split here in SanDisk? I think so, relatively soon, because you get more retail investors involved, and I think it'd be a smart play. Why? Because in a couple of weeks, you're going to have the PDT rule uplifted, and then you're going to have more retail investors really start to step into the market, which I think can be a big event. And we can see some names like Robinhood maybe start to climb a little bit higher, and some of the other kind of meme names, because I'm going to start to categorize Robinhood, even though there's a lot going on for it. It's an underwriter in the SpaceX IPO coming out. They want to be at the forefront of the tokenization of stocks and equities, which is good, but the way it's been performing and the way some of these fintech names have been performing has not been good as of late.
Yeah, well said, Joey. Let's look at VCIG here, guys, because it continues to go. 274 high, showing 70 right now. We were out at 60. It continues to trend up in a very aggressive way. A lot of topping till candles, though, into the 70, 74 area, something to be alive to. I also want to point out that CODX is showing a lot of support at 10 bucks. Look at this. So it's got some lower highs here. So that's the bad news. But these bottoming wick candles all breach 10, but they're aggressive buys off that. So I don't think the end of the trade has shown up quite yet for CODX. Now, it's been a tough one at times because it breaches key levels. So you're going to need to be quite strategic in where you get in and where you place your stop. So right away, I would look to this area over here on the 1 minute chart. The low there is about 988, right? But if you're really looking for not a random support level, it would be around 975. That's where we had a lot of resistance initially at that $0.75. Got a lot of downtrends right now, at least on the one. Let's see if it holds up above the $10 area. I could be interested here, absolutely, in getting back into CODX. Current bar is a higher low. Prior bar is a doji candle, essentially, that breached 10 and rocketed right back up. But we can see here locally anyway, there's a seller between 10.25 to 10.33. So if we get above that, I think we could be probably big gravy. And there we go. We're already taking it out. Let's see if we take it out on a closing basis. I did take a breakout trade on this one before. I just want to remind you guys that I did take a breakout trade at above 8.5. It was this one over here. And we did quite well on that. This one I didn't take as a breakout trade. That one I punched into manually because it showed $9.5 buyer. But here we are again, right? Zigging and zagging a little bit, at the 10.25, a little bit at the 10 area. I'm definitely interested, even though with 18 minutes left on the show, to weasel back into this one. But you never really quite know how CODX is going to act. If you don't like that one, you can look at this one. VCIG, another high at day. Into 83s it goes. This one's on the way to $3. It's got a lot of volume locally here that's picked up, I want to say, around 1240. Before that, it hadn't been doing a whole lot of volume, so the volume's all, local area volume, not pre-market or early open volume. So VCIG on the way to $3 here. And Casey, 526, doing it again. She's gifting people on her own birthday. She's already gifted 10 memberships. She just dropped another 10 membies in the chat. Shout out to Casey, 526, man. She gives with two hands, man. She's fantastic. Shout out to you, Case. Appreciate you. I hope you have a fantastic birthday. Casey, what'd you do for your birthday? Or are you doing anything today?
Hey, man.
Let us know what Casey, 526, I think she's from New York. I wonder, were you gallivanting on the town?
I heard it was flooding in New York.
Well, it's flooding here, man. Man, she's probably busy right now, man, because this thing is about to hit $3. Into 292 goes VCIG, man. You got to take out some profits here. An aggressive move for VCIG. 292 high, and it looks like it's going for more, Joey. What a breakout here. Unreal.
Yeah, big time breakout. We were thinking about the reload here on the TQQs, but what we got going on with Google as we were looking to break some of this trend here, guys, right at the backside of the front end of this trend. And if you have a 5-minute candle open up, there's a nice consolidation at 385.95. Gives you a nice little move here so far. So a 5-minute candle, maybe you get an additional leg higher. What do we look like on the daily? I know we've looked at it a couple of times, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we can head up a little bit higher into this range, which would be key for this name specifically, downtrend. And this is a secondary trend at that breaking and the momentum really starting to uptick. The NASDAQ tracing this name relatively tight, so let's keep an eye out on that. Anecdotal take. 2 partners and myself used AI code to algo trading platform, which took no time at all, and now we are hiring, all thanks to AI. Congratulations to you. Nice, man. Good hearing that stuff. I mean, hopefully you guys pay well as well. So go apply to our Birdman, JRD. All right, guys, let's take a look at a couple more names here. I'm not in anything. We're going to be patient and wait for another opportunity here on the NASDAQ as we bounced off of the volume-weighted average price on multiple occasions. With that being said, if it does crack, then watch out for some more downside, but it also could just be a liquidity grab, and then maybe we get a little bit of a move higher. As NVDA seems to have come to an end on its pullback, you have that downtrend starting to be broken, and then now you're starting to see some more aggressive buying step into this name. This is key because we have higher lows on the NAS with a flat top at 728.21, And then sure enough, we're starting to form this wedge. And if it breaks, you can see some strong upticks. But it's going to be led by this name right here, NVDA. If that decides to get rocking and rolling, then it will most definitely help drag this name a little bit higher. Tesla double topped almost. You can see that there's a supply zone at 433. We'll call this a whipsaw move up into 434, and then you just come right back down. But other than that, there's a clear resistance zone at that specific level, and keep an eye on it just in case it doesn't want to breach. An additional pullback here. We want to see the volume increase as we break through some of the resistance zones, and then I think that will give you a good opportunity to head off to the races in that specific name. But yeah, nice, Birdman. Congratulations, and thank you for that. Wow. Happy birthday, KC. Wow, Dave's salesman there's a big $100 for KC 526. Yeah, keep it real as always. And fantastic stuff, to be honest with you. I don't disagree with you. They're having somewhat of a background in coding isn't bad. It's not going to hurt you whatsoever. But yeah, KC and Dave really living it up here today on KC's birthday, yesterday being Memorial Day. So congratulations to all who turned 1 year older, Sharif. IonQ, let's see what some of these quantum names are starting to find their way here today, guys. Selling around 61, you're $2 higher on this specific name. Not too bad of a recovery as it punched through the volume weighted average price, and multiple buying signals around these lows. Almost a triple bottom right at that 60.48 marker. So not too bad of a look on IonQ. How's RGTI? Are we regretting this one here today? I mean, it's nothing fantastic, and it took some time for it to turn around. I just don't believe it's strong in some of the other names. QUBT, there it is, bang, off to the races it goes. I mean, I shouldn't say that at all because it's still constructing lower highs. It's IonQ who's been the stronger one here today, Sharif.
Did you hear about the money that washed up on the Florida shoreline?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Hold on, you didn't hear about this? I think it was like...
Well, I know, I seen it.
You saw it? You actually saw it?
As soon as I seen that, bro.
Hold on, did you see the report that came with it or no?
No, how much was it in there? It was like 100 million or something?
It was millions. But you see what happened with the money?
No. They took it, eh?
The guy reported it.
I know, man. What was up with that? Yeah, I seen that.
What?
And then I seen like the Coast Guard.
Look, if he reported it, I guess if there's a lot of people looking, right? You know what I mean? Maybe he has to there. What is it? What are even rules about that? Like,
you find that? If no one claims it, here, if no one claims it.
No, I mean, like, would you get clipped if criminally, if you didn't report it, right? Because it's in the water, it could be cartel money.
It was
obviously, right? But like,
you know what I would do? I would stand right in front of that if like we were in the water together. I'd be like, Sharif, I'm watching this bag. You go and grab the cooler, bring it out there. We're getting there's negative chance that I'm gonna be reporting.
0% chance.
I will take the risk. You know what I mean?
I'll do what I have to do.
I'll do what I have to do.
I'll grab a couple of bands there and make your way off, right?
It doesn't even matter.
I just could. Look, man, reported the money, Jetstat 28. Apparently, like millions of dollars floated onto the shore. And this guy reported it to the authorities. Good on him. Whatever. I wouldn't do it. But anyway, CODX is losing the bid. Nicole Harris wanted me to look at Ford, and this is trading like a small cap gapper. My days. Ford up another 4%. Let's just look at the 30-minute time frame here on Ford. So this has been quite good, I would say, since the breakout day back on the 13th of May. I mean, it did give back a little bit there off the top into that $15 area. We dropped back down about almost 14.6%. But since making that area low into this area high, we're up 22. So Ford continues to chug along here. Where is it? In the daily range. Oh my days, it's above 15. That is a critical level, as we've seen for multiple years for Ford at 15. This area as well, let's not forget about the July 2023 high, 15.44 or 15 and a third. We're at 15.53 as a high today. Shout out to Nicole for pointing this one out. We're trading literally at the high of the day as we speak. So 15.53 and continuing to chug along here. Fantastic look for Ford, and thank you very much. GR MI Reaper for €2 super chat saying VIV, VIAV, and CRDO. Look at those. CIDO, let's see what that one is up to. A little bit light on volume, up 11.8% on the day. It's only done 52,000 shares, but it's up nicely. This is the daily on CIDO, so it's definitely seen some better days, but it looks like it has support here at the dollar. The other one was VIAV. Yeah, let's start with that one. This one looks a lot better on the daily. VIAV Solutions, what do they do? Network test monitoring assurance solutions, that's what it is. This looks a lot better. So this is a fantastic daily chart. So that's the daily, guys, on VIAV. It's been a rocket ship as of late. And this is the 5-minute. They both look fantastic. I'd say ride the trend off the 10 EMA into that 54 area, which you're not far away from. So great look here for VIAV. Great call out. Shout out to GGR or MI Reaper, or M Reaper, I should say. Great call out by you guys. Honestly, right? Get it, Randy. SIDU is ripping, Randy. Look at that. It's going to get to 6.5 here, man. Unbelievable trade here from SIDU. Continues to go. I think Obi had this one short or something like that. Yeah, 6. And there's good volume as well on VCIG. So both are looking very good here, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff there, brother. As the market continues to move a little bit higher, guys, $81. That would have been a nice re-entry on that one. NVDA finding its way. Marvell up to $208 on the session, or $217, coming in a little bit off of that high. The daily, I mean, it's an additional gap up. Starting to form these shooting star dojis, but something I would keep a little bit of an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if it blows past that previous pivot high, 217, heads up into 220, and then you finally start to see some form of a pullback. But where did we see this type of price action before? Just look at this. Daily print. What was CAR, right? Avis Budget Group. Where did we see some of these signals up here? This thing would have fall from grace. That was 800. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen that drastic of a fall. $422 from the peak to the trough here in one session. You eliminate half of it in one day. I've never seen anything like that. That was insane. And it wasn't like it was extremely fast. It was just all day selling. Google, great long here. Nice look, Joe, SMCI. Thoughts? Yeah, that wasn't even my look. That was Gorev, man. We have to give credit where credit is due. And Gorev's like the one who's like, hey, man, we got to take a look at what's going on with Google, right at the volume weighted average price and on that 5-minute indecision print at that specific level. Great call out. Held the levels, and if you're going to stick with strong names and play these have this style of trading, then sure enough, you're putting yourself in the right place and at the right time as Google is slowly starting to find its way. Now, as for SMCI, I believe we all sit in the same boat with this. Some fishy practice going on, but it doesn't seem to matter at this point, Sharif. $62 is the high. You're still 40% off of it, but what we do have from a technical standpoint, it's consistent higher lows, which is something positive. Do I love the company? No, not necessarily. Do I like what they're doing? No. And with that being said, I think I'd rather put myself and my cash elsewhere, and it starts with an A and ends with a D in advanced micro devices as we start to think about grabbing a little bit more. It's tough here, a little bit more. I don't have any. I'm in NVDA, which unfortunately isn't the best performer right now, as AMD is at all-time highs, and we're about 9% now, 10% off of the highs here on NVDA. CPHSH, closest resistance 2021. Does it matter? Is that a name that you're trading here?
Yeah, I did actually have that. That was one of the side chart ones. That was a bamboozler for me anyway initially, and then it ended up being quite relaxing. Once it got above that 10.5, I think it was able to hold its footing. But you saw multiple attempts at 10.5, all of which failed until they didn't. Right? You got the topping tail candle at 10.20. You had another topping tail candle at 11.40. You had another third there at 12.55. So the 10.5 area was certainly an area that the shorts were earmarking for resistance. But it goes through 11 and a fifth the high. It's back into 10.75. The irony, though, is not lost on me at all. That bottoming tail candle at 150, the low is 10.60, and it got bought right back up. So be on the lookout here for CPSH. It's been a good one on the day. It's 80% in Greensville. Likewise with SIDU, we talked about DEW looking fantastic here, up 26%, and a very, very stable trade. So on the lookout for that. You had you have F as well. I'm in VCIG. Let's see if we can get through that quadruple top in and around $3. Looks like the buyers are stepping in at around 60 pennies. I was saying to Timothy in the chat, I'm like, if this loses 60, it's out, but it feels like it's accumulating. Here's 95. There's a print at 95.98 now, the high of the day on VCIG. There's going to be resistance at 3. I mean, that's not going to surprise anybody, right? It's just, you know, do we spike above 3? And what's the situation after the break of 3? Do we continue or do we zig and zag 10 pennies below, 10 pennies above? I perceive support at 260. If that ends up failing, then, you know, the trade is probably needs to set up in a bit of different way. If it clears 3 pretty decisively, it's probably going to use 3 as support. So VCIG should be in focus here for the small cap gapper incline. Shout out to John Del Segno as well. Plug pumping out of a cup and handle. Let's have a look at Plug Power. I'm hesitant to even want to load that up on a side chart there. Because, you know, we lost $1 on that.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like the smallest loss ever and the one that I can never seem to forget about. But there is Plug Power looking all sorts of bull flagish here. Good look here for Plug Power. It's been running with FCell. It's been running with Bloom Energy. FCell is up, you know, 0.4%. Bloom Energy was up like 4.5% in the pre-market. It's down now 307.02, but still up 1.5%. I like this, man. I don't want to swing this in the way that I'm swinging FCell. But hey, look at this, man. This is a rounded bottom there. And if Big Spile was in the chat, he'd be all sorts of impressed with this
you gotta
look.
say his name because now he's gonna super chat and just be talking pure smack.
Yeah, LJS, Timu Pitbull, all that stuff.
Yeah.
175 support there, Joey, on Plug Power, up another almost 6% on the day. This is the daily on Plug Power. So, hey, whether I'm crapping on this one or not, it does look good on the daily. How does the sell look like? FCell is a bit more directional, as you can see. It's pretty much parabolic into 28. I have a bit of a bias that we get into 30 on FCell, whether it happens in a straight line or not. But as we talked about when I gave you guys this early May, where was this trading early May? It was trading around 12 or 13 bucks, 14, 15 bucks, trading at 25 bucks now. So not a bad look, but make sure you're in this for the right reasons, right? The technicals have to hold up. I don't even know why they're breaking out, and I kind of don't care, right? We're looking for the technicals. I'm not looking at investing in this company at all. Maybe it ends up being a good investment. Maybe, I don't know. But right now, I'm in it specifically for one reason, and those are the technicals. So if it loses $20, I'm out. Simple as that. It's got to hold up above 20 now that it's cleared it pretty decisively into 28, which is basically right around today's high, 27.66 high. So I'm looking for 30 on this one. Let's see if we get it, and if we do get it, Joey, how long it takes to manifest.
Yeah. All right, so Sharif, you brought something to my attention earlier this morning. This is the NASA ETF. Katina, man, have you heard of this bad boy? Thank you for that, Sharif, as I'm really liking what we got going on, even though this thing has gone absolutely insane. You're going to get 100% in the matter of a couple of dollars. What are the top holdings of this NASA ETF, you may ask?
Yeah, what is it?
Sorry, guys, for not even showing you the chart. Here, I have the answer for you right now.
Fantastic.
Are you in it, Katina, man? NASA? Maybe Neil is. Neil, are you in NASA? No, all right. So.
Oh. The Tina Man's working for him now.
All right, ASTS.
There goes VCIG.
All right, we don't got that
Joey.
much time, man. We got to be off the air sharp at 2 o'clock sharp, Sharif. ASTS, Space Mobile, Rocket Lab, Planet Labs, EchoStar, Firefly, 5N, Filtronic, OHB.
Filtronic?
Yeah, do you know them?
Then I'm definitely punching.
Then you're dead, because those guys are okay. And SpaceX, the preferred there, Sharif, via SPV. Okay, that's interesting. And then, did you also ask me here momentarily what's in the DRAM ETF? Yeah, for sure. I could tell you guys that right now, no problem. SK Hynix at the top of it. Micron there, Samsung, Kioxia, SanDisk, Seagate, Western Digital, Windbound, and Nanya Technology.
Who?
Nanya.
My bad.
Nanya Business. What's going on there? All right, end the stream. It's 2 o'clock.
Wait, man. There goes VCIG. I hope y'all are holding. Here comes 310. There's 314. This is ramping into the highs, 314 high. Look for the $0.25. If the $0.25 fails, look for support at 3. If it doesn't hold 3, then there's like a triple top into 290. Just going to give you some levels before we get off the air. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 273, 275. So that could be an area of import as well. But if this one clears 3 and clears it decisively, this is going to go. So be on the lookout here. VCIG, him, her, whatever else there is out there. It is really going. Look for the break above there. Shout out to Mark9670. He's dropping 2 in the chat. Joey, thanks for the VCIG call out. I made $1,000 today. That's a fantastic look there. And very pleased for you, man, honestly. You know, we hope all of you guys are printing multiple storms on that side of the screen. Otherwise, you know what? What's the point of us doing this, right? Like, and calling out these things over here. So there you go, Joey. VCIG's continuing to go. And we see the Katina man. He's long 309.15 on the dead one apple. He's also been short softy for as long as I can remember on the day. Shout out to the Katina man there, 418.95 short. He's obviously $5 plus in the money on that. I'm sure he'll have more to say.
How much money? how many dollars?
I'll have more to say about
how many dollars in the money on that one?
5, just a measly 5. You know, not a big deal or anything like that. Not a big deal.
My guy.
The way it is, he says. Get it, Katina man.
What other way is
he
there?
continues to print up multiple storms on the other side of the on the other side of the desk. I was going to say screen, but VCIG guys topping tail now, right into 3. Look. The levels are, I perceive 290 support and 275, 10 EMA on the 5. Send him off, Joey.
Peace. We had to let Sharif talk about VCIG.
The laugh there? Like,
a couple minutes. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the party zone. As you can tell, the friends to the left of us, friends to the right of us, we're really happy to be here. That's such a stupid thing, Joe. Honestly, I mean, honestly, come on, man.
It's so bad, it's good.
It's so bad, it's bad, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, bruh, I need the bruhs because, like, bruh, we told you about 309, bruh. Joe, we told you about 309. It's on the note, my guy. So there's 309. Let's go. We're running that one to the upside there as well. So come on, bruh, you got to hit that. And then we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But yeah, we started a little early, got out. Then we started to like really dig in down here near 300 again, as it was written right there. We'll watch that. And then we still got Microsoft, very, very small trade on. I was trying to wait for the 200 period break, so we're just going to do that now at 4:15. Was debating getting out right there on the 25 period, but didn't do it. So we'll have to wait to see that one. But yeah, we're back. We're ready to go, man. A little bit of oat milk in the coffee this afternoon. So we've got the iced coffee going on there.
Ice
pretty
so
good.
nice.
I don't like it. It is like
So nice.
so gorgeous outside.
my
Sharif is going to be loving life when he gets out there, man.
You playing some tennis? For sure.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be playing. Oh yeah, by the way, Sharif, that one guy wants me to tell you that he's got tennis lessons for you if you want my guy over there. So shout out to Les with that. But yeah, so just doing what we're doing, man. We're gonna have a good time here. USO moving around a little bit. We're on to Apple today. This is what USO looks like. I got stopped out of that first trade. Hadn't got back into it yet, but USO will be on our mind here heading into
Holy Micron bet, man.
Yeah, and then Micron. Oh, I just want to say, I put in the chat, I got out at 490. I think it was 497 change. Like, anyways, that's where it is. So I sat back down here today and I said to Neil, like, this thing's at $500.
Crazy.
I looked down, it's a 650% winner I had. And it's just like, I'm honestly, I haven't bought AMD. I didn't even realize I was still even in this name. And it just absolutely motors to the upside. Didn't have too many shares left, but did get out at 20% of what I did have. So I just wanted to let people know, we cleared out of ARM, it wasn't the right idea. We'll clear out of AMD, it won't be the right idea, but we're still holding on. So little pieces in and out. With dip buys ready to go, I did buy some more SoFi today. Like, how stupid am I? Selling AMD and buying SoFi? Like, let's wait to see what winds up working. But got to take a little bit of profit when it's there so that you don't sort of, you know, feel bad. I'm worried about Marvell. Yeah, exactly.
This morning I was like, oh, look at this at the open. Like you're thinking, oh wow, really? It did this move, popped through 320, got to 325, and then within minutes was at 300. Oh my goodness, if you sold 320, that's going to be absolute gold. Fast forward to lunchtime, and at lunchtime it's right back up to $320. Like, are you kidding me? Some of these stocks, Micron just hit 900.
Almost. Oh, did it hit it? I saw it
think-
right there. It might have hit it and turned around.
Yeah, I think it broke. Yeah, I have it breaking 900 just now, ever so slightly, maybe by 40 or 50 pennies or something like that. There for Micron. I'm back into Nike, pulling back into some lower highs. Sorry, let's say Nike. I'm an Uber.
Oh, Uber, yeah.
Why is Nike on my brain? Every now and then, if something else is on my mind, it's like there's a reason for that. Yeah, I guess I did like Nike short, but not right here, not right now. No, Uber, yada, yada, yada. They're potentially, I don't know. The idea was that they were potentially raising their bid on Delivery Hero. And so they've been like short trending all day long. So just kind of shorting pops along, something along that trend line. But it's right back into this prior resistance at the 50. So if it breaks it, it breaks it. Dijon Mustard, I don't own any Jordans. So it isn't that I want another pair of Jordans. That's not why Nike was on my brain whatsoever. Jordan is the GOAT, but I actually wore David Robinson's, the two sneakers I owned in high school. I had I forget what were the Robinsons called?
Were they
Something Force?
Reebok? I don't know.
No, I thought he was Nike. Maybe it was Reebok.
I think he was.
And then I had the Sean Kemp Kamikazes as well.
Yeah.
Sean Kemp, I mean, if you know, you know. Sean Kemp was that dude. Like there was a minute.
Rain Man.
Like this guy was stupid. Like what he was pulling off.
He didn't have much of a shot, but he was a very...
No, he only needed one thing. He just needed the lob. Just lob him the ball, GP, and
he needed a couple ladies too. I think the guy has 14 kids.
18.
18, yeah. So, this is getting a little bit at hand. In our chat that we have back to high school, one of our friends tagged me in the chat. I'm not even really active in this chat. Tagged me and said, what am I doing with Micron? Am I selling Micron or retiring? And I said, why not just do both? So this is the thing, tongue in cheek, but if you have that kind of a winner right now, I don't think you need to retire off of it, but I think you should sell some, especially if he said he was long at 280. I don't know. That's a great shot. I didn't even know this dude was in it. So there's the break right and around here. I don't know how or why he got in, but that's just been pretty epic. And if he's going to drop things like 280 to me, maybe he's long in and around. I mean, that's 320, so he's not even long there. So let's just say, the only time you could be long 280, it was only at 280 once. So that's right here. So I guess buying it at the end of the year. So right now you've got a triple plus more than that halfway through the year when there's a little bit of uncertainty tonight with Marvell. I don't know if they're going to really...
Tomorrow.
Sorry, tomorrow. Yeah, but I think it's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow morning, I think, maybe, Marvell? Anyways, we'll get that all figured out. But the idea between... Here, let me hold on and check. Tomorrow after market close, right, so my bad on that. I just think it's a little bit worth... I took some off on AMD. You heard us talk about ARM there. So we always talk, not uncertainties for your portfolios, but for ours. So I did get some out, and I would think that Micron up 20% might be a decent area to possibly start to think about trimming. Up to you guys, but that's what I'm doing. So, but I don't own Micron, so.
It's absolutely insane. But the other place we're seeing some updates, not just Micron, we're seeing updates out of Origenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The shift now focuses to execution. And with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation, that's OGEN over on the NYSE American. Shout out to OGEN. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show, this hour of the show. I keep having to remind myself that it's Tuesday. I want to say to begin the week. It is to begin the week.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the week started today.
Yeah.
For market-wise.
Yeah, 100p. It's Tuesday. I don't know if we have...
Brian. He hasn't been on in such a long
time.
Yeah,
we haven't had Brian on a lot of Tuesdays. Well, it's a holiday. It's a long weekend. I don't know. We never had Michael Moss on because there is no Monday trade. But I don't know why we don't just shift him to Tuesdays on the Mondays. We'll see if we have Brian coming through for sure. Other Zinc, there was, I don't know. You can say Segway Master, but I didn't do anything creative for that segue. What up, Randy? Randy, no, you got the nice.
Yeah, I mentioned that to him. He's
nice. You got the do going on.
Brian is messaging me, so we are going to have him on. So I'm going to.
Okay.
Get on here, big man, and let's see what's going on there. Just a quick little talk here. We're short at 419. We are going to cover. We said if we broke through the 200 period moving average. So here comes a cover right now on Softy. We'll see if we can get out of that one very, very soon as it's going to break here. And Rivian Randy is still there. So let's go have a quick little look at Rivian. I don't know if your bid is still at $10, but it's getting closer and closer to that. Today, yeah, 10.22. Yeah, I knew there was something going on there. There's $13 right there. That's a good little level for Rivian. It's bounced off 13 nicely. So if you're waiting for 10.22, maybe not, but right there, $13 coming in, back up to 14. So Rivian finally catching some wind on that one. And then today, Tesla did have quite an eventful first hour, but now you're trying to go upside there again and trying to get back up to all-time highs near $500. We'll hang out there at 430. Rivian, of course, down here on charting-wise, and Tesla up here. So we'll wait to see if those two sort of balance each other out. Of course, Tesla's much more now, Randy, than a car company, as people worried about SpaceX and the power side. And I sold some Ford. Don't look Randy now. Wow, $15. This stock is just, the stock is making Rivian look silly right now, up to 15, breaking out. There goes Ford. I sold some the other day right here at $15, $14.90. As there goes Ford, really starting to take off right now. What a good stock this looks like. If you had just bought Ford, at the beginning, let's say a year ago, you're in at 10, you're up 50% right now. But this is why we sold. We had a little top there, we had another top, and we had a top. So we don't want to hold on to Ford for too long here, Randy, but taking advantage of that move higher as it goes. But all right, we have a super chat there from Jay Takes. I can get this in right here.
Not on the page.
Curious. Okay, you got it? All right, there it is. It's a $10 Canadian here, Randy. We often don't get Canadian love back in there. Yeah, this is coffee money right there. All right, so what do you want to know about Marvell? All right, guys yes, I have it. It's all pretty much all in my long-term account. I have a little bit left over in the smaller account. You guys gave me Marvell at 75. You're welcome, my guy over there. That's your chicken dinner. That's all he says. Marvell.
He's asking for a swing at.
Yeah, so that's great. I'm long a little under that price for Marvell, and it just goes to show you, when you get the thinking right about the space and you pick the right names, there we go to the upside is Marvell. So what am I thinking? I mean, like I said, I thought the Micron party was over at about that 280 level. Now it's at 900. So I would say, like, hey, man, I remember when Marvell, and we had a super chat earlier from Steve. What's up, Steve? I remember that we mentioned about Marvell that was at $100, and we were getting like antsy about it because we were long in here. And it came up to 100, didn't do anything about it. That one SoftBank rumor. Then all of a sudden it came back up, and that's the last time I sold there. And then I'll have to double check. I'm not sure I sold into here, but it makes sense if I would have. But nothing recently as Marvell just keeps on extending through. So you could you could write those cover calls if you're a little bit nervous. I think it's going to be expensive. Right now it's not a bad time to write, I guess, because you'll get a lot of that premium into the system, and we can maybe talk about that at some point. Joe's still here, but I would say writing now might be a good idea to try to protect something there, and then you're limited on the upside, but you will capture some of that profit if you're writing against some of the holdings that you have. So yeah, congratulations, and thanks for following, and just so you guys know, this was, you can go back in Jan 12th is when we had our show on, and that's when we put Marvell. We had it on blast for a long time, but this is officially when we had it on blast. There's Marvell right there. Starting price $82 the time of that show. So, pretty happy with all those performances so far. Ramin hitting it upside. Obi officially probably blown out now. Sidis is going absolutely crazy right now. But yeah, we like Marvell. I think it's, heading into earnings. We're a little bit nervous about ARM earnings. You saw them. They absolutely turned out. So I don't.
But there was a pullback to be had.
Yeah, we got long.
Remember, ARM pulled back into 250 into 200 on earnings, and then right back up. And next thing you know, you're at like $320. So, I wouldn't be surprised. Basically, every chip name I'm kind of expecting to do something similar. Like they'll take the profit. You have to wait it out a bit, and then you'll get a bit of bounce. The only one that was right away, I think, was SanDisk, because SanDisk dipped the day of, or it's I guess the evening of, and then that was gone. I'm trying to find this, if there's a story here on Rich Tech. But RR, just a few minutes ago, broke out in a big way here. Nothing hit the wire. Do I have my news thing on? Because I haven't heard anything.
I have mine on. I haven't heard anything.
I didn't see any news. I just went into X to see if I could find like a tweet or a post or something that would explain this parabolic move on big volume in RR here. So I'm not really finding anything, but we'll keep our ear to the ground. It is a massive volume spike, so something clearly going on. And by the way, this is actually breaking out in its own right above $3. So look at $3 going back into last week. I think that gives you a bit of a level. I mean, it's also where like the pre-market high or the morning highs, I guess that would be. If you pull back in, hold on to VWAP. But no story that I can see specifically for RR. As I said, we'll try to do our best to keep our ear to the ground. I mean, things haven't needed too much of a reason to run. Got a short float on it. Sometimes it just gets technical, but this seems like something's going on here with Rich Tech as well. So we'll see. I think when you were looking for swings, there's one I'm waiting on, but I can be really, really patient with it because it's been dog you know what. That's probably the wrong way to say it. But I've been posting waiting for this potential downtrend break on Palantir for a while. The IGV's leading the way. It's cresting, right? So well, it's not cresting's the wrong word. Like it's bottoming out, same low, holding these 120s, 130s, and then all you got to do is break this out. And I think once it gets going past the 50-period moving average, flat bottom. You could always flat bottom break, but it's just a trend break waiting for this 50 to go here on PLTR. And the IGV's already led the way. I don't know why there's an IGV on them. First thing in the drop down is in Milan. I don't know if that's the ETF, it's probably some stock. But if you look at the IGV, that's been breaking out and trending back higher. So you are getting some strength back into the software names. It's just a matter of Palantir getting off the schneid, and you got to be patient with it. It's still very much in a downtrend, unfortunately, for Palantir. It just hasn't been, just like Softy, like it just hasn't been there day, week, month, year.
Yeah, we had this message here, and I was just waiting. I didn't realize you were going to go over to Palantir there. But, yeah, Rich Granny over here talking about how sold Palantir. And I was going to say, this is, we're defending. Last year we won the same competition, and that was because of Palantir. So if you were with us last year, you would have heard. I actually have here. Shout out to Prad, got me this hat. Here you go, man. This is, we were long Palantir. Palantir is my greatest investment of all time, I would think. Just, we bought some and we kept on holding it all through its initial, it wasn't a public offering, direct listing there. And Palantir had quite the year the last 2 or 3. This year, though, as Neil said, I'm still, we got out a decent chunk at 175. It's still, a part of the portfolio. I do like Palantir, and there's no doubt about that. But, can't get out of its own way right now. I still think it returns to glory at some point, but it's not going to be that big stock that we're all thinking it is anymore. I think it can just sort of grind a bit higher. And if I had a price target, sure, I think we can get back to 160. That would be the 200-period moving average. And then we can see if there's something that sort of sparks it from there. A little nervous about Anthropic and Claude and just all the stuff that's involved with what Palantir sort of brought to light a while ago. Now there's a lot of catch-up happening, right? And so I don't know if you like mustard or relish, but this catch-up trade right now seems to be a little bit hurting Palantir right now. Yeah, she likes mustard.
We did sandwiches yesterday, and she's like, "Oh, can you put mayo on one, and then mustard, mayo on one side of the bread, mustard on the other side of the bread?" I'm like, "You want the good mustard, or you want like the regular mustard?" She's like, "I'll try the good mustard."
Yeah, good.
Second sandwich, mustard. "Daddy, can you just put only mustard on it?" I was like, "Sweetheart, absolutely I can." With the biggest smile. I'm like, "You don't need that mayonnaise. You get the good quality mustard."
I love mayo.
Look, mayo, there's nothing wrong with mayonnaise.
Yeah,
but
it's so tasty.
To me, the perfect sandwich is the high quality mustard. That's why I like the Montreal smoked meat, man.
Versus making tuna melts tonight.
So oh my goodness, don't start me with.
She uses Matty Matheson's cookbook, and he uses Miracle Whip. So I think she had to go out and buy some.
Not the Cool Whip. Not Cool Whip.
No, not the whip.
I can't do it like Stewie.
Right yeah, I don't know. That's what it's all about. Yeah. We'll go a little bit out there on Apple. Right there. Have you had some Grey Poupon? Yeah, no. 310 right there. And, it's not just... Bougie. And I'm glad you talked about finding us finally. I'm glad that's true. Make sure you find the sticky note too, because there's Apple 309 long done twice. Man, it is like XXX amounts, the top stock for me today, and the top stock on the show, I think, there with Apple just absolutely running northbound there today. And it's not even like it's been a good day. It's just that 309 is held. And I'm not even really sure like what was going on with it, but there it is right there, 309. I like that level here today. Just the daily chart of Apple just gets me like going like for the long. Like that was just such a nice move there. And although the Nasdaq's up 1.6% and Apple's still down, we are getting out of this trade. So I have less than 15% left now on Apple. A lot of the outs were right here. So, 309.75 or so, right into this level that we had a problem breaking. So, we've targeted that out, and that's what we're getting out right now. And by the way, there goes Microsoft. So we'll hit the sirens up. We got that out at 415, as we said, breaking through the 200 period moving average. And look, man, it's all roughly the same. There it goes back upside. Get your questions ready. Brian will be around very, very shortly. Yeah, so he's going to be coming through, and that should be exciting. Brian, I said we'd love to have him, and he did an anchor emoji next to our chat. So will he or will he not be talking about some kind of anchors?
It'll be anchors on, because you have to imagine that after Marvell earnings, that would be a place to look.
Yes, that's a good question to ask.
Micron probably has some of an anchor that we can go back to and look to find. Look to find where you could possibly pull back into. I'm not saying they're going to pull back, but I mean, when you look at who's tonight? Zscaler, that's not a big deal. So when you look at Marvell, right? Like a lot of people are going to say, well, how do you get into these things? Do you buy highs? No one ever wants to buy the high. No one likes buying the high. You feel like a sucker if you buy the high. Although, I don't know, if you bought that high, it looked pretty good. If you bought this high break, it looked pretty good. If you bought this high break, it'll hold it against you, but it looks pretty good either way. But I like to buy the dips, and where might that be? You'll have moving averages, which I know a lot of people like to look at, but you can also look at like probably right in here, March 6th. That'll be the biggest volume event earnings of the year, and then I guarantee you we'll smack an anchor on that one and see where it lines up. But then maybe we'll talk about space names and what could happen in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks when SpaceX comes through, because you'll start to think about, well, what if we get a temporary top on Astis or Rocket Lab or Sidus if you happen to be into Sidu as well. So you could find some places where those might dip, and I think they could. Now, the market seems to be churning, the NASDAQ, I should say, seems to be churning back for that 30,001 high. The good news is it is very strong. Why is the ES under VWAP, though? What's holding us back today? Is it financials not going well? Probably, I mean, I know energy.
Must be
energy. Yeah, energy's down 2.5, but I figure there's something else holding the ES back. Uber got into VWAP. It's still downward trending, so I want to keep playing this back into the 70 level for now, but the market is trying to bounce off here, so I don't want this breaking the volume-weighted average price. I have to get away from the short there. I got the eyeballs on SMR, because SMR has been, first of all, it's up 7.5%. There were a couple of nuclear stories this morning, specifically to NNE and Oklo, but SMR, I feel like it was just up on sympathy. I don't think we actually saw anything specific to them, but up almost 8 points, and look at this clean downward trend into VWAP holding the same low. So I'm just looking for this to break out that trend line and then go long through. It'll now be VWAP if it does, and see if that one can get back into the high, just sort of play the trend when it finally gets back on. So Uber and SMR on the watch. We'll have Brian on. Get your questions ready, because I feel as if you can throw any chart at him and he'll be locked and loaded and ready to answer those questions. JC says SMR did have a catalyst this morning.
Well, just the Oklo stuff. I don't know if they had.
It had its own catalyst. I don't recall seeing
other than that. I mean, what was Micron's catalyst? Upgrades. Micron just broke through 900. It got as high as 903.
It's Micron.
And there it goes. 902.79, new all-time high for Micron. I mean, waiting to play dips into the 50 period, I guess, is something you could do. That's 898. Wow, Micron just boom, shaka-laka-laka. He's on fire right now. Is Micron. Nice little take there to the upside. Just continues to work it out, man. Micron, holy. Still going. All right, we're long Apple. That's it. That's the only position that, you got short Uber. Okay, good. So short Uber, long Apple. We'll continue to look out for those names. And then, I said USAR was a name that Sharif was all about. We had the rare earth. I don't know, last week we had Rigetti. We had some of the quantum names really starting to pop through. This week we look for the next kind of wave, and, not a shot at D-Wave there. Well, we could talk about Rigetti, D-Wave, IonQ, IBM. We actually, chug that coffee. I remember that we had D-Wave on our watch and we had IBM on our watch for a key level. Well, this might be the same thing for USAR, right? Off of a nice run from 20 to 28 bucks, running into somewhere that we've seen already back in early May. So we could definitely watch out for USAR moving around today there. Rare earth, Adair reported earlier that there could have been someone looking to make moves here on USAR. There's $1 on Apple, so we're happy with that one. Again, right off the note. Here's IBM. So they had a pretty nasty pullback there on Friday, and it just looks nastier on the chart than it actually was. But there it is, man. 265 is where we got to on just a lot of hype. And then there's the close there, 253. So you're down $12, which on 250, that's what I mean. It doesn't seem like that much. But today we're trying to battle that back a little bit. So it's a nice move back for IBM. Unlike the other ones, and this is where I was going to go with D-Wave and Rigetti and whatnot, they were actually pulling, it's come back up nicely. They were almost down 10% there, 23.80 for Rigetti. But this is just a cooling down. I mean, I don't think the story is over yet. I didn't even look at QBTS today. I only looked at Rigetti because it was on my watch. Same thing. So, most of these names pulling back, IBM holding out maybe better than the rest because it's not just a pure play quantum, but, QBTS, QTUM, IonQ might be one of the better ones there. And I remember when your boy Martin Shkreli was saying these were all zeros. Not anymore.
IonQ was $1.
IonQ might have been $1. Now add 64 times that, and we see what's happening here. So, yeah, nice move there for IonQ. And actually, look at that. The one that's holding up the best here, IonQ, today.
I think he had like a thinly veiled compliment for IonQ.
Oh, did he?
There was that big long rant, the original one. I don't remember whenever the heck it was sent, but I just remember reading it's this is worth nothing, and then it was 2 paragraphs on why it was worth nothing. And then there was the IonQ one, and it was 3 or 4 paragraphs why it wasn't as bad as the others and was the best of the group, which really, if you were bullish, maybe gave you the reason to get into some IonQ, but I think they really need to cool off. Yeah. Just allow, everyone's going to be a little bit more focused on chips.
We're going to go long AMD
nuclear,
breaking 500.
But, I just feel as if they can pull back 200 period for QBTS or the prior high at 25. This day's fine. It hasn't lost any structure. It's just one down day, and you can still.
What the mother?
Did it break?
No, it didn't break. I must have just put the wrong. I just got it in and out there. All right, so.
I thought it was a 500.
Yeah, no, I put the order out, and all of a sudden I got triggered in. So I don't know what I did there. It's funny because if you put the wrong price, it shouldn't just trigger in. It should be. There should be something about that. All right, $500.20. I don't know if breaking 20 cents is going to be good enough. It's probably not. But I just put the order in. That was a mistake. I just in and out for flat immediately. It's probably going to be right. Watch this thing rip. But there it is. There's a little bit of a barcode there for 666. We just saw that. Ominous. All right, we'll wait to see if it does pop through 5 bills now. Just like Micron popped through 300. 900 for Micron right there. It didn't really give anything back. I mean, it tried to go there. Maybe it gave back 70 cents. I'm not sure what that kind of looked like real time. But, oh, yeah, by the way, if you punch long Micron at 900 bucks, welcome to the $7 club. Who are you, Joey Options over there? That's a nice move higher there on Micron, breaking through 9 bills. Let's see if the same thing is true for AMD. I did, man. We did talk about that. Did get out of AMD, some part of my AMD there, 20% at around 497. So here we go again. It's upstart time. I don't think it's fintech time yet, but maybe it is.
Well, actually, Affirm was up 6% today.
Okay.
I only noticed that because I was going through my quote board this morning, or I was showing you guys the quote board, and Affirm 6%. So I was like, huh? Explain to me. I don't know. Maybe there was a story that we missed, but Upstart's going to be up 6% as well. Affirm and Upstart, Adara, both of these names. Affirm's got a much better looking chart, but Upstart's got this whole 25 bottom thing going on for hold the low and then try to break that 50 period moving average. It still has a decent short float, right? I don't know.
Which one, Upstart?
Yeah,
Probably.
Affirm looks a lot a lot better if we were to compare them. Is there a story on the two?
No, so I'm seeing this be attributed to excitement over the war potentially ending, because we know even though we literally had the self-defense strike, people were like, oh, the war is going to end. That's why we had oil down pre-market. Now I'm also seeing that apparently like the idea of the subdued inflation, people were thinking, at least this morning, could lead to an uptick in some of these BPNL, or buy now, pay later, sorry, BNPL loans, etc. If we get an inflation decrease. It's obviously very like, A, speculative, and B, not super straightforward, but to be fair, the move in the market, given the confusion over the war, was also kind of the same, so.
Okay, makes sense. And you got over a 30% short float here. So, I mean, what more do you need? Like, Upstart's definitely a squeezable name. I just feel like you're getting the 50-period hold, I guess, today, and it would need to, I mean, it failed this break of some local highs. You can see all those topping tail wicks there. Sort of failed the break of this high at 30.70. So you get back about 30.70, maybe another chance at a squeeze. I just feel a firm. Let's look at this one. Like a little bit stronger. Even now it's at the highs. It's above some prior resistance there. It's trying to break out the 200, not the 50. It's already made a move. This seems a little bit stronger, but I get you. You could look at either one of these, and they could be a potential break. A firm needs to get above 70, and then what do we say for Upstart? I think it was 30.70 you wanted to close above. Another super chat. David, again, or Dave, sorry. Don't ever forget about Dave if talking about a firm. Yes, Dave Inc. as well, another one, your namesake. Let's go back to Adair.
LUNR dropping here as Blue Origin is reportedly selected by NASA. It looks like LUNR potentially was going to be in contention, but Blue Origin wins out, NASA to the downside. One speculative other way to look at this, potentially keep an eye on Amazon. We know the Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos connection, but unsurprisingly, not too much of a move here. So once again, guys, the headline here for LUNR, NASA announcing Blue Origin's been selected to deliver the first lunar terrain vehicle. The company whose ticker is literally lunar gets snubbed. Back to you.
It's gonna halt down.
That can't be good. Is it halting? You should take the short.
It's at the halt band.
Is it? All right, I want to take the short if I can get over there. Quickly, let's see if we can get some shares short here. Here it is coming up. We'll see if we can get it. Right there it is. Oh, I did not get the short. I didn't get it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you here. Yeah, I wish I would have. I was offering. You see what happens is all these D prints. You could go. I should have just gone on bat Y, I guess.
Or there's probably a dark pool. I keep thinking.
Yeah, that's all these D prints.
There's a dark pool that's probably weak have that's filling there.
Or New York. New York might have printed. What is this? A NASDAQ name? Well, there are a bunch of NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could have got it. I sat on ARCA there. I don't even see an ARCA printing. So, yeah, missed that 41, 38.41. Right now the tap is 38 for Lunar. Missing out on that one. Not good, man, on that gap down. Look, the funny thing is it just halted down, still up on the day. So absolutely crazy there for the space. Okay, what I want to do right before we went to there, and thanks to Dara for that, I'm in this ARKQ. This is what it looks like, man. This is the robotics ETF for Kathy Wood. We bought this live on air when Tesla was talking. The U.S. government did something about robotics a while ago. I don't remember. It's around this one. I think it was right into here. Something like that started to get going. But anyways, I'm in this name, and I was looking at it, and we talked about the rebalancing. And look, I didn't even realize sort of what's been held in. I mean, I realize it because we talked about this on the show before. Let me see if I can just sort of make this, maybe zoom in just a little bit here. Oh, that's not letting me zoom. Is it letting me zoom? There it is. Okay, so here's the top 15 holdings. This is the ARKQ holdings there. This is an ETF, of course, by, I shouldn't call this up if Brian's coming on. He is not a Kathy Wood fan, but this one, look at this. Tesla, so is the first one there. There's Advanced Micro Devices, so no wonder, we have a piece of AMD and we don't even realize it. So that's good. Teradyne, there's Rocket Lab. I mean, all these names. Kratos going upside. Palantir used to be a much bigger percentage of this. That's why last time when we did this on the air, I remember seeing AMD, but didn't realize it was number 2 because it wasn't. So these are all adjusting, I guess, almost real time. They're John Deere and Company, Amazon, TSM is here. Just look at these names. L3Harris, Intuitive, NVIDIA, there's your AVAV. So you know what, as this continues to go, definitely like some of these names, and like a headline like this, shows that potentially this, war or this back and forth sort of I guess it's a war. I wouldn't call it what it is, but
Yeah, it's
this back and forth sort of talk does not seem to be stopping anytime soon. So there it goes right now. These names could be good, and there's Amazon, right, with that lunar talk. So I really like the ARKQ, and it's just continued to do well, and it's now a brand new 52, an all-time high right there for ARKQ. So thanks, Kathy Wood. It's been pretty good so far with that one.
I'm not really moving on that headline. So siren sounded, hostile aircraft infiltration.
Here comes AMD.
Yeah, basically nothing burger. Here is you. So you'll know when the headlines matter, oil prices will move around a heck of a lot. You're still seeing a big time downward tap on Lunar, about $3, $2.50 now. So Lunar should be open in 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half. You'll see LUNR come back in. Whoops, hit enter so you guys can see. It's kind of tapping 36 even. So off the page is where this is indicating to open right around almost Friday morning breakout levels if it opens down all the way at 36.
Oh man,
So,
how do
yeah,
we miss that short? That was so easy.
And you know what? It's there's the next time it happens, I want a key that throws out like 3 dark pools. So like you say that you get
We can
one
put it
X
out
amount of
fast
shares,
ourselves.
and it puts no. We have a key where you can designate that it throws. It'll
Yeah.
throw like 4. So if you want like 100 shares, it'll throw like 25 on each one, and then just pick 4 dark pools and then sit on all of them when it goes
Yep.
to the halt. That's your best because you don't know which one's filling. You just see 80% deep prints. I don't know.
Okay, so we're long. Yeah, there goes AMD.
AMD broke?
Yeah, AMD
Bye-bye.
broke. So no, it just broke literally right now. I'm not even that excited about it. All right, so we got long at O's. So thank you, P8, right there. We'll take that long at O's there. I guess it broke and there was so much size. I didn't even, honestly, I was looking at the chart of Lunar there and I was thinking to myself, we missed that one. But we'll take a little small piece out there for a quarter. I don't know. That's just generally what I do. I think taking 25 cents on AMD seems silly. So let's let this thing ride. I was giving about $1 down here into the 25 period moving average. So now we just got to let this thing go. I took out 10%. Look, it's like a muscle reflex there. Like as soon as it goes up, I kind of offer out all the time. But let's just give it about $1. We've seen the fake and break, man. We've even coined it. It's happened so much to us before. So, let's watch out, see if this is one of those fake and then break and then fake is more likely here. So we do have our stop order now in for advanced micro devices. And that's at that low side. Oh, actually, it's not in right now. 498.79. We're just going to use that level right there on our 25 period moving average. We'll go offer enter, and so far so good there. So now we're into advanced micro devices and going to give this one just a couple breaths to see how far it wants to go, hopefully further than where we are. Yo, what up, Fabian? Hopefully you're doing well. That Lunar there, we tried to get 38, 41s. Missed it, it's going to be 35.
If it opens 35, that's basically the same percentage move if you took the opening print on Cerberus. Cerebras,
Yes.
the IPO. Like that went 10% right away. This could open up 10% down, almost.
Why does that?
No, it's just in terms of just to give an idea of the scope of how big that move is. Like it's already down $6 from 44,
Right,
and it's still gonna go further. So in 2 moves, this story is gonna move bigger than that huge IPO did off of the open for you. We'll see. I mean, it should be. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? It must be a 10-minute halt. I was going to say it should have already been open a minute ago.
Well, it's news pending now, so.
Oh, is it now news pending?
Why do I assume it was? Well, because the news is out, right? So they're going to have to release. Okay, by the way, we're almost, that AMD is almost out just as fast as it got in right now, breaking back down below 499 now as the market kind of rejecting that look at 500. So, we talked about in our long-term portfolio, sold a little bit of it, but did try this a little long. We took a quarter of a unit, man. This is, we were just hoping that this thing would really run, and it didn't do it. So we are, we're kind of like mean mugging it. It's not a huge hit. The spread though, like 40 cents, when it gets going. So there it is, 25 cents there again. So yeah, this has a chance to get back to the upside, but selling now off of 500. So we may try it again. I remember when Intel broke, I think it was 100 for the first time. It went back and forth for a minute before eventually being good. So, we'll give AMD a couple breaths. So let's just breathe and see what winds up happening here with AMD. But we're not going to take a breath for long, man. If this breaks below that level there of 498 3/4, then we're out. So close to being stopped out there, but didn't. So right now, AMD on watch for myself. And then we have Apple. Apple's pulled back, but we did good. Like, We only had, I think I was telling you, about 10 or 15% left. Got out 2 more times here on Apple as this market's got to figure itself out.
Yeah, that lunar, it looks like just a 10-minute halt. I confirmed it. It's a volatility halt. And apparently there's I don't know if anyone's trading this one, 2x daily, because every single stock seems to have one of these at this point, including lunar. It's also halted, obviously, to the downside. Although not most of the times these are going to be lockstep. Ridiculously high volatility events sometimes can cause diversions because one gets broken. Just keep an eye on it. It doesn't seem like it's remotely liquid, though, this LUNL, I believe. Yeah,
that one did not go out.
Looking pretty intense. All right, so we'll have to wait another 2 minutes until that opens up because it's a 10-minute halt, so sort of back to what we were looking at before. And the market really slowed down. SMR, it's got the same trend line. It just doesn't seem very keen on breaking it. So I have to put that one in the back pocket, already looking more at lunar. Again, I'll short the next available pop on Uber. I just realized I can't look at Blue Ocean. Can you not look at Blue Ocean in the afternoon?
If the quotes aren't up.
I thought you had access to the previous overnight all day long. But
the chart should be.
No, none of them are working. I went to call up Tesla because it was this move in the, anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, okay.
But you can't look, I couldn't look at Blue Ocean. So anyways, if I get a pop back into view up, I'll reload Uber. Otherwise that, SMR, one of the two
by the way,
will be in. And Tima is saying Firefly's moving. Firefly Aerospace, maybe on sympathy at lunar. Oh, it's going upside.
No dollars, Joe, on AMD. It just came back to $5. So here we go. AMD is starting to get going one more time. I mean, who knows? I put an offer. I put an offer now at $500.50 just for another 10%. Then we're at 501. Then we're at 502. And then we keep on rolling. As they say, we roll and roll and roll and roll. And Fly was selected by NASA. Okay, Adara's got more about that story. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir, guys, I waited on the Fly story because I was seeing a couple different things. I wanted to make sure I knew specifically what Fly was selected for before I brought it to you guys. But NASA announcing that Firefly, or FLY, has been selected. Specifically, their Elytra spacecraft has been selected to deliver the first drones to the moon. So we know that apparently Blue Origin won out over LUNR for the first lunar terrain vehicle. Now, Firefly's Elytra spacecraft will be delivering the first drones to the moon. Back to you.
That one's already starting to come back. So not nearly this, like this is not moving up the way that LUNR is moving down. That's actually just back open as we're looking at Firefly. And now it does open at $35. That was a
my halt up.
340 print to the downside. If you're able to get that fill, which I don't know, I think you could have got it. I just don't know what gateway would have actually filled. It looks like it got pretty close to halting up there, which would be above that 38, but already back into the downside. So Firefly to the upside, lunar getting absolutely rocked.
Fly halt up or no?
No, it didn't. It was, it wasn't as strong upside as lunar was down. Like I felt like it was consolidating. It looked like it might give you a bit of a breakout on Fly, but it's already back in. If it can do another leg and take out that high, this has that whole U shape that we've seen before, right? Like you open up, you basically just tank forever, which we've seen this before. Like you have an IPO, you tank forever, you get the rounded top, and then when it does the breakout of the IPO price, that's pretty big. So it's got one more leg to go. Would love for it to take this 62-ish high, but put in a higher low. I think this could be worth a breakout here on Flies. Hey, these space names, not all of them, I guess. Obviously, Lunar's not having a very good day, but Fly is. I want to see this break out the top and look for a break of 62.2 would be the high of the day, but it's running out of steam immediately. That's kind of unfortunate. It was set up for a good break, and then I think you had some room to rally if it could go. Good volume. It's still doing solid volume for now. I'd rather this one not die because I'd rather be long than try to find a short in this thing. Too strong, up 21, 22%. And Lunar is stabilizing. That's the problem with trying to price this, right? Like if you know off the top of your head how much this contract was going to be worth to them, right? Like I don't know. Like what percentage of revenue were they potentially looking at here? And then you start to do some like quick math, like how much should they really be down? It's just a pure momentum play to take the original short. Now you're just sort of guessing. Maybe VWAP, maybe using that halt price, which corresponds to the prior close. There's really no levels to look at. So I'd rather look at Firefly for this potential break. If it goes, it goes. If we don't get the break, then I guess there's no fill to be had. But 62.18 is the current HOD. As hard at work as Fabian in front and behind of us.
Yeah.
On there.
Yeah, what's up, Fabian? Basically AMD, it came up to 500 again. This time it went to $500.43. So we missed it by 7 or 8 cents. It would have been another 10%. Doesn't really matter. But the spread on this thing is about like 60 cents when it starts to move. Like right now it's 40 cents. So we got stopped out there, breaking back down below 4.99. So we take that out. We'll hold on. We're in it right now at that price. Just trying to give this 50 cents, but I didn't really realize the spread here. So that was a keystroke. That one we tried, and it's only a quarter of a unit. So it's not the end of the world. But I mean, if you lose $1 on a quarter of a unit over and over and over again, then yeah, it's a problem. So we'll give it one more try here. But the spread is just going to knock me out anyways. Like the minute someone sells even like 500 shares of this thing, it's going to knock it out. Like look right there. This is 45 cents of a spread right now. So like I'd take a 45-cent winner. That'd be great. So you could just basically play the spreads back and forth here if you did want that from Advanced Micro Devices, but not super interested in it right now, other than we'll just hold and see if it breaks 498.50, and then we can cover out of that one. Apple's pulled back as well, so there's not much going on there. 30,000, the NASDAQ took 30,000.
Unbelievable.
So unbelievable take there.
How about? Haven't hit that one in a while.
Yeah, man,
which is kind of crazy because you just hit that every single day.
Oh man, I really wanted to short Lunar there. At 37 again, but now it's only because it finally gave us a little bit of a level there at 37 bucks. You can see here it's now 34. Wonder if this halts the other way. I don't necessarily think it's anything about what Lunar is, like you mentioned there, their profit, what were they looking for. It's just the fact that it just highlights the competition part of it, right? It's like now all of a sudden there's competition from Amazon and they got chosen over Lunar. So I don't know if we saw Fly.
Amazon's too big.
Yeah, we saw Fly going higher. Amazon's kind of like, whatever, man. This is a drop in the bucket for us. But FLY, was that Firefly? Yes, starting to make moves here. Now back up to the upside. This is not that same Firefly that we were.
Not Firefly.
No, but there it is, man. 18 bucks. Wow, like just the way these stocks continue to go higher. Look, I don't know if this one's in the penalty box or not, but the one thing I do know is we have Brian Shannon ready to rock and roll, and his NHL team. I don't know if you've been watching. Hey, Brian, glad to have you back, man. It's been way too long. But those Colorado Avalanche, man, I bet Joe over here that they would beat Vegas, and now they're out 3-0 in best of 7. So we're hoping that the Avalanche get going. You watching any hockey these days or not? Too much?
Well, a little bit, yeah. I'm not a Canadian, so I'm not like you guys, but I like playoff hockey.
Americans like hockey, man.
There's lots of hockey fans.
Americans like hockey. I thought.
Oh, Denver's a big hockey town. The BU Pioneers, they won the title again.
Yep, exactly. We were just in Minnesota with my daughter a couple weekends ago. She's on a travel team, so we went there. Very popular hockey in the state of Minnesota. So, as I know it is where you are as well. But yeah, glad to have you back. What have you been up to the last couple of weeks? Hopefully not shorting anything.
No, I was actually in a large cash position for a lot of last week. Actually, I was on vacation in the Grand Canyon, so didn't want to be bothered with it with no cell service.
Yes, yeah, exactly. You never know what's going to get dropped these days.
That's a bucket list thing right there.
Did you see today we had Micron, and I know you and I we've all been going over Micron forever and ever. It seems like what a name right there. Continues to climb higher. MU now 907 today, Brian, up just 20%. I mean, kind of a drop in the bucket for this name. Finally gets to the 1 trillion marker. And of course, if we look back, I'm not even sure what I'm going to ask you now about this because I'm not sure what to say. But when you look at a chart like Micron, any initial thoughts here? It's very popular in our crowd as many traders looking for that sort of YOLO trade up even to $1,000 right now. I feel like there's probably a magnet to that price, but who knows with a stock like this? What's your first thoughts on when you look at a name like Micron?
I would agree with that $1,000 magnet up there. And, if you got it, raise your stop, know what your exit strategy is. People always say, this is going to end badly. It only ends badly if you don't have a stop or some kind of, risk management where you're peeling profits along the way. And if you're looking to get involved, then you've got to go down to the very short-term timeframes. And even looking at today's chart, Sean, we had that initial gap up. It ran, pulled back to VWAP and bounced. Then we had another volume-weighted average price bounce right over here. So there are opportunities once they, start to bounce away from there, catching those buys with a stop under the prior little low those make them low risk entries. You don't expect them to continue to go like this, but the opportunities are there each and every day. And I know you guys just did that a couple weeks ago, that piece about your favorite entry is a VWAP bounce. And here it was, perfect in this stock today.
We learned a little bit about VWAP from certain individuals that are here on the show. So we want to thank Brian for his continued education about volume weighted average price. I said everybody was funny. We were talking, we messaged back and forth, you and I, on X there, and you dropped that little anchor emoji. So I thought that was well put right there for that one. All right, give me a marker here on Marvell. This is a name that I took earlier on this year when we had our top picks of the year, and Marvell was one of the top 3 for myself. It's really exploded now, like through this $100 mark. Like when we had bought it, we were buying it in the 80s. It blew through that 100. We took a little bit off there. And if we extend out for Marvell, we took a little bit off at 130 as well. But I'm kind of doing that same thing as Micron, letting her just ride again. But with earnings coming tomorrow, I know it's tough. We're not going to try to make any predictions on what to expect for earnings. But let's just say this falls back in, and we could just take what you did on Micron as an example. But where are we going to put an anchor on here if if Marvell somehow misses tonight or tomorrow night and gives us a little bit of a pullback? I'm like a support and resistance guy, so this 160 to 170 looks good for me, but maybe you can help back up, help us look for a level here that we can maybe look for a long if Marvell misses. No idea how far it's gonna go down if it misses, but is there a buy zone, maybe this gap fill? What are you looking for? This pink is the 50-period moving average.
Yeah, I mean, first up, you've got that 20-day moving average, which is right here, along with the anchor off of this little pullback low, which was 20 days ago as well. So this zone right here, 175-ish, which I think you just mentioned, looks like if it gets rocked, that's the place for it to go. If we see a shallow pullback somewhere down in here, the anchor off of last week's low and the 5-day moving average, so 192-ish would be your first level, and then 175, and ideally it holds above this zone in here, which you were mentioning is, that would really get it a big flush, I think.
All right, let's see what we got on Marvell earnings. But we've been asking the chat to see if there's any sort of names that they are interested in. And I know Neil's got one, so I'm going to throw it over there. It's another big cap name, so I'm sorry about it, but we're going to talk about it. It's one that maybe you even hold in the longer term. Let's go over and find out what it is.
Hey, Brian, who doesn't own Alphabet, realistically? So we're going to get a question just to interpret the chart. Because, I mean, everything looks pretty strong. On a weekly here, you do have this bit of a reversal, and there's been some sellers at the 400 level. A popular question lately has been, hey, where are the dip buy levels for some of these things that have gone so far? But just in your general sense, what do you feel about Alphabet's chart? Because this has been pretty parabolic in its own right for a name that you wouldn't necessarily think so on the weekly.
Right. They keep coming out with great product releases from everything I see, and they seem to be the ones that are actually monetizing AI. It's trying to hold near this 20-day moving average, and you can see I already had this line drawn in. If we've got this little support zone in here. What I'd really like to see, this would be great, is if it flushed below this for a day or two, came back up, and then I think it could be off to the races again. That first test of the 20-day moving average often does hold and bounce, but it doesn't seem to be finding that vigor right now, and I wouldn't be buying it anyways with this declining 5-day moving average. So a little flush and then get it going. If instead it broke down and stayed below that 380 turned into resistance, then I would look at the low, the anchor off of the April low, and the 50-day moving average would kind of converge together in this 355 zone. I don't think that's likely. What seems more likely is a little flush and then get going back up to the upside.
So what it seems like, and I know looking at that chart, it'll be easier to say, you mentioned earlier, you can't really get burned if you have stops. When you're playing things that are going parabolic, when you're playing a market that is so strong, as long as you capture your profit. But what it seems like when you look at that, when you look at maybe a Micron, when you look at an Alphabet, certainly there, until we break some levels where people might have these trailing stops, you're not wanting to enter near the highs, right? Like let it hit some of these obvious trail out levels, regain, and then take a leg back in, or you're just flat out waiting for lower. Because I look at a stock like ARM, which I'd like your thoughts on as well. I'm not even, like this, forget about the weekly or the monthly is not gonna be of any good because again, it's gone so parabolic. You look at a chase like this, until people start getting out, you can't really do much of anything with it. So you said you're substantially in cash. Is there anything that you're like, this week, I actually feel like I would want to put some money in?
Yeah, I bought a little bit dear today, but let's talk about ARM first. They've got a beautiful pattern of higher lows on this move from 200 to 330. Taking partial profits, having a partial stop under here, just in case it does reverse hard, is to me the prudent way to do it. And then have your stops staggered. You don't get out all at once. I would never do that unless it just started going against you flat out, straight out of the gate. BTDR, this is a little bit riskier name. It's one of those, Bitcoin miners that's pivoting to the AI. But if it can break this level, you could see a really nice move in BitDeer. It's I've also like ALKS. This is one that pulled back to some prior resistance in here. It's got a rising 20-day moving average. It just reclaimed the 5. So tomorrow, I'd love to see a little pullback and then get it going. What else? Well, Google, as you already mentioned, NVIDIA is kind of in the same boat in a way that it is, hovering right on that 20-day moving average. And we've seen the pattern here is higher highs and higher lows. Is this going to be the higher low? So far, the pullback to the 20-day moving average isn't holding. So what I'd really like to see in this case, this is the 30-minute time frame on the right, is that we maybe tomorrow run up towards this level, straighten out a little bit, and then we get back above that 5-day moving average, be a buyer over here with maybe half of your stop under here, half of the stop under there, and then NVIDIA could potentially continue to continue this pattern of higher highs and higher lows.
Yeah, I like that NVIDIA, just trying to be patient after, it seems to do this every single earnings where everyone gets excited, the numbers are fantastic, and it just sells off for a week and a half or however long it is, and then it bounces higher.
Yeah, that was the last one there.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that ALKS for a second, because you're a technical trader, right? I think everyone understands technical analysis is literally your baby, right? So do you ever find 2 or 3 charts that look similar, and then you get like an ALKS that has a 16% short float, and then maybe something that looks almost identical has like an 8% short float? I know for myself, that's breaking the tie every single time. If I look at two small mid caps and one of them's got a big short float and it's the same looking chart, I'm going long the one with the higher short float every time. Is that something that you pay attention to, or maybe one is just coming off of positive earnings? If the charts are similar, how do you break that tie?
Yeah, both of those. I mean, coming off of earnings is a definite huge one, and this was an earnings-related move in ALKS. That the catalyst was right over here on this day, and as you said, short interest. That is, especially when the stock's at new all-time highs. I love to see the short interest, and there is a similar stock, which is TGTX, which is another biotech stock. And these guys, this stock has been a really big stock for me over the last couple of years. So I know a little bit about what they do. It's also right on this 20-day moving average, and you can see this 5-day moving average is flattening out. So this is another one that I'd love to see it maybe do something like this, and in the next couple of days, by the end of the week, this one could start to see a bigger continuation back to the upside. And the thing is, ALKS, it's not profitable this year, but it's expected to be profitable next year, whereas TGTX is profitable. So they've got a real drug. The revenues last quarter were up 70%. So when I look at the fundamentals, I like to look at the basics. Are they selling more stuff? Are they making more money doing it? Because it tells me there are other people interested in this stock for those reasons.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to frame it. Like you always have to pick and choose. That being said, like in some ways too, like if you're not in before they start making money, sometimes you can miss a little bit of the move. So you look for those technical entries. Is there any names that we didn't get to that might be on your mind? We haven't really talked too much. Everything has been tech, and then a few of your picks here have been in the biopharma space. So I want to give you a chance, if there's something that's like non-tech related you've been looking at. I don't know if you've been watching energy at all. Clearly, there's been a little bit of volatility there. Anything else on your mind?
Let's see. I guess this MTCH, I haven't bought it yet. Match Group. It's got a good looking longer term chart as well. If you look at let's go to the weekly time frame here. It's got this longer term base that it's been in for really several years, right? I mean, look at how long it's been in this. And it's building in here for maybe a bigger break of this range.
Crazy.
But I want to be a buyer here on this daily time frame. We've got a nice consolidation and it's holding the anchor off of this April low. So when I look down to a shorter term time frame, it still hasn't made that higher high. So I like it. You know, the last week we saw two highs at 35.99. If it can get above that, then I like it with a stop probably underneath today's low, or maybe even as low as the low from last Thursday.
See, it's not just about tech. I knew we'd be able to find something in there. Because matches, I promise you, there's a few names that you have not heard, like at least 2 or 3 now, and we appreciate you coming on, as always, Brian, that you're not always going to be able to hear. It's easy to look at tech, and I know we get a lot of questions about it, and we appreciate you coming through every single time there, Brian. And realistically, it's been a while. It's definitely been a hot minute.
Yeah.
And Match, in particular, when you look at Match, I wanted to look at the monthly chart because sometimes you want to zoom out.
An apple there.
There's something we say about like a long consolidation. The longer the consolidation, the better the break. Is that something you ascribe to, or sort of it is what it is, the levels are the levels? Because I always like the longer consolidation even better. I just feel like when it finally releases the pressure, like Intel was the best example of that that you can find.
As they say, the bigger the base, the higher in space. And, you know, looking at this monthly chart, it's been 2.5 years in here that it's been going sideways. So this is the type of name. I mean, forget about what they do for a minute, but this is just, you know, the cyclical flow of money. Stage 2 up, stage 3 distribution, stage 4 decline, stage 1 accumulation, breaking out in here. This is what typically happens with these types of names. We saw it with, you know, Palantir. Of course, that's more of that's a big tech name. But we saw the same thing, that we saw that consolidation in here for 1.5 years, where people completely wrote Palantir off. And from there came this ginormous move. So these, you know, maybe Match comes out with some kind of AI that picks the absolute perfect partner for every person, and that's what the catalyst is. Who knows what the story ends up being, but I do get more excited about that because it makes me think this is the type of stock, if you can get a good entry into this here, this is the type of stock you can buy and think you might hold. Buying Micron up here today at 905, that's not the time to be a buyer for a longer term hold.
Perfectly.
Maybe it is, who knows? I mean, it could, maybe it goes to 1,500, but just a little bit of common sense of where has it come from tells me that, you know, from 300 to 900 just here in a few months, maybe it needs to cool off.
The other thing too is about that buying the highs.
You can insert any stock there, right?
But
we
you have to
AMD.
get a price you can hold.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to hold a 900 if it goes against you. If
I know how you can hold just like this.
Just close your eyes. Is Ray Charles that sucker?
Hey, do we like green today or what? I mean, all of us are there. I don't know if that's a gray shirt there
That was great.
or not, but I think it's green one there. You see my hat there, Palantir. I'm glad that you discussing a little bit of Palantir there today. But Brian, thank you so much. Any more vacations, or can we maybe expect to see you in good health here next week at this time? Because people in the chat absolutely love it. We want to thank you for all your insights once again.
No, I'll be here.
There we go.
All right, good. All right, thank you, Brian. Enjoy the rest of your week. Yeah, happy belated Memorial Day, of course, and we had yesterday off. So glad to hear that you went out there, traveled around a bit, and we'll see you next week.
Man.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks,
there he
everybody.
goes, man. At Alpha Trends, forgot to mention that. Go check him out on StockTwits and on X. At Alpha Trends, the best in the business. You're right. It's Brian Shannon.
I'd love to go to Grand Canyon.
Right there. Yeah, Grand Canyon would be a
on the
great
bucket
one there.
list.
Yeah, go with somebody you love there. And
I
make
just
sure
want
they
to
don't-
take Aaron.
make
That's
sure they don't push you down. Yeah. Yeah. So right here. So there's $500 at 15 cents. I have no idea what's going on with AMD. So we just bought. Like we tried to take that 500 break again. This time we got some out at 45s or whatever that was there, near the high. You know. Then it dropped in, and I said, you know what, like. You know, we got Brian on. I might as well try to use some sort of technical stuff. And then it came right into the 200 period the 50 period moving average. We took a bid there, and that's now what we're rolling with. I'm at 501.75, and there it is, not even getting hit now because we're in between. Just to show you, I'm at 75 and not even getting, it's 501.75, so that's not true. There goes a nice play here, as we are now multiples in the money. If Joe was here, he'd be laughing, but there it is, man. It is, he's here. It's now $2. He always wants wants to know what kind of clubs we're in right now. There it is. It is your $2 club. Finally, now green on AMD finally for myself here today, as we had to wait a minute. You know, just a bunch of blow-ups there. Go. Now I'm at 501.75 here for AMD. Sorry about that. Before, when I thought I was at $500.75. Now we're at 501.75. We just got missed up there. Your high of the day is 79s, but that just blew through me. So sometimes you do wind up missing on those. And here we go, man. We are now at the high of the day for myself. And it's just been such a good day trading these names. But don't get carried away. You know, they can always come right back in quite nicely for you. So we will continue to take profits where it lies and hopefully be able to watch AMD get back there to said upside. But yeah, good. Always great to have Brian on. And boom, shakalaka. It's the hot dog cannons as we get that price up there. We'll wait to see if we get a little bit more. Where's my stop out going to be? If you say right here, you're going to be right. 499-ish now as a stop area. We'll go a little lower than that. But, you know, you don't want to hold on to these things for too long. We did have Brian on, and both us, both Neil and myself, Brian, everybody on the show, Joe, everybody actually, talking about stop orders, right? And it's yes. Like this could easily have run down out, and our stop was just a little under this 498, so we did have to let this one breathe a little bit. $1 worth of a stop to make $2 now, so let's capture that out, and if it does come back up, that's my next place, and we'll see how far it can run, because like Micron, you know, who knows?
Ever?
This is now, yeah, forever, ever, just continues to run higher. You can see bouncing off the 50-period moving average as well. So we've got it here on AMD. Let's see if we get that 75 print, and then we'll let the rest ride upside house money time.
What if they never come down? That's sort of the thing you ask yourself. That's why you try to buy the dips that are available to you. Yeah. And this is exactly why we appreciate Brian. He's such a level head when it comes to all of this, which is important. Like the longer you're in it, like the more you'll be level-headed. But the other thing you want in terms of stops is also want some take profit. So, you know, Uber is trying to bounce off that 70 again. So the next available bounce, we'll look for another lower high to grab. This has just been a dog. And you know what? This sucker's been a dog for a while. I don't know what's...
Oh, shit.
It doesn't really matter what's wrong with it. But until it gets to 68... I think this is the short until it gets to $68. We'll probably come in tomorrow thinking the same thing. And if it loses 68, the stock is in a whirlwind of hurt. Lunar's finding a bit of a bounce here. It's actually Fly that I might be more interested in. LUNR bounced off 31 and change and now headed back a little bit higher. But Firefly, aerospace, goes right into, stop me if you've heard this before, VWAP.
Stop.
And bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. So I'm going to try the long here on this VWAP bounce on Firefly. It never broke the 62. That's a good thing about a breakout trade. If it never breaks, you don't have to take it. But now I'm going to take this bounce off of VWAP here for Firefly. After they got a positive story, Lunar got absolutely punked to the downside. Went the other way. But that's how they run, these high flyer names. You get one bad news story, like watch out, like Rocket Labs had bad news, or ASTS. Both of those could just absolutely get smoked. Today, it just happened to be LUNR. But good so far for Firefly. All it has to do is hold VWAP. Looking for that little break, give it to the prior bar, so it's about 58.5 here, and then play back into the highs. 60 first resistance on Firefly, and not to be mistaken with Firefly Neurosciences.
And I'm glad that you know, we're trading volatile names. Like right here, we're now $6 in the money. Joe was always wondering, he was waiting to see when we would talk about that, but there it goes now. $6 upside for advanced micro devices. So if volatility is your game, then you understand that it creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, of course, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and have ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100. These strategies are currency hedge seeking, wow, I can't even get through this, man. This is absolutely nuts here on AMD. They're seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your portfolio and your strategy objectives and risk profile. Trade tactically, learn more at Beta Damn Pro. Booyaka, betapro.ca. Go scan that QR code and let's get going because the face slapper continues. That just went to almost 506 there. Went to 505.50. So, hey man, let's put a little offer out now as, yeah, there it goes. Completely I mean, just stunned here as AMD continues to climb through that 505 marker. And I don't know, high 505.50. We'll get another piece out. We're getting lighter and lighter on it, man. I mean, you gotta, like we said, you're playing with house money, and that's exactly what we're doing. I'm gonna get out one more piece right there at 01s. We crossed down, made that level. So now we're getting less and less into this name. I still want to try to play it back to 5 bills. So we'll change our stop right now back over breaking. Let's go $500.99, and just in case it's on sale, we'll get out of half of it if it breaks below that, okay? But there it goes, upside, 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 and just continues to keep a smile on this guy's face. Although, the trading is what it is. We know what we're doing, and it's just great to be here, be able to put these trades on and show you guys. Obviously, you can clearly see we all have many different styles, and there goes AMD. I like the big cap names. We went over to that Lunar, and I would have loved to short that thing. But, again, crying over spilled milk, I would have taken the same amount of shares. I probably wind up taking more on AMD than I would have over here. And AMD's $6, and this name from top to bottom is like $6. So we'll have to wait. There's that halt that we could have got, 38.50. That would have never gone against us. So that was a really good play as well. But Neil's on fly, so it's the same story basically. So we're trading volatile names, and there it goes now. Now $7 to the upside on advanced micro devices. Oh boy.
Shout out to Real Trading, which we are trading with Real Trading. If you want to find volatile names, it's there. But also, the campus program is back.
Oh, good.
So let's make sure you can always just go to realtrading.com. And we always get questions like, hey, what platform are you guys trading on? And we're like, we're trading on P8. And P8 is proprietary to Real Trading. And that's why when we talk about things like Lunar and that close, like that halt print to the downside, and then getting on a bunch of dark pools to try to take advantage of it, well, we have just about, a million keys, but we have a bunch of dark pools we have access to, lots of ways to get liquidity. And it's all through P8, and you can check out the campus program if you are located outside of the US, of course, just so everyone knows. So they're back. Just go to realtrading.com/campus, and you'll be able to get more information on that, and maybe trade some space names, maybe trade some chip names. And I know we just keep talking about space and chips, but what are you going to do? That's what's moving today. It's the space names, it's the chip names. Fly is doing a VWAP bounce. We talked about this with Brian. This isn't a clean VWAP bounce, the first one. The second one, it goes into VWAP, and sometimes you've got to be lucky to be good. If you were playing a pullback into Fly on a VWAP back here, you would have had this bounce, and then you would have had the news come and hit as well. And you could have been taking the same breakout here and been long at like 59, and it goes up to 62. Now I'm in a secondary bounce, so it could have head and shoulders. Like I said, you got to take some out in front of the 60 level, so 59 to 60. The news took you to 62. Never think the second move is as big as the first, but you lock in the buck, and then I'll have a break-even stop, and then just see where it can go. So Fly up, Lunar down. I haven't looked at Rocket Labs, and what is that thing doing today? I like some Rocket Labs. What's Rocket Lab and ASTS? Probably not even having a good day. So you got to be on the right ones. Again, like Lunar, like Fly had a story, Lunar had a story. Lunar was a much bigger missed opportunity. But I only wanted the halt trade. I didn't really want it after the fact because I like that gimmicky trade. Like I'm a pretty big fan of the liquidity event. And when you have a liquidity event like that, it is very binary. Take print, jump in. I'm going to get out. Easily, if you take it, I'm getting out of 80% on the reopen. Get the halt price, get the open price, hold on to the rest. If it happens to go, it goes. And it's just the fact that there's going to be that massive liquidity event and end up being true. And if you don't profit from it, actually, if you held on, you would have won great. Like, it never comes back. So Lunar getting absolutely smoked. This is why we locked in back to that 60 level, already starting to pull back in. But this can't go past break even. So long effectively at 59. Best fill at 60. 59.5 and 60. So the $0.50 and the dollar here on Fly. And then we'll look for another opportunity. And maybe it's Lunar. I doubt it's going to be that. Hertz Scrambler is asking me, should I sell my WonderFi for a full... But just get on the offer, man. I got filled. You can, so he's asking about WonderFi because the deal's going to close on the 1st. WonderFi is being bought for 36 cents by Robinhood. You can get 36 cents on the offer right now. If you get filled, then you get your money early. You're not getting any better than the 36 cents. If you can ever get the buyout price before the deal closes, you take it every single time. 100% you should. There's zero downside to taking it right now if you can get it on the offer. That's a no-brainer.
We just missed 507 by 4 pennies, $8. So I'm at 507. You know what? Now that we missed it, let's just go here. What's the difference? I'm going to go to 30. We'll cancel all 07s and we'll go to 507. 40 now with that same offer. And we'll take that 30 fill. So we'll take a 30 fill out right now. We have exactly 10% left. So exactly 10% left. I just switched it over to 502. We'll get it at half if it does break there. But yeah, this is just into the close. We're having a day today, man. I mean, Apple finally came out on that break, but we had less than 10% left. 309. This is still my number one stock, despite what we just did there on AMD. We're flat, completely flat today on Microsoft. Like, we went short there, got run over, then made a move down. So, I mean, flat to up, but nothing worth talking about there on Microsoft. We didn't hold all the way. Like, we basically just got back to flat here. And then these little takes, we had like 20% left on our position. So something to talk about, but nothing to write home about. SoFi here as well, similar kind of trading. This was a much better trade for me because we had it right away. And this was listed here. We had 409, we have $15.75 to $16 written down for SoFis. That's pretty much right in the right range today. So we take 16 early. We have 309 written down for Apple. We had SMR at 11.75. We can have a quick little look at this name. New Scale, of course. Didn't get into the long term on this name yet. We were bidding a little bit lower. We got filled on, wait a minute, I got filled on one of them this morning, either SoFi or SMR. I think it was probably with SoFi. But SMR today didn't.
Personal?
Or, yeah, on the personal. Did 11.75? We wrote down 11.75 today. That's the pre-market. That's right at open, 9:30. So we didn't get in to 11.75. I wonder about that. But anyways, okay, so that's SMR. Then the other name that we wanted today was long the NASDAQ. But, you know, the NASDAQ didn't give us much to cheer about for the long, especially when it happens in the first 5 minutes. We could have hit that level. I wrote down 79, so we only got into 80. We really took off. Like, when I'm writing these notes down, it's, 7:30, 8 o'clock, so on and so forth. So we were at 80, looking for a little bit of a dip. Doesn't really happen. And then now the NASDAQ's up 1.6%, 1.7% right now and going higher. So, all right, Bitcoin's had a day. It's downside there.
Well, it's had a crappy day.
Yeah, I know. So Bitcoin's down, not even that bad. Less than 1%, of course, not even close to that, but it was up and now it's down. So we did get to 79,000. Now you can see the live quote down here, 75.8, as there was, issues on the Clarity Act maybe not coming to market the same way it was in the first place. So we'll have to find out. Oh, we can check out, I was gonna look at PayPal just quickly, but let's see what Circle's doing. These guys are the USDC. So obviously there's a downside push there for Circle. And yeah, this is what we talked about, sometimes trading. And, when we look at a name like Palantir up to 175, and we look at, where Marvell is, what we did with ARM there, and I'm glad, taking profits seemed to have been okay as far as Brian is concerned on some ARM. But what about Circle might have been the exact same thing. You'd come up here to 140 after making a huge all-time high, again, right off the open of $300. And by open, I mean the first month or so, made another high there of 265, not quite back. Then since then, it's just been kind of downside. And then you get this relief rally all the way back up into 140, and that's good. I don't know if you would have been able to get out there, thinking maybe more. But then that last time we got to 140, really no excuse if you miss that one. So that's 135 to 140 for Circle. Now maybe looking for reloads in and around that 70 to 80 mark. So Circle, definitely a name to look at if you're looking at some crypto space. Coinbase, another good one.
Broken.
And MSTR, we had JKL talking about
He's
that.
still got to be happy with...
I would think happy is a good way of putting it.
MSTR gave it all back today. I mean, I didn't think it was going this far to the downside. And again, whatever. I was taking a trend break trade. It was an uptrend. I was playing it right back into the prior high. We're literally sitting at the lows. The market's going to the highs. MSTR is literally chilling at the absolute lows. I just feel like this is the short to pop every single chance that you're able to get. And this crypto's, it's not it for crypto right now. It just ain't it. And you got to be able to understand when something's bullish and the market can be as bullish as you want. You can say everything you want about Bitcoin being a risk on, risk off asset. Well, it ain't moving with the NASDAQ now. You want to decouple from the NASDAQ, you probably don't like it anymore. And I feel the same way, but I think it's also part of the halving cycle. You might have to wait till next year, at least late this year, maybe when things will look a little bit better. I'm just not really that excited about Bitcoin, and I don't think I will be till minimum back half of this year. Maybe it can get going, but at 75,000, we've been here for way too long, way too long. Only about 20 minutes, 30 minutes till the imbalances. There's a couple potential today. Peloton, one of them. Firefly did come back out to the break even. It's got that head and shoulders look. Maybe it goes, but if I'm playing the second bounce off in news, I'll be happy to take the scalp trade that we get, right, like 50 and then a buck, and then was risking about 40 to 50 pennies on it in the first place. I'll take the break even. Just take the shot, move on, and take the win. It's been a productive day. Like last week was a mixed week. I don't know how it was for everybody else, but like I was like up 3 days. One of them was close to the flat, and 2 of them were red. Well, today is good enough to wipe out the 2 bad days. I think that's all you're ever really asking for. And it was just sort of finding those little spots in there where you could get it in good and then move on to the next opportunity, which, as I said, might be the close. We got some early looks that are of interest. One of them is Redwire, up a bunch today, over 20%. Another big-time space name. You got the EWZ. We'll see. Probably nothing burger. Pinterest, 1.7 million to the buy side. And VRI, that actually, I believe that's some kind of I think that's a delete today. NVRI, yes it is. S&P 600 deletion NVRI. Tonight, Peloton is going into the S&P 600. And it's a rather large 57 million shares are supposed to be bought of Peloton. The downside is it's not a New York stock. Peloton's on the NASDAQ. So we're not going to have an early look. We're not going to have any idea until 350 hits. Is it actually coming out a buy? So I can't tell you which way it's going to come out. If it comes out a buy, it's probably going to shoot up. I'd probably try to get the long if it comes out a buy. The algos will be pretty quick with it. But that's a pretty massive 57 million buy. Peloton's done 17 million shares today. So you're expecting 3 times the daily volume going into the closing auction. One of the biggest ones that we've seen in quite some time. So you got to be able to look out for it. Yeah, Commodity King, it's a dog water stock, but an event's an event, right? Like 57 million shares. Like I don't care, Cerebras, maybe I don't know anything about that stock, but I'm going to trade the open on it, on the IPO issue, right? Like how many times do you see us trade stocks that it's just about the move, it's just about the event, and with Peloton, I don't like the company either, but if that sucker comes out 50 million to the buy side, I'll probably try to punch long and ride it for 5 minutes. That's just part of the game. You do that all the time in stocks that might be trash. It is what it is. Like it's not a judgment. Going long on a company when you're a day trader is not a judgment on what you think about the stock. Believe me, if it was, yeah, there's just no chance that is true. You'll buy lots of stuff that you think is trash.
Yeah, we Neil actually mentioned it, like the big liquidity events is where all the money's made. On a prop floor. So yeah, pay attention to anything that opens up like that. That's why as soon as Lunar went out, same type of thing. I mean, AMD, same type of thing there. You know, a lot of big money is going to be made on key level breaks, right? So that 500, like people willing to hold that just goes $6 or $7. You know, you have 1,000 shares there, that's 6 G's, you know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You could have 10,000 shares and you're at 60 G's. So it is what it is. And look at that name like Micron as well, $9.13. It's part of the reason why we talked about that, all the success that comes from this floor specifically on IPOs. The largest days in this floor's history on the show are IPO days. And it makes, you know, obvious reasons. We've discussed that new times as well. New poll, bigger trash, SoFi or Iceman? SoFi for sure. Iceman
literally at the top of every single bill. Like,
yeah, exactly. It just breaks records there. Most people that hate on Drake hate on him because they're haters. But generally speaking, Iceman, not the greatest album, but definitely better than. I mean, there hasn't been a hip hop album.
What are you gonna do? Like the stock, like SoFi stock is like what? How much?
I mean, SoFi stock's got chopped in half.
Yeah, like it's an unfair comparison.
But Drake actually had a really great Instagram thing with a couple of people there recently, and that's a lot of fun. And then that KD commercial was absolutely hilarious. So shout out to the Raptors and the 416 being represented there. Oh, what's up?
Oh, I was just going to say here, with the whole Drake thing, he's also dealing with some perhaps plagiarism or copying allegations related to Iceman, specifically coming from 1900 Rugrat, a Florida rapper. I mean, believe them if you will, don't believe them if you won't. There are some receipts suggesting they were in talks ahead of that, and then Drake potentially stole his beat. So make of that what you will. But yeah, I think like that to me kind of sours Iceman a bit. And that being said, I did like some songs on the album.
Oh man, some random guy claiming that he stole his beat. Yeah, this is hip hop. So that's what I'm saying. Like if we're gonna talk
in music all the
if
time,
we're gonna
though.
talk about someone stealing beats, but anyways, shout out to Adara who has been hard on Drake, and I like the fact that she just
Jay-Z
said,
stole a whole man's flow and nobody cares.
no, it doesn't. People will say whatever they
It
want.
is like it's part of music. Like what'll happen is, and like, I'm not. First of all, Jay-Z didn't up and say he was going to steal a dude's flow, but like there was a New York group at the time that was huge, and like the style embedded into it. Like it's you hear something that's good, and it can get into your flow. You have,
Yeah,
a
it's
natural
fine.
inclination
It's
in
what
his
it
voice. It is what it is, man.
That's fine. Yeah, but I hope that
Drake could be all right.
I hope that Rugrat guy gets a little piece of the pie. Drake's total discography or whatever it's called is about to be bought for over $2 billion. So let's stop talking about success here. All right, so
Get you a piece of that pie.
here goes AMD. I just want to say we've changed our out.
So far.
So like, I don't know, now it's 503.50 out for half, but we've already been getting out as it's bleeding down a little bit there. All right, there it is, man. Shout out to Howard. We want to say thank you so much for that. Brian's been on the show forever, man. I mean, it goes way back. You could go on my Instagram. I was tagging this man for a very, very long time. We love us some Brian Shannon there at Alpha Trends. Oh, here's his book, by the way. Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. So go get that right now on, I was gonna say on Instagram, on X. Well, he's on
You can
X,
find
but
him on
Go
X.
grab it on
Yeah,
Amazon is the word I'm looking for now. As you mentioned there, the retail business always. Here, Brian, I'll keep that there.
Chilling.
Until it falls.
And it's perfectly color-coded with the almost...
There we go, right over my shoulder there. Of course, I get 10% of everything sold from now until 4 o'clock. So please make sure you go and get that. And of course, that would be not true, but shout out to Brian there. And he's mentioned before that he was working on potentially another book. So we say shout out to Brian. And I'm not leaking that. He put that on the show. I don't even know that to be true. But okay, so that's our last half there that will come out. And then we had 10% left. Now we have, I guess, 8.5% left as we just taking out pieces. Yeah, I wish, Ozan, that I read that book every night. I'm not a big book reader, nor do I even have time. As soon as I hit, like last night we were at baseball again, and tonight we're at hockey, and I don't have too much time, but that's not an excuse. It's just the truth. Hopefully one day we will be able to rest up and start to read. I do know how to read, though. Of course, we read those ads all of the time. All right, so that's what's going on there. Just a quick look. That's what Micron. AMD's
read
doing.
ads? What?
Yeah, sometimes.
Those are all genuine, off the cuff.
Yes, and they just sound exactly the same every day. Yeah.
Well, the ability to read it, see, you have this one thought, you sort of get it right, it feels right, then you end up reading it exactly the same way every single time. That's just how I roll.
Yeah, I like.
Or not.
We like that. We want to say thank you to everybody
of
for bringing those ads and.
Let's just do this for you guys for free.
Every single day, right?
Mad appreciation.
So, I don't know. I mean, Lunar. I want to trade that. I see some people talking about it in the chat, and I'm looking for that liquidity event right now. And the volume was there. Now it's trying to battle back. I think this is probably a day 2 look until we break somewhere here. I don't mind shorting it at 37. It's tried to go back through those areas. I guess the buyers kind of said no, but I almost feel like, okay, AMD should be coming out momentarily. I put a 503.50 break, so I guess it has to break sort of clean through that. Maybe we need it on the offer, because right now it's looking at the time in sales. Okay, so we get a 37 fill. So there it goes breaking. So we do cash out of that one. We'll go props. Now we'll go our last little bit, breaking through 502, maybe give it to 501, and then we will sell out the rest of this bad boy right now.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, $300.99. Yeah, go ahead.
If you well, this is maybe not fair because Marvel has to. If you had to have one at the highs, because these things are all going ham, and I won't make you pick Micron. ARM, well, I guess ARM's pullback. ARM, AMD, or Marvell. But you gotta buy it at the top. Marvell for sure.
Oh, Marvell's my baby.
Okay, fair enough.
I gotta stick with that.
Okay,
throw it out with the bathwater.
Okay, then no, then let's throw that up because you already have them. Then
I just bought ARM.
Then let's go Micron then. If we take out Marvell and go Micron.
The only thing is Micron is still well valued. It still doesn't even have that crazy of a PE.
Not that crazy.
I don't, at the highs, I think just we have to go with Micron because of the momentum that it has in the name. You're talking about Micron or
Well,
AMD?
I thought I was going to say that and ARM.
ARM.
I didn't want Micron to be in there because I felt like Micron still had the valuation. It would be the easier pick. Whereas I own ARM, and I still think, my goodness, if this whole thing falls apart. Anyways,
the good thing about ARM is they do have, they're in mobile, and mobile is big.
They have a good base, but that base, that base has been $80 to $100 on ARM, and really, it's a new chip business that has all the exuberance I think now, and if that's something that becomes if it unwinds, it just feels like ARM could be down at like 125 if it loses the 180. Still love the stock.
I know I sold some AMD today, like here at 497, but probably if I could choose any of those, I still think there's more to run in just the actual brains of the operation, the GPUs, and so I do think that AMD does have still a runway to go. I mean, if these companies are still reporting monster earnings and still using CapEx money to throw at this, and we talked about early stages. I mean, some of the people much smarter than you and I are saying that we're early times. So if we're early times into this, then where exactly is AMD going to go from here? I think higher still. Although that sounds crazy to say, but what are we supposed to do? Choosing one or the other. That's why I
remember ARM is now doing, the chip licensing business is their bread and butter, but they are going into making their own chips. They're not seeing revenue from that for a couple of years. They said it themselves. Is it big? Yes, it's 3x their revenue. That's huge growth potentially for them, but it is still down the line. Then let's not sleep on Intel. Intel's pretty good.
AMD has not lapped NVIDIA. What's up, James? Adam James abroad. AMD just was beat up a lot, and it got hit because of NVIDIA. If you're talking about returns, yeah, I mean, AMD is like, what is the difference between AMD and NVIDIA? NVIDIA is what, 20 or 30% this year? Yeah. AMD is probably 500%. So shout out to you, Adam. I'm going to say that is an absolutely awesome call because you have been talking about it here in lots of super chats. So shout out to you with your call there. I was honestly thinking, and my portfolio is disgustingly weighted towards everything tech. It's so stupid that I just started buying like the S&P 500 about a year and a half, 2 years ago because I really felt like, overexposed, that sounds funny, but, to the space. Like so I'm thinking right now, something like this, man. And it's kind of like every time I sell something, like I sold ARM and bought NVIDIA. So I'm like not doing what I'm saying, but into this. So sell ARM, which is pretty extended. And we just talked about where NVIDIA is. So I don't mind that trade. But what about a Procter? What about a J&J? We talked about Walmart. We've talked about, I still do own some Target into there. I think those are all decent plays, as well as, Big Bear AI is a shot in the dark, so I'm not going to include that one into there. But also my biggest non-tech, and I know, we've talked about Caterpillar, we've talked about,
It's still just more AI risk.
Yeah, that's why Caterpillar. So I think Eli Lilly is something here on dips that I want to try to get a little longer in. And we weren't able. We did buy a little bit here. I mean, we talked about it all the time. It used on the to be show, but yeah, there it goes, man. So we'll see if we can get back up to 11.20. You're one story away. We got 10.90 today already. So.
I didn't buy enough of that on the dip because I didn't realize how much the other tech names would be outweighted. So
it's already.
I don't know. Like I need to buy more of. It's that, or it's going to be the financials. Like the next available dip.
Oh yeah, financials would be good.
Yeah, the next available dip on Morgan Stanley is something that I'll be trying to.
Aren't sexy enough.
Well, I don't know. Goldman and Morgan are doing absolutely.
But then you're not buying dips.
Well, there was a dip. There was a good dip. I just don't know where the next one's going to come. There was a good dip into the 200 on Morgan Stanley, but I don't know that I can wait till the 200 period moving average next time. Maybe I'm looking for the 50. It's just fantastic. And again, you don't have to be diversified. Diversification is just something that.
Damn you, Kramer.
A lot of people. If you're young enough,
that guy.
But if you're young enough, I don't know, like how much. Forget about the bond thing, like the old 60-40 and all that kind of nonsense, because that stuff only matters when you get older, I suppose. Like that's what analysts will tell you.
60-40, oh my God.
But if you have a base in, let's just say, like the market, like you just own the SPY, and you own a position in the SPY or the Qs, like that can be the diversification for you, and then you pick some individual names. I just love Morgan Stanley. I just feel like you buy dips on this, and they always seem to manage to win, the same way Goldman always seems to manage to win. Now, they know how to play the game, and you can hate them all you want, and I get it. And maybe that's even fair. but it doesn't matter. They just keep winning. So, you know,
Yeah, I mean, Goldman has a SpaceX IPO. I mean, there's lots.
Well, Goldman's been winning. Aren't they getting OpenAI as well? Adara, didn't Goldman?
That was rumored.
Adara, did Goldman also get it?
Morgan Stanley, not confirmed. Both of them are apparently in talks.
There you go. Tesla making a bit of a bounce here. Still an inside day for Tesla, up 1.5%. This was the one I was trying to pull up on Blue Ocean, but couldn't to show you guys the overnight. But whatever, it's not working. So that doesn't really make a difference. But now breaking higher as we're getting close to the imbalances. Again, we won't see Peloton till either it's too late or 350. I don't know, maybe it won't be too late. NVRI it's supposed to be, that's the deletion. So I guess Peloton's replacing whatever NVRI is. I don't know them.
Peloton's
it's the S&P 600, so they're replacing these guys. They're coming out. Peloton's going in. Redwire is still 2.4 million to buy. Pinterest is still 1.7 million to the buy side. Nokia is a sell. Early look sell of 1 million shares. Pin's not really having a very good day. Luis says you've been telling me since $2 ago on Tesla.
$2 ago. What was that, like 5 minutes ago? Yeah, I mean, Tesla's been. You know, we always talk about U.S. banks. Shout out, there's Softy, so what's up, JK? I mean, we really love, I'm thinking about, see again, but I don't want to get into tech names, but I really like Softy, where that is. So shout out to Mr. Softy down there. You know, we seem to always talk about U.S. banks, whether or not it's SoFi, whether or not it's JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, whatever, you know, you want, but. Wow, Royal Bank. These are all, this is ry.to. You can grab it ry.ny. It's also, all these names are dual listed over on the New York Exchange. So TD Bank, Bank of Nova Scotia, CM, which is CIBC, they're all there. But National Bank, NA. But you can see there, 220. Good level there. We were just there in March. Now you're up to 260. So the bank's pretty stable here in Canada as well, as we have a different pillar, 6-pillar system over here, whereas no regional banks have the same impact or the same lending capabilities as in the United States. But yeah, so I mean, look, they're all, doesn't matter. Here's TD, there's TDNY. You could drop it down. That's the thing about our system. You can grab it in Toronto. You could grab it in New York. It's the same thing to the upside for all these names. Hearing Twilio, Adara, popping potentially. Not doing anything, but just heard some sort of thing about Twilio. I really like this name. This is another one of those, I think this might have been a direct list as well. I got into this real early Twilio. I'm not in it anymore, so I can't even remember what the prices were. This Snowflake, Palantir were like the 3 big ones that I got into when they first came to market. TWLO.
Wasn't there a Take-Two? Wasn't there like a Grand Theft Auto headline?
With Twilio?
No. I'm just, no.
No, what's his, Fabian mentioned that there was potentially a,
That's what
what do they call it? A preview today.
okay.
What am I looking for? Trailer.
The trailer got delayed because I was wondering.
Trailer.
That's. Well,
yeah, of course, it should go down.
If you have alerts for stocks that are at the low of the day, Take-Two is.
Why couldn't I think about the name trailer?
Flat bottom.
How easy is that?
Flat bottom breaking. The trailer was delayed, and now
is that where was the trailer? No. That's Friday. That's a daily chart. That's Friday.
This is Friday.
Unless it was delayed Friday, maybe.
This is today.
But there's today. So we'll see if it's breaking. Adara's got something. I don't know if Twilio or Take-Two.
I have nothing on Twilio, and that's what I want to tell you guys on social media. No one has posted anything tagging the stock in 20 minutes. So whatever this spike is, it does not seem to be supported by any news or even social media interest in the stock. No one seems to really care.
Yeah, a little bit of a. Yeah, I thought I heard. Oh, there it is. Watching Twilio, hearing investor. Oh, it's Investor Business Daily, buying it. So, okay, Investor Business Daily. You guys do, go off Investor Daily there, do you? But there it comes right back up the upside. One more time. $6 on advanced micro devices. So we'll just, we almost got, look, we told you where our stop was, 503.50. Breaking at that time was the 25 period moving average. But there it goes right back upside now. No offers. Let's see. Well, I'll put an offer at 507. I mean, if it comes up to the high of the day. 506. Let's go 506.50. All right, we'll put an offer there. We've got another $1.50 to go until it comes into that area. And then we already have Phil's there, so we'll take it again. Shout out to Phil. I missed him last night. We'll maybe see him tonight, but we have hockey again. 506.50 right into there. And then it's tuna melt time. And we'll get ready to go with more trading tomorrow. Obviously, we have Zscaler coming. I don't know if you have.
That's about it.
I do.
She does have it. Yeah, we'll throw it up. Darryl will show you guys. Go over to TTV Research. That's exactly where I was going to go to find out who's reporting. today or tomorrow. Okay, there we go. What do you want to talk about this guy over here? Jay Chaudhry. Right now, it seems like a lot of these CEOs, Asian, you know, we had Google, here we go, Zscaler. So a lot of nice moves to the upside here. South Asian, of course, upside for Zscaler. I'm not sure if they're going to be the CrowdStrike kind of movement. I haven't seen Zscaler in a while. That's their daily chart?
They're more in the off the lows kind of look. CrowdStrike and Fortinet are more, and Palo Alto are on the blow it out and have already broken way away. But Zscaler, lagging a little bit, but it plays both ways. That just means there's more room for it to catch up. What's the implied move? I don't know if we have the implied move there, Adara. Okay, Adara's going to look for the implied move, but it's worth noting $28, $32 from here, which would be about 15 to 16%. That'd be the 13.7. So if you get that, you're shy of the 200 period moving average. So call it resistance up here at the 220, and then of course the expected move. That could be a bit of a wall to watch out for in the aftermarket there for Zscaler. But no, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, this is the move that you're. And you didn't know when we had Software Mageddon or Claude Mageddon or whatever the heck you're calling it. You didn't know where the bottom was going to be. But it was kind of hanging around it for a while. It was back and forth like a bunch of times, half a dozen times at $400, just going back and forth. And most of the time, it didn't really look all that good. But if you like it, you grit your teeth and you dip by. I saw someone say it's been a hard time for CVX. Yeah, well, oil's coming back in. You've seen it, right? They end this conflict. Do you think it's going to look good? What do you think this is going to look like when eventually they end the conflict? The war's going to end eventually. I don't know when, but it is going to end eventually. And when it does, is it going to look great in CVX? Grit your teeth. I mean, you remember, the Venezuela breakout high was back at $170. So that's kind of like the line where I think it just kind of makes sense to me, and that's the 200 period. So I've already bought once, and I'll buy again if it gets down to that 200 period moving average. You don't necessarily know where the pullback's going to get to, but if you like it in the long term, I like to buy when other people are. If I'm buying for the long term, I just prefer buying it when other people are hating on it if I like it. Just get a better price. And I think this one can give you the 170, especially if they end the war.
I like the CVX talk there, and then you get that XOM. I mean, then you get
both of them. It doesn't matter.
Both of them. You get the dividend associated with that, and so chase yield I don't think is a bad thing right now, especially with interest rates probably staying the same. Let's be perfectly honest as to where interest rates are going to be going. They're 21 days away now till your next and first interest rate announcement from now new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. But of course, it's a voted thing, and we can have a quick little look here as we continue to talk. I wasn't really watching the dollar today too much to see that movement's come from, but this is what we're expecting right here. Now it's back to 99 problems, and an interest rate decrease ain't one, because it's looking like right now that's going to be a potential increase. I don't know. This is June the 17th. So a couple days after SpaceX, we'll see what the market thinks about that. So 99.2% right now of a chance. And then even into July, I mean, we're still looking the same 88 September. Let's go all the way to December. This is where you potentially get a cut, 47% chance. Actually, 47% chance of a cut in December. So that's nice. Right there, 353.75, right? What are we at right now again?
That's
the same thing. We have still flat, so my bad on that one. No chance of a cut actually into December. So I take that one back. I don't know where this market's going to go from here, but that's what we talked about, the banks maybe looking to get involved over there in this rate environment that we're a little uncertain with. AMD, we're still waiting to see where this name wants to wind up today. Still going to get out if we break through 503. That'll be the last sort of knock on us there. We're waiting for 506.50 into the close. We still have those imbalances. Neil's covered those a little bit for you. Other than that, man, not much going on. Meta. Oh, we had that note about Softy. We can quickly look at that. Softy was, again, a good short today, but at the end of it all, not doing much here. Banking off VWAP right now, 416. Like to see a little bit of a move through that level if you're going to play Microsoft. Yeah,
Lunar might not be done either. That's going to close down over 10% here, it looks like. It was trying to battle back, but you're starting to see it roll over once again. You can forget. Sometimes you can forget about VWAP. A lot of times on like a news flash to the downside, the first thing you'll hear us say is, well, maybe if you get it pulling back into the volume weighted average price, that gives you I think like sort of an obvious place to look for a continuation. This didn't even get within $4 or $3 of VWAP here. Just tried to close in the gap and just had absolutely nothing. Even Firefly was looking pretty good. That's going to lose VWAP. Basically, 59 to 60 was all you could get for the VWAP bounce, and now it's going to lose a bit. 18% up, though, very different. Like Firefly is still much, it's like 1,000 times better, obviously, than what you're seeing over there in the LUNR. And I don't wonder if when you get a negative headline like this for Lunar, like losing out on a deal, you were just breaking fresh tops, the selling might not just be immediately done. This could be something tomorrow to have a look at. The space names are in play pretty much every single day, but this one in particular, day 2, just to see if they hold that original halt price, that 36 area. If that can hold on the downside, there'd still be room. Like if it comes in tomorrow and we're 35, 36, there's still room to that 31 low. Yeah, Lunar taking it on the chin. Wish we could have got that opening print after the halt. Oh, not the opening print, I mean the halt print.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
And the other thing, too, is I know some people have said, well, why wouldn't you just take the opening print short? There's a good reason for that. Because like the stock is down 45 to like 38. So it's gone $7 to the downside. It's a $45 stock. And then it opens up another 10% down at 35. A lot of the reason why you're willing to take that halt print is just look at yesterday. Like it's basically coming right into here. Look at all the room for it to continue to fall. When it opens at, it's not yesterday, when it opens at Friday's open price, you're already closed the entire gap in. Like you're taking that for the hopes of getting this. And then just sort of saying, well, I'm gonna get out regardless of the open. It's not likely to gap all the way back up when it has negative news. But taking the opening print is just another level of nuts, because at that point, like where's your upside? And it's not as good. Like you want to be able to get it on that first halt. And that's something that if you traded the meme stocks, you learned that pretty quickly. So I'm looking at NVRI and Peloton going into these imbalances because Peloton's going into the S&P 600, NVRI is coming out, and Redwire's got a big 3.4 million bid, so it's also going to be there for me as well. Pinterest, that'll probably just pair off. And now that I say that, watch Pinterest be the good imbalance trade, because that's the one that I'm not going to pull up. You can only look at so many things. Peloton's the first look, because it's supposed to be the biggest in terms of net shares. Like 57 million is pretty big. I'll try to punch. If I see a big bid, I'm just going to try to punch long.
All right. Yeah, maybe I was going to say maybe on an imbalance, maybe Microsoft gets going. What other names you guys want to look at? What about MNTS? That was a big one there today. The last ones that have been halting, nothing really. PCLA has been halting back and forth. We can have a quick little look on there. Momentous today, almost closing near the highs, so that's really nice. We'll see if this wants to wind up holding. It's had a hard time staying above 15. It was only there for literally a minute when we broke that first time. We got up to 15.50 and then fell from there, but comes right. I mean, what a good stock the way this looks. Like this is kind of a dream if you're trading the way I do, and that is just looking for this support and resistance. It just comes right into this big level of $12. Now it's at $14.50. So, this trade maybe for tomorrow is momentous, and we'll see what winds up happening there. Up 96% today. I know Adair's busy typing, but there was a story here with MNTS today. And it goes in there, $15. We'll see if it winds up breaking that tomorrow. But I like this $12 area there for MNTS. Definitely worth a quick look. We haven't talked about Netflix. That $88 mark still seems to be just hanging around again. Yeah, what was it on MNTS?
So MNTS, after the bell yesterday, they announced that they've granted an inducement award to 6 new employees. Then at 10:30 a.m. today, a little bit before 10:30, they announced that they filed a prospectus for an offering of $200 million. So announced an offering today during the day, announced inducement awards after the bell on Friday.
Normally when we get those offerings, stock normally is going down.
And if it goes up after the offering.
It's nice to see that that's really not happening. There. And then good look there. Warner Brothers and Paramount, they're dancing now and they're leaving Netflix by itself. Netflix gets the big payment and says, thank you, see you later. Shoots all the way back up to 108 and then just getting hit back down again. So I don't know. I'd like to hold this through NFL, see what some of those ratings are coming in for them. I know they got good numbers on that most recent UFC fight. I don't know if they have the one that's on the lawn. There, UFC 250 or whatever it is. I think it's probably UFC 850.
But if I had to guess, just from the political aspect of it, like Netflix is sort of seen as like left, for lack of, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't see them landing it just because of that. I think that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably already out there, so I don't know who has that. But that's going to be probably well watched, and we'll see Conor McGregor making a comeback at some point as well. So we'll see if that helps. I mean, he's a ratings guy.
Money's there.
So we'll see if he winds up taking out. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I was just saying Conor McDavid is great, and McGregor just for ratings. So that's what I'm saying about Netflix. We'll wait to see if it can hold forward here. I don't know if I want to bail on this. We're in at a pretty good price. All right, the imbalances are now out. What got your attention?
Peloton's only 2.5. The expected was, what did I say, 57 to the buy side, and it's 2.5. So suffice to say that's pretty small. Oh, ASTS, 2 million to the sell side on ASTS. Intel, 1.6 million buy. Walmart, 1.5 million buy. SoFi, 1.5 sell. That's pretty big for them. Starbucks, look some randoms here. Starbucks, 1.3 million to the buy side. Nvidia, there we go, 1.2 million buy on Nvidia. That probably shot things up. Red Wire's there again, 1.1 million. Nike, 1 million to the buy side. Oracle, 900,000. It's got to be an overall buy here. Yeah, 1.8 billion to the buy side. And like all the big cap stocks are buys. And then the one that stood out, ASTS with the sell imbalance there out of nowhere. Why did Astis get catching strays? They're not news. Well, Peloton just grew. Okay, so Peloton was 2 million, now it's 5. Again, the expected was 27. Suffice to say that is not nearly as big. I was kind of looking for double. I thought it would be over 10 million shares at least on the imbalance. That would have been 1/3 of what was expected. It still has a chance to grow, but I want to see it a little bit bigger than 4 million. It's already paired off 20. This might end up a bit of a nothing burger on Peloton. Like this is what the stock did. Didn't even break out the high here. So I might have to wait for closer to 355. But it's a NASDAQ stock, so that's kind of the cutoff.
Yeah, so we got, I'm still waiting for that to break, but we didn't get anything. So 503.50, another out right there where we stopped out that first. Now we have 5% left of this name. Still looking to get out if it breaks 501, I think I had. That was my first one, the last 5%. But wow, AMD, didn't think that would be there. Now P&L number 2 for me today, AMD, and we just started this at 2 o'clock, so hopefully you guys are with us. You know, this was a keystroke. That was the first break. We tried to average in, it came out, then we just said, okay, you know, we take that hit, but it didn't break the 50-period moving average. I was more just getting out because didn't want to have that exposure breaking through, and we were using levels then. But now we see it held the 50-period there, and we got back in holding the 50-period there again, and then, you know, a lot of upside for advanced micro devices. Micron, same kind of a story there, got into 915. We didn't trade this, but very similar, breaking through 900 up to 915. And yeah, they continue to go a little lower here on Micron into the close. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening tomorrow. I mean, this day is now over with. These imbalances can have such a huge effect on the price of the stock that it can be very misleading sometimes. So just be careful if you're making decisions right now about anything for tomorrow. I mean, these stocks will be really interesting where they open up, that's for sure, tomorrow morning. So we didn't think Micron sort of had this kind of a move in it, and then it just absolutely blew up. It's all pre-market, just ticking higher. So we'll see if that can happen tomorrow. A nice little take there for Micron. Looking interesting, that's for sure. Now through, I mean, does it have that $1,000 mark? It's what I asked Brian there. He seemed to think that maybe it does. So a little bit more to go there on Micron. We'll be here talking.
Trillion is a bigger deal than the 1,000.
Yeah, just broke $1 trillion today. The price target today was 1.8 trillion by somebody there. So we'll see if that winds up coming through.
In the chat?
No, upgraded by.
Oh, the upgrade, okay.
Argus or Mizuho or somebody like that. So shout out to those guys going crazy on Micron valuation. UBS, there we go.
SoFi paired off a bunch. It was 1.6 to the sell side. It's not 355 yet, but that's actually the big sell on SoFi is paired off a little bit here. Excuse me. And Peloton, that's a bit of a nothing burger. It's all paired. See, this is the problem. I guess it's not good enough. It's supposed to be 27 million. Like the second any interest goes in, they're just pairing the entire thing off. Like a better company might have had more juice to it, but I was expecting a little bit more buying. Intel, 2 million to the buy side. That's going to close near 125. For all the talk about, excuse me, for all the talk about Micron, for all the talk about AMD, for all the talk about ARM, for all these other chip names, Intel just had the quietest 3.5% day you're going to see in a while. This has been just slowly grinding back into its highs. When another name that people would have told you, yeah, but Intel is flying too high, the valuation is too expensive, and yada, 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 all that good stuff. All the same stuff you've been hearing time and time again. It's just that this wasn't, like, it wasn't as parabolic as everything else. It's not really back to the top. It did fail that 125, but I think just means it has a chance to break that out tomorrow, as you cannot seem to stop these chip names. You can't. You get your pullback, you pull back, you go bear market territory, and then they go. That's what Intel did. That's what SanDisk did. That's what Micron did. That's what I believe AMD didn't. I don't know if it got 20% off of the highs. I'm sure it got close.
Oh, probably.
That's what ARM did. I don't know if Marvell pulled back.
It did, yeah, pull back to 160.
Did it pull back 20% at any point?
I'm not sure about the percentage, but
whatever. You get the idea. So we're always just waiting for the next available dip buy. So at this point, you're at the highs, let them ride, and look for the next dip. That's all you can really do. ARM gave it to you if you were just patient enough to wait around for it. Marvell has earnings, so it's probably the one that is most likely to do it next, because what the heck's going to make the other stocks dip 20%? Right? Like you need some kind of an earnings or the market to pull back to give it to you. I think tomorrow night with Marvell, at least you have an outside chance. Logic says buy all dips. Just buy the dips of the stocks that you like. Nobody has, I don't know, somebody probably has every single one of these. Like, I don't own Micron, but wish I owned more of AMD. I don't. I own ARM and Intel would be the two of the biggest of the ones I just mentioned. And of course, probably too much NVIDIA. Thank you, NVIDIA, for doing a heck of a lot of nothing. But as long as you got your foot in the game, then you're perfectly happy. It's if you don't, you got to try to buy some dips.
Yeah, not all dips created the same, of course. All right, so AMD's started to get a little bit of a bump there. It got to 506. I was still waiting at 506.50, so we'll see. I pushed out to 507 right now. We'll see if we get a little bit of an after-hours bump here on advanced micro devices. Let's see where it goes. Anybody want to see Grogu versus Mandalorian or something like that? I have no idea what it's called. But there it is, AMC. A little bit of a better day today, up 5%. I think this is when you want to trade these names. I don't want to say this is a buy. I don't think it is at all. But maybe the summer might, if this is something, up 5%, possibly on that. There are some big blockbusters coming this year, so we'll have to wait to see if AMC keeps coming up to the
lowest
upside there right now. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of things are going to be low, right? It was bad weather on the Eastern Seaboard this weekend.
I don't think Disney gets to blame Mandalorian and Grogu on the bad weather. I don't know.
I don't know.
I just think from some of the one of the reviews I heard basically said that it was one of those where everything that was good was apparently in the trailer.
Okay, well, that makes
which
sense.
is you never want to hear but that's not good for a Star Wars film.
Of course not. When's the last Star Wars film that's been good?
I mean, I would say Rogue One, but I mean,
I don't know how long ago was that.
I'm sure I can't.
Was that a decade? I'm just trying to say, like, why do we have high expectations? We don't, right?
At this point, I don't anymore.
Right.
I really don't. I just think Disney has the opportunity. They could right this ship if they wanted to.
Why wouldn't they want to?
Well, maybe sometimes you need a direction in leadership that they're not willing to change. Because ever since they had certain leadership...
But isn't it writers and all that stuff?
Well, the leadership in terms of... The leadership at Disney when it comes to who's been sort of deciding what gets put on the air for both Star Wars and Marvel hasn't been working out. Yet has there been any change? Sometimes you look at failures and you want to make some changes. Look at Intel. Right? You had some failures, you get some different leadership, okay, fine, the US government and outside market, but you still have to do something. Yeah. You can't just do the same thing and expect it to change. And I think there's a tremendous potential with Disney, and it's been going unfulfilled. And I'm not just saying that because I still own Disney shares, and I love everything about Star Wars, and I want them to get
That's the thing about movies, we have some creative differences all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I mean, and I'm trying not to
some people think Rogue One, I mean, I saw in there, some people hated Rogue One, obviously, some people loved it, and it just goes back and forth.
I think
but
it's the ratings they've done.
Yeah, the ratings will tell you the truth at the end of the day, right? I mean,
it's like I'm pretty sure it's the only thing, stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the only thing they've done in the last decade that's a movie that has a good Rotten Tomatoes score. Got to be Rogue One. If one of the other ones does too, like Solo does, like none of that stuff does. No, it's just that one.
Okay, so shout out to anybody that went out to the theaters this weekend. Saw something there. My daughter and wife saw the thing a little while ago, and I saw Mortal Kombat 2. I thought it was okay.
How was that? You didn't mention how was that.
No, I don't know. It's just a.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a, whatever, fighting, storyline, I don't know. Mortal Kombat, I was just there because my son really appreciates that. Okay, there we go, 404, 504.18, offering it out right now. See if we get, there it is. Runs right through, so we are now out of AMD, like I said. PL number 2 for myself. Only 10 seconds to go here. NASDAQ, wow, what a day. Up 1.75%, 1.75%. With 5 seconds to go, we want to thank everybody for watching. We'll put on the same and better show tomorrow. I promise you that. That's going to be live at 8 a.m. So join Neil, myself, Rogue One himself, Sharif, and Adara, and Joe, of course, here tomorrow at 8 a.m. It should be a heck of a lot of fun. Zscaler is
What
really
happened
the
to
one
that
that
in
we're
the
looking.
afternoon?
Well, they're reporting, so we'll have to wait
Yeah,
to see.
somebody was selling Zscaler.
Yeah. So yeah, it's great. Again, another great show, I think, and yeah, AMD 8% up.
Unbelievable AMD.
Wow.
AMD, Micron, Marvell. You just enjoy the ride, right? You just smile. As long as you have a chip in the game, doesn't matter which one you got. You just got to hang on to it until you can. Now, this market doesn't seem like it wants to stop, and we ain't going to stop. Well, we'll never, basically. But
I mean, I'm not here Friday.
Big,
I'll stop on
day.
Friday.
Tomorrow's a big, big day. Because I think every time we get one of these high flyer names.
Oh, aftermarket.
Aftermarket, Marvell aftermarket. So I guess maybe like Thursday will.
Marvell's such a small market cap.
No, but I think it's a sentiment thing, right? Like if you get Marvell pulling back and you're looking for pullbacks in some other names, that might be your opportunity. Just because one goes, you might get some dips in the others. And we've seen it. If you miss your chance to buy the dip, you don't get another one oftentimes.
Yep.
Just how it is.
I think that's right. We'll check tomorrow. You know, we called SanDisk. We were yelling at the top of our lungs when SanDisk went to $1,000 on their earnings. We were sitting right here, right at the desk, and Brendan threw it over to me and was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "SanDisk's at $1,000 right there. It's probably going to hold," and it exactly does that on earnings. So just for talking about a pullback, it was up to about 1,200, came back into 1,000 there on earnings, and since then blasted to all-time new highs today. Will we get a same opportunity tomorrow with Marvell? Quite possibly, yes. So we'll wait to see where that goes. Thanks everybody for watching. It's 4:02. We will see everybody tomorrow. Good
Shout
day
out to
today.
Brian.
Shout out to Ryan.
No, Brian.
Oh, Brian. Thanks, Brian. And Ryan. I mean, if you're on there.
I'm sure we got a Ryan.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan, Joe, everybody. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. Go Avs.
You like the Avs?
Yeah, I have the bet with this guy.
Oh, that's why. But you actually.